Ayy. I'm allowed to co-stream this. I never even asked him. Nice. What's the song name? This song is called You Got Me by The Roots. This is a banger, bro. This is a banger. This is like one of the best songs ever. So vibey. Max, please answer my question. No one knows. Will Boomy be allowed to play the season finals once he feels better again? Is he not playing right now? Max knows Cinny replaced him. Oh, Cinny, my goat. I don't know. I assume so. Are we getting a world last stream this tier? Yeah, fuck it. I heard Boomy hurt his back, but Liquid did all the practice with Boomy, so even Cinny is a really good player. The team with Boomy in it is probably stronger. Yeah. Yeah. All that makes sense. Cinny's real good. Boomy's also real good. We got a lot of good guys. How's Lily feeling? What happened with that Cinny skip and seat? All right, you guys are going to have to let me know what's happened so far because I haven't watched a single second of this until today. There's just too many matches I don't care about. But today, there's like hopefully going to be 2 matches with Liquid in it. And if we're lucky and they lose in the first round, there's going to be like 4 matches with Liquid in it. Yay! Yay, Team Liquid! Yay! What are you guys doing for Memorial Day? I'm straight shooting off guns. Yup. Sorry to say, but the intro vid is below average. Guess the right number for free XP. Seven. This is sick. How do I remove the chat? There we go.
Another Championship Sunday has arrived here in the Mythic Dungeon International.
Dude,
It's Group C
Dratnos, my
finals,
goat.
and our teams have their work cut out for them today.
All right,
There's a
even
crown
though
to be
we
won,
make
spots
this
to be
jacket,
secured in the Season 1 finals,
this
and the biggest prize of
screams
all,
Warcraft made
BlizzCon,
him wear
still
this
reachable
and
if they can
buttoned
make
it all the
through.
way up.
To get there, they will have to cross the finish line first and leave their competition in the dust. I'm your host, Rickery, here with your MDI casters. Dratnos, I mean, we've had
He
some
wears it
impressive
every
teams this
cast,
weekend,
though?
haven't we?
We've had
He's
some
worn
very
it every day of
impressive
the
teams this
MDI?
weekend. In fact, I think
Yeah,
this weekend has
that
been the
even more
scariest one
confirms
so
what I'm
far,
saying.
as we've had both Liquid and Dignitas, it's basically our defending champion and our defending runner-up of the MDI that are both in this group, and they've both
what I
been
said.
creeping ever closer together in the bracket, and today is the day that they are going to smash into each other at full speed.
I can't wait to see them face off. And I mean, for all of our top 4 teams, though, there is so much pressure. So, Makes, do you think they're ready to stand up to it and get some runs done?
I mean, I think they have to be ready, right? If they're not ready by now, then I have really bad news, and I'm expecting tears from the teams if they're not ready now. We're starting like, what, 10 minutes?
Huh?
Yeah, you know, they don't have a lot of time to prepare, so I think you just kind of have to lock in and just get it done today. So
They crying?
we'll see if they're able to make it happen, but I believe in them. And you know, Tettles, you have a cowboy hat and an American flag that you were showing off on stream yesterday.
On God.
But is there ever a chance that we see you like supporting EU with a beret, like an Alpine hat, a British flat cap, I don't know, like a sombrero cordobes or something?
Well,
Could lend you some lederhosen.
Essa Possible. Okay, I need that. First off, I'll hit you up after the broadcast. Essa Possible is eliminated, so we don't need the sombrero.
Oh, yeah.
British cap. That seems like a mistake. I have a trucker hat. Does that count?
You know, a trucker hat is a hat, and you could wear it. Make seems to say no, but I mean, maybe the spirit of travel, because trucks go across the ocean really well. I don't know. All right, Tuttles, you know what? We'll keep workshopping it, see what kind of hats you can keep adding to the wardrobe. But everybody, we're pretty deep into the MDI at this point, but even if it's your first time tuning in, we have plenty in store still for you. Let's look over everything in our roadmap this season, starting at the very beginning. Now, all of our teams had to qualify in the time trials, which you can all participate in too. Sign up, get in there, get a banner. It's a great time. From those time trials, the top 24 teams moved on to our group stages. We've watched the action unfold across 3 group weekends, but we have a 4th as well. Next weekend, we will have our China broadcast with English commentary. So definitely keep an eye out for that because it's going to be a lot of fun. From all of these groups, top 2 teams, they'll move on to the Season 1 finals, and from those finals, the top 4 across the regions will move to the Grand Finals, where they will compete live on the BlizzCon stage for a prize pool of $300,000. I mean, honestly, I cannot believe that we're almost through the group stages. Can you, Makes?
Honestly, no. I feel like those group stages were so fun, and I'm almost a little sad that they're over. Of course, season final, CN Cup still coming up.
Bro, I'm so glad I didn't have to watch any of these Saturdays.
Like we could elongate the cups, make it 5 or something. I'd be down.
Yeah, I'm sure the teams would love that. We'll just keep adding more and more group weekends. They're gonna be invested. Honestly, I'm invested because I feel like these have gone by so quick too. But I agree with you. It feels like it's been such a fast season, and yet like the biggest stuff is still to come. So don't worry, everybody. Our groups aren't done quite yet. We still have all of today and our English coverage of that CN weekend, like we mentioned. Next weekend is going to introduce us to that set of contenders, all of whom want to make it to BlizzCon just as much as all of the other regions we've seen. So Dratnos, give us an overview of the teams that everybody should look forward to coming out of the China region.
Yeah, so of course the best looking team is the number 1 team, which that's how seeding and time trials of course work, so shouldn't be a surprise. But what might surprise you is just how much they are the best team by, even compared to our global region, right, to the Western teams. This team had such a fast time in the Mysara Caverns time trial that they would have beaten Liquid, Dignitas, Triple Threat, and Mandatory with that time trial run in Mysara Caverns, the fastest one across the world there. Not quite as fast, though. So we have number 2 seed there, Interrupt. They would have been about 5th, so they would have been around the same level, a little bit slower than the Liquids and Dignitases, but faster than pretty much everybody else. And then our number 3 seed, Wafu there, who definitely win Best Logo award by a lot. They would be around that, Direwolves Create team level as well. So also another very, very strong team. And then that's, of course, not to mention what the other 5 teams are going to bring to the table, which we can't wait to see. So, yeah, we're broadcasting that. It's happening next weekend. We're broadcasting the English version also next weekend. So you should definitely tune in to watch. It's going to be same place, same time as you're watching this, basically.
It's going to be super exciting. Honestly, I feel like this return to speedrunning format is showing really well for the China team. So I can't wait to see what they're going to do and how big of a competition they're going to sort of put up for everybody else in groups. But of course, before we see China play, today's teams are out to settle who will be the top 2 out of Group C. Tettles, talk us through the journey of our remaining 4 teams and what they've sort of done here to make it to this day.
All right. Well, we started out with 8 teams, but we have ended up with 4 today. And first up, we got to talk about Dignitas. They are the reigning champions, and they have honestly been smashing expectations. They've had a swift 2-0 in all their maps, and they look really solid. It seems like they've been playing pretty interesting around the spec variety rule, where I think all 3 of their players, their DPS players, have played Death Knight at various points in time, just really making sure that they have some of the best strategies, and they seem like they are one of the top teams to beat. Just proving why they
different
look
people
so
playing
good
a certain
during
class
time
actually
trials.
really
The
rare.
other team that's in the upper bracket, we have Liquid, the Race to World first champion team. They recently picked up Cine. They've had a little bit of limited practice time with him on the roster. There's kind of been a looming question about, with him in this configuration, how will they perform? So
Don't
far,
ever question
they've actually
Cine
looked
ever
really
again.
good. So
Don't ever
while
question
we saw
Cine ever
Dignitas
again.
have basically deathless 2-0s the entire time, Liquid's only had 1 death in that Sea of the Triumvirate with a little bit of a missed skip. And so I think for Liquid and Dignitas, those are going to be 2 teams that are facing up against one another, and they're quite even. Whenever you even look at time trials, like Dratnos pointed out earlier, they were quite close to one another in time trials. How are they going to perform today? It's really going to kind of come down to last-second decision-making and damage. The other 2 teams that we have in the lower bracket, we have Create Team. This has been a very interesting team that's been playing spoiler throughout the entirety of the weekend. They put up fairly competitive times, and they've been playing fairly clean. Whenever you look at 9th-seeded teams, you never really know what you're going to expect out of them. But I feel like for Create Team, if they end up getting like a really good set of dungeons and a good run, I would not be shocked if they could play spoiler. The final team that we have today, we have Ducks Can Fly. Inconsistencies have plagued them throughout the entirety of the weekend with multiple full team wipes, depending on their series, depending on their dungeons. They were also playing against To Be Depleted yesterday, which they ended up 2-0ing in pretty quick fashion. Now, haters would say that that was because To Be Depleted snapped some mobs in the Mysara's Caverns and basically FF'd the second map. But, Love Watchers would say that Ducks Can Fly convincingly 2-0 To Be Depleted with the fastest series of the week.
muting it real quick. Incredibly fucking stupid rule.
Weekend, we'll have to wait and see.
I love you bringing that love watching energy for the Ducks Can Fly. Thank you, Tuttles. I mean, yeah, it was impressive to see them, what we could see of them yesterday. Hopefully they're able to continue on some of those good runs that they had, and all of our teams bring their best today because they're going to need it here in our Group C finals. Now, before we get things started, though, let's have a little roundtable here with everyone. Starting with Makes, what's one thing that you're hoping to see from today?
Oh, easy. We're still missing Holy Priest and Hunter. Now, it would have been easier
What
for
are those the
teams to bring
only
it
two
on
specs that
day
haven't
one
been
or even
played?
day 2. Today, a lot's on the line for the teams to bring that out there, but
Oh my god.
it's got to happen, right? It's the last chance in the group stages that
Oh
we
my
could
god.
fill up.
It is fucking crazy how like a few people complaining about their class not being they're the same comp being there in chat have just changed this whole format thing. At least has it been interesting to watch? Is it interesting? I don't know.
Board be filled out, but already the fact that we've seen this many specs has been really, really impressive. So we'll continue on though. Tuttles, what are you most looking forward to from today?
Yay, a
Okay,
paladin!
I hope to not see Holy Priest and Marksmanship Hunter, but I do hope that we actually end up seeing a full 5-map series in the finals. That would be really cool if we go to full 5 maps. What are the teams going to be busting out compositionally? What are the teams going to play whenever they're in the bottom
Holy
of the
Priest
bag?
and
Not that
Hunter,
spec.
of course.
Not that one, though.
I don't know. I think there's a way that this could work out for both of you. I think if we go to 5, they have like no specs remaining. We get to see the ones that Makes wants. We get the 5 maps. I think it'd be great. I think it'd be really good to see all the maps up through there, the 3 maps, I guess. So we'll fingers crossed. We'll see what happens. It would be great. Now, Dratnos, how about you? What's the one thing that you want to see from today?
Well, let's see. We've already got Holy Priest off the list. I would like to see a Marksmanship Hunter. That's the other spec that we're going to need here to round out our bingo card. So one of those, please. If somebody could just access the
Thank you, Dratnos.
the midnight release version of Marksmanship Hunter, I think that one would work out quite well in these dungeons. So
Good point.
yeah, little time machine.
Wait, did they mess
import
up
one of
Marks
those
that
here,
much?
and
Rebuff.
and
I'm
bang.
not sure that's allowed. Hold on now. We're going to get
Well,
in trouble with
is
our
there an explicit
admins.
rule against it?
It's the
That's,
tournament realm. It's the tournament
yeah.
realm.
Well, you know, I can't say that there's a specific rule against time traveling in the MDI, but maybe for future seasons this will now need to be a consideration. So thank you, Dratnos. We'll see if it's possible.
Glad I can help.
But honestly, everybody, there's a lot that we are looking forward to seeing. And chat, give us your thoughts on what you are hoping to see today as well. But our top 4 teams are going to have a shot at being able to deliver at least some of this during their matchups today. So Makes, what heads-to-heads will be starting us out in our bracket?
I mean, we're going to be starting with the Battle of the Beasts, so to say. Liquid is going to go up against Dignitas. Those are the 2 favorites in this group weekend. For those of you that are unfamiliar, Dignitas is missed count since they've been picked up by the sponsor org Dignitas. And then the loser of that matchup will be waiting in the wings for the winner of Create Team versus Ducks Can Fly. And that will be their last chance to determine whether or not they can get to the season finals in June. And then, of course, we'll see who takes the entire cup in that final that Tettles was alluding to. 5 maps is
Went to like a pretty well known around here, but like really good American restaurant last night. They have like Southern food. I think like it's kind of all just American in general, but like, bro, the best thing on their menu, the thing they're like, you have to order this, is like their cornbread. Had like a little honey, a little butter on it. I don't know. It was so fucking good. When was the last time y'all had some like bomb ass cornbread?
To be determined.
Shit, oh.
Dratnos, who are you most excited to see face off today?
I mean, it has to be Liquid versus Dignitas. This is a battle of the Titans. We get to see it once to start the day. We are going to get to see it potentially again as well if whichever team loses there can win in the lower bracket. Of course, both Create Team and Ducks Can Fly have a chance in that series, whichever one wins, which I think Create Team would be the favorites to be able to do that, and I think they certainly could play spoiler against either Liquid or Dignitas. But I think there is a very good chance that we're going to get to see Liquid versus Dignitas twice. Of these 8 maps we might see them play in, I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see 7, even maybe all 8 of those maps get played between these 2 teams because they are so closely matched from time trials and from what we've seen them play so far. It is, again, defending MDI champions versus defending MDI runner-ups, a team that was heartbreakingly seconds away from winning that MDI last time as well. So
Yay!
very, very exciting day today.
Yay!
Well then, honestly, you are in for a
Yay,
great start of the
Liquid.
day because we're going right into that matchup here at the beginning, and that opening series is going to be a showdown that has been a season in the making. Liquid versus Dignitas. They are clashing this time in speedrunning format, but let us all know who you think will be faster. Chat. Now, I mean, Dratos, you were just saying you're really excited about it. These two teams are really close to one another in timing, but how do you think that their runs compare?
I would say, I think this weekend so far, I would give Dignitas, if we just played their maps that they ran earlier this weekend against each other, I think Dignitas wins that series like 2/3 of the time against Liquid, something like that. They did seem quite a bit more clean
Vote
across
Liquid.
those maps. And also just
Is
really
the vote
fast,
over?
really good decision making on the spec variety rule. It seems really coherent, their strategy. So I would lean towards Dignitas based off of that. But that's a very small sample size.
What
We've only
happened to
seen them
Boomy?
play, 4 maps each. So
He's helping on that like chemical situation in Orange County in the hazmat suit.
maybe be leaning instead towards Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be close between them. And I know that this series is the first time that we've seen Liquid and Dignitas have a direct rematch coming into this season after those close calls last season. So, Tettles, do you think that Liquid is out to prove that they can take them down this time?
I mean, talking to some of the guys at the race were more motivated than ever to try to, get back out there and
They were
continue to
not
prove that they
motivated.
can be the best team in the world.
They literally were so sure
coming
they
into
weren't
the
going to
MDI
play
last
because the
season,
race
that
was
was the
so
first
long.
time that configuration of players had played together, and so obviously coming in second place felt great, but it was a little bit bittersweet knowing that they were 16 seconds away from winning. And so now, they have to be able to retool, refocus, and they have actually a lot of speedrunning experience on this team as well for Liquid. How are they going to perform in a speedrunning environment? That is a big question that we have here.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see if they're able to really bring it together. I think both of these teams coming in, they have put up some amazing runs for us, but when you're
Let's
up
get some
against teams
predictions
that are
here.
at the very, very top, it's hard telling exactly how it's going to shake out. Now,
Don't worry, I'm
it
not
looks
gonna
like,
judge
chat,
you based
were
on your
all
answer here.
pretty evenly divided. We had a little bit of a swing over there towards Dignitas that was
Let's
happening.
get some predictions
But
going.
we're going to do our predictions as well, and makes hearing Dratos and Tuttles talk about how close these teams are. Where are you kind of leaning with your predictions?
Listen,
Let's go.
I'm the only European on this broadcast team, so it is very clear for me that I will go with a 2-1 in favor of Dignitas. You guys do what you want.
Most of our MDI team is
The
European.
Team Liquid fan club here is loud.
Wrong
you know that.
choice.
I'm going
Okay.
with Dignitas.
Okay.
Never
all right,
casting
okay.
again, by the way.
All
Just
right,
throwing it out there.
Dranos, where are you kind of leaning?
Yeah, I'm going to go with a 2-1 for Dignitas as well, but I'd like
Fuck
to preface this
you.
by saying I'm
Fuck
setting
you,
up for
Dranos.
Liquid's inevitable 3-2 reverse sweep
Fuck
in the grand
you.
finals being even
Off the
more epic
podcast.
with
Are-
this
okay.
prediction.
Are
Okay.
Dignitas an NA org? Are we allowed to
go.
claim them?
Let's see.
No,
No,
you
they're
are not
EU.
allowed to claim
Well,
them. No, the team is EU.
team is EU technically.
No, but the organization
go.
today, so we're allowed to
Let's
claim
get some
call
them.
up
predictions
Kira and team and ask them if they would like to be claimed by
Oh,
any. I'm
oh,
gonna
yeah,
say
okay,
that is a no.
Sure.
They're based in Newark, New Jersey.
Oh!
So that's us.
You are
Yes,
not
shout
claiming
out
that
to
work.
US of A.
Stop it.
That's us. That's
That is not an NA team.
Okay,
No.
well,
No.
Tuttles, does this sway you? I mean, obviously you were just talking up Liquid, but are you swayed towards Dignitas? What's your prediction going to be?
I'll go 2-1 Liquid. I feel like
Let's go,
I feel like
fucking
Dranos and
dudes.
Nix
Podcast
made
swap,
pretty compelling
podcast
points. I
swap.
think that realistically,
Podcast swap.
this is a series that is about 50-50. Like, I feel like if you ran this series a bunch of times, you would have the
Come
teams
on.
be, it would be about 5-5 if they ran it 10 times.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, I think that they are so close, and that's part of what makes watching these two go head-to-head so exciting. And
Yeah, what do you think,
since
though?
I guess we know now that Dignitas is totally an NA organization, I can feel no betrayal here by saying I'm gonna go 2-1 Dignitas.
Oh my God.
But you know,
Oh my
I have to say, I,
God.
even though I'm NA, I cheer a lot of times for EU. So
right,
either
we're the
way,
underdogs
I'm gonna
then.
cheer here no matter
Let's
what
go.
side we decide they fall on, and I'm gonna do 2-1 towards Dignitas. And it looks like if we peek in with chat,
Dude, my Twitch
we are
chat-
still staying
my
pretty
Twitch
close
chat
to
is going
Dignitas taking
crazy
that
right
lead
now.
still.
Do you guys
so
see the
I
hype
mean,
train going
all
wild like
around,
this?
Zyro going towards Liquid here. We've got kind of a split desk as well, but the very first time we're going to be seeing them
Oh, Zyro went
coming
to look good.
head-to-head
Zyro,
here
my
is
goat,
gonna
my
be
goat, my
a
goat, my
big
goat, my goat.
matchup for these two teams. I know we're looking forward to it. We're going to have Skyreach, I believe, for our first map. So what are we thinking, Dratnos, that Skyreach is going to bring to the table for them both?
Yeah, Skyreach should be an interesting one to start off our series. I think the Demonology Warlocks make a lot of sense in this dungeon. You've got good damage profile for it and a great gateway for it. You don't need it for either of these other maps. You would want the Affliction Warlock probably for Mysara Caverns. So yeah, I think we're in for a very Warlocky series, is my guess.
Okay, Warlocky. Is that what you're feeling as well, Makes?
I think the Warlock is a likely choice by these teams here. I feel like with Kira, you never know what he's going to bring out. We saw that Vengeance Demon Hunter. He's obviously very happy to flex anything. So is Yips, though. So I think we could see some creativity on specifically the tank role in this dungeon, as it's not one of those where you're like Magister's Terrace, right? Or even Pet, you go for those really massive pulls. We are a little bit more limited in this dungeon, so I think that would be probably where I would see a tank swap.
They need Warlock for gate skip.
We are going to be heading into our
Wait, they let
first
gate skips be legal? The admins?
Like we've been saying, this is a matchup that
Okay,
has
that's
been a
kinda
season
hype.
in the making. Team Liquid
That's kinda hype
coming
they
in,
let them do
trying
that.
to get revenge on Dignitas, who took the championship from them last season. Here they go, facing off in Skyreach Caverns for game 1.
Did they let them like pot and flask and everything?
All right, Skyreach is being deployed, and like Rook said here, we do have both of these teams facing up against one another. A little bit of a difference in composition. Yips is on that Guardian Druid on the side of Liquid, and Dignitas Kira is on that Brewmaster Monk here. I think that the Guardian Druid should be a little bit faster in terms of time. We saw the Guardian Druid also.
Oh, dude, Yips Druid. This is in the fucking bag, by the way.
Do you think that this is going to be one
This
of
is
those
actually in the fucking
specialization
bag.
differences that could give it an edge to either of these two teams?
Yips
So
Druid,
it
GG.
kind of goes back to what I was just saying, right? There's a couple of pulls in the Skyreach that are a little bit brutal, but none of them are as massive as you'd see in the matches. There's tiers where you
that
start
Liquid Yargi?
running and you go for
No, I've never known anyone named
basically
Yargi.
30 count in the dungeon or 30% count in the dungeon within a single pull. That is not normally what happens in the Skyreach. And I'm a little bit worried about what Liquid's ban situation is going to be like if it goes to a map 3, because of course after map 1 they can take out that Warlock, they can take out the Resto Shaman. We'll also see, I assume, the same selection on the side of Dignitas, and then I would expect them to also take out that Brewmaster, whereas Liquid then need to either remove that Devourer Demon Hunter, that Augmentation Evoker, or the Bear Druid. None of these are necessarily specs you would be happy about losing, so just something to keep in mind.
So look at this. Liquid is a little bit behind in terms of trash count, but they do have additional mobs coming in late. I actually think that the additional mobs coming in late on the side of Liquid is pretty good.
Yep.
For both the Augmentation Evokers. Dignitas now has that Gale Caller coming in as well.
You're
For
covering
this
boss
Augmentation
HP
Evoker,
from
they actually
teams.
need multiple targets to be able to spread their bombardments to get really enhanced cooldown reduction on their offensive CDs. Of course, the Devourer Demon Hunter, if they have more targets to Void Ray, they get more souls based off of that as well. So there's a couple funnel specs inside of this composition, so watching to see how these teams pull multiple targets on top of bosses, I think, is going to be a crucial piece.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of those massive points is going to come up, right?
Oh my
right
god, AJ got
after
hit with a
Runjit.
I'm gonna just do this.
We live that. We live that. Nothing happened. So right after this, you have the staircase, and teams have been dealing with that in different ways. So normally you see them go for one side, and then the other side gets tagged in
Is Max
either
tired?
later, so
Yeah, it's
after
early as
that
fuck,
second
bro.
boss, or into the trash before that second boss. And I'm curious how Liquid and Dignitas are going to be approaching this segment in particular. I'm assuming we're going to see some CC deployed, but we could also see them go for one.
Let's fucking
big
go.
pull here if they're utilizing
Let's
CC
fucking go,
on
Liquid.
some of those.
Yargi going down.
Yargi, let's fucking go. Blow up, Yargi.
A very
I mean, it
Quick
was
little
at
death
the
right there.
end, right? So they didn't have any damage
Let's
loss,
fucking go with
but
that.
Of course, those 15 seconds death penalty hurt between two
Let's
teams
go.
that are as equally matched as these two.
I think that's 100% accurate, especially in a
The
dungeon
money-
like
the money's
Skyreach,
in the
where there's
bag,
not a lot of
Yargi.
strategy deviation. We see most, like, 80% of the mobs in this dungeon have to be pulled regardless. So the room for strategy in this dungeon is pretty limited compared to some of the other dungeons, like, say, like a Mysara's Caverns that has so many different routes, so many different mob configurations that you can pull. That 15 seconds is actually a pretty big deal. On top of that as well, Skyreach being a time trial dungeon, this is kind of one of those dungeons that you would expect Liquid and Dignitas to probably have some of the most consistent strategies and be the most practiced on. Now you see Liquid here. They have downed the Solar Elemental. They have made their way into the second boss room first. It looks like Zebi on the side is Warnstoning and tagging some additional mobs into this pull. And on the right side, we have a replay there of Yargi dying as the boss.
Yeah, let's watch this.
2%
Yargi, dude, W falling off the edge.
And they got bumped off the edge.
Let's fucking go, Yarg.
Brutal.
Brutal, buddy.
That is tragic.
What is happening? That's
but
trash.
here
That's
come
trash,
the
like
mobs
Meg said.
for Liquid left-hand side, that Solar Elemental
That's
just
fucking
walked
trash,
in.
kid.
You can see the initiate of the Rising Sun is still CC'd out there for a little while longer, like 25 seconds on it. And then Dignitas, I believe, have done the same thing, as I'm seeing a Solar Elemental in this pack here. And they are working through these constructs as well to try and start Arachnath.
Yeah, I think that the important thing is, like you mentioned, getting the constructs killed off earlier. Because the limiting factor here is being able to kill the boss, making sure that you can get that boss spawned to drop the gates, to continue to progress towards Ruckran, that's the key element here. And Liquid, now they have pulled Arachnath here. And on the right side, Dignitas pulling the boss at virtually the same time. So all that separates these two teams is actually that death from Yargi.
Yeah, and that's kind of to be expected, right, on their caliber. So a little bit of a heartbreak moment with that death there, but it's not over until it's over. Ball's in the court of Team Liquid for now, but Skyreach
Ball
is a
up top.
dungeon that can be quite dangerous. One of those danger factors are these frontals on Arachnath here. Now, thankfully, if you have a lot of ranges, you can just step back, but if you are bringing any millies in here, you will have a little bit of trouble. That is not the case for either of those teams. Everybody should be able to just dodge easily. We're also not seeing either of these teams actually doing the tech where the Augmentation Evoker switches back and forth between those two beams, which we've been seeing from some other teams. So I'm actually quite surprised that they're not doing that.
Yeah, I think that is something that, like, if we were in, like, a pushing format, that strategy would be universal 100% of the time, as it's seen. In a speedrunning format, you don't really want your Augmentation Evoker losing the globals, trying to just dance back and forth. You would rather just plant and be like, all right, Zevi, all right, AJ, heal this.
Yeah, that's true. It is a little bit of extra, and of course both of the healers being on Resto Shaman also might be a factor point here. They're not as high on DPS output as you know, the premier Mistweaver.
That's true.
But could just be that they're saying, okay, the damage we're gonna lose through doing this is more than what we would gain if we would let you free cast DPS, right? So that could just kind of be a weighing in here, but you can see those teams are neck and neck.
Oh my gosh.
Basically, between them, there is nothing if it weren't for that one death. So let's see who is actually going to be able to finish off.
Yeah,
this
that's
first.
something
It
though,
looks
isn't
like
it?
Liquid will be
Isn't it?
downing it by a
Was
second,
it Liquid?
or
I didn't
half
know.
a second even between the two of them. They're so close right now. But they're going to be slowing down just a little bit here. It is not possible to add anything else onto those Sun Talons, so they will need to be played by themselves, and then of course the boss will need to be played by itself too.
Look at this. For Liquid, Ashine ends up having his Breath of Eons, and on the right side, Verb not actually having that breath available for a little bit. So Liquid, while they were a little bit, I would say even coming out of Arachnath, but they got a little bit worse off on that split. I think that they're going to be, what is this, 10 seconds ahead in terms of being able to get Ruckran pulled?
Yeah.
But they're gonna have Breath of Eons on the boss. It doesn't matter.
It's like 3 or 4 maybe.
Okay.
Something we've been seeing teams do on the 15s and on the 16s.
Unless Breath is
just
like way more
stand
efficient at one of them,
in the
relatively.
Reign of the Feathers. I'm curious if they're going to be electing to do the same thing here on the plus 17. It is a little bit more damage output that Ruckran is going to do, but of course that will only happen once that energy bar is up. So let's just wait a little bit longer to see if the teams are electing to just stand in there and tank it, or if we're
Y'all ever had these before? The Stellar Pretzel Sweet and Sparkies?
Ooh, nice.
I think that choice
Bro,
has
these
been
things
made
own, bro.
immediately. Siren Colts come in, and neither of her teams are looking like they want to be hiding that one. They'll just tank it out.
Oh, interestingly enough, Liquid elected to go for a slightly safer strategy. Wolf Disco on that Warlock, banishing the Sunwing, stopping the pulsing AoE damage. We're on the side of Dignitas. They just healed straight through that Sunwing.
Yep, that is strong, but keep in mind, they also don't have any seconds to spare. They know they had a death and they know what that means. So even mini risks that they can now take and expect them to maybe pay off, they kind of have to do that to really make sure they're cutting down on any second that they can find in this run.
Dude.
Even with that, Liquid is still pulling ahead. You can see just by a smidge of a percentage between those two teams. SLT going to be deployed here, and for Dignitas, look at this.
It doesn't matter.
They're actually going to be lining here.
Oh, they're
waiting out
lining.
the cast as they don't have anything ready or don't want to use it. They had SLT.
Dude, W
What's
Liquid?
what's the link being saved for? Is kind
W
of the question
Liquid?
for
Dude,
Liquid
Yargi,
there.
off the edge
Their
right now,
Spirit
buddy.
Link equates to probably 2
Off the
or
edge,
3
kid.
seconds of boss DPS that they're able to accumulate just by being able to hit the boss there. For Dignitas, what is that Spirit Link going to be used for? Is it going to be used for an aggressive pull here next that Liquid
It
may
has
otherwise
to
not
be.
be able to do? What is the purpose of saving
Zevi?
that Spirit Link is really
Alright,
the
that's
question
fine.
here.
So it is a 3-minute cooldown, 3 minutes in the MDI format.
actually really cool they're
A lot
letting them
you can
use
see
Warlock
both our
Gate.
Teams are going to be using that Warlock Gateway to make sure they can grab everything together, and I'm expecting Dignitas to just go from here. I think we're grabbing everything, despite being on that Brewmaster Monk. It's a little bit more scary than if you were on the Guardian Druid, but it has to
Bro,
be
this
for
pull
that.
looks
It
fucking
has to be
insane.
that. They're
Holy
going really,
shit.
really massive here, and that is what that SLT is needed for. You can see Liquid. They're already there. They have arrived on that platform. They tagged everything except for a little bit of CC that you can see in the back there, that Demon Hunter cage. CC
this pull easy?
on
This
the
pull does
Adept
not
of
look
the
easy.
Dawn as
This is a
well.
hex?
And they're doing this without the SLT. Yeah, I think it's a hex.
Yeah, the Hex is on the Adept of the Dawn, but the Initiate of the Rising Sun is in that cage. I mean, that's just more funnel for these specializations on the boss. Also, it makes this pull a lot less, let's say, deadly for the tank. Bloodlust being pressed for both of these two teams, and I feel like for Liquid here, this is the position that you hoped for. Yips on that Guardian Druid doing 430,000 DPS on this massive 20-plus mob trash pull. The last boss is now being spawned on the right side. Dignitas with that one death on Yargi on the first boss of the
Dude,
dungeon.
let's fucking...
They're a
let's
little
go
bit slower to
Liquid!
get High Sage Virex
Yay!
spawned. And for Liquid here,
Come on.
they just have to pump. I think that
Yargi,
with their
let's get
damage
one
that we've
more
seen
just
so
for
far,
safety
this has
here,
been
buddy.
the closest map that we've seen during group stage. And for Liquid, they should be on the right side of this timer if they don't make any mistakes. If somebody gets dropped off the edge and dies, that could actually be catastrophic to the point where things tip in Dignitas' favor. But for Liquid, they just have to play as clean as they have been already. Zevi gets selected first for the Solar Zealot. He gusts the winds back onto the platform clean.
Wow. Yes, so there
That's not
are
that hard.
multiple ways to get back on the platform. You see some of them already on our screens. As we just saw, that gust of wind. You can portal if you're a warlock, and then your evoker can also grab you back. I believe the Devour Demon Hunter should be good on their own as well. So a lot of utility that'll allow them to just ignore those slots, and then whenever they drop players in the air, to then let go. We also saw Wernstone come out of Shine there on the left-hand side. So both of these teams will do that. However, some of those spells have a rather high cooldown. So let's make sure we're not getting an unfortunate spawn here that could cause some chaos for them. SLT now being deployed by Liquid.
It looks like Dignitas Verb moved the Wernstone to Hearthjax, but got the cast canceled like 90% of the way through, so had to recast that Wernstone on him, just losing a couple of globals and a little bit of uptime in the process. And this is the point for Liquid here on the left side. High Sage Virex down 15%. Again, Dignitas has 15 seconds worth of death penalty against them. So for Liquid, the moment that they down this boss, the timer is going to stop. 3%, 2%, 1%, and Liquid
get out of my
go
fucking
up
lobby.
1 map to 0
Lobby
versus
out.
the reigning MDI
Lobby
champions, Dignitas.
Has to feel
Get
good
out.
when last season you fell 16 seconds short of taking that crown for yourself. But Team Liquid getting the first point here in our opening series. Honestly, it was close, that death costing Dignitas over on their
go.
side. But I mean, Tattles, how are the two teams looking in this opening
Why are you
round?
not 6 man?
This
Oh, I would
is
never
the
do that.
closest series we have seen so far, or the closest map at least that we've seen so far from a group stage finish. These two teams are neck and neck against one another, and they're proving why they were so close in time trials and proving why they were 1 and 2 in last season's MDI. This is sick.
This is really cool. I mean, honestly,
Look at the
amazing
damage
to
done.
see.
Yep,
I think Travis will
Druid.
have even more
Oh my
information
God.
for us here for our first map.
Yeah, this is an incredible run out of Team Liquid. A 12:46 is 9 seconds faster than the fastest plus 17 Skyreach that we have seen, which was from Mandatory. So Liquid, the new record for a 17 Skyreach. Look at that damage graph, though. Oh my goodness.
Cindy's ramping,
like
bro.
Somebody has traced, and not even like badly, somebody who's pretty good but not perfect at tracing has traced the two damage graphs on top of each other there. You can see it gets a little
That's actually a good
there. The 4 to 5 minute mark, that's where somebody bumped their arm and it moved a little bit. But
this Max
otherwise,
caster
it's,
seems biased.
It's pretty much the exact
Goddamn
same idea
fucking
for the
right I
dungeon,
am.
Just very slightly
Fuck
better
everybody
for
but Liquid, bro.
Largely just because of that.
I've
depth
never
as
heard
well
of
for
someone named
Dignitas
Yargi.
near the start of the run. I mean, there's not a whole lot else that makes this different. Although there are a couple of bits of nuance that I'll explain to you when we get to our replay segment, which starts now. Here's that death.
Unless they could join our
Yargi
guild in the
getting
future.
knocked off by that coalesced wind and dying right at the end of the boss fight. That's 15 seconds right there. That is a big, big deal because otherwise I think I liked a lot of Dignitas's comp. But one other thing that I did like
Then I
from
will
Team Liquid,
retroactively-
especially when you're playing the Resto Shaman.
I will take back
Resto
the fuck
Shaman
you.
has an ability called Spirit Link Totem. And when you place it down,
Okay.
it has a lot of fancy words that mean that nobody can die while
Okay.
they're standing inside of it. So when
Okay.
you have an ability like this, the second boss's quills, right,
Cook.
where it's throwing big damage at everybody, and you're supposed to hide behind the pillar or whatever, you can just throw down one of those totems and be like, yeah, you know what, we're just gonna live this because we have a Resto Shaman, right?
If
you
Liquid
also
gets
have the
eliminated,
combination
do we
even
root
of
for
darkness
Yargi?
plus Spirit
Yes.
Link Totem if you really want to never
But
die.
don't say things like that.
Inside something like that, but it's often not even necessary. And yeah, you can see how Liquid able to just get a little bit more damage on the boss, a little more uptime as a result of that. While Dignitas were instead hiding, Liquid were also, both teams were banishing off that Sunwing, which is a nice benefit of having that Warlock. Although, it does mean that you don't
Dude, why
generate
did they
full
line of
resources
sight
off of
on
it in some
Root
cases.
Grand here?
So maybe if you're hiding behind the pillar, you're not supposed to banish that thing. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, very close map. Incredible game between Liquid and Dignitas, and the fastest run ever of a 17 Skyreach goes on the board for Team Liquid. A commanding start to the series.
Oh, what about your
I mean, it just goes
predictions,
to
though?
show what caliber these two teams are playing at, that even with a death over on Dignitas' side, these two could still be so competitive. We could see this big run.
We should
go
get
up, and then we see
Shindig
this
in for a watch party at some
incredibly
point.
Fast, the fastest one we've seen yet.
Right now, I'm not even
coming
in a
out
call
from
at all.
Liquid run of Skyreach.
Wait, is
Just
Shindig streaming this shit?
Impressive start, and it's only going to get better from here, everybody. We have Mysara Caverns coming up next, and the two teams are going to have to take into account the spec bans that will be happening. So as we take a look at this makes, what are you anticipating we see these teams kind
Hopefully,
of
wait,
angle for?
Dorky's not even doing it?
I mean, we were kind of talking about it a little bit as we were going into that Skyreach. Of course, Liquid now needs to ban either their Bear Druid, their Devour Demon Hunter, or their Augmentation Evoker. We're expecting them to take out the Resto Shaman and
Dude,
the Warlock.
Dorky said I
think
can't
that's
play a lot
ban
of
we will
Fellowship this
most
weekend
likely
because of
see on
MDI
both
watch party,
teams.
and then he's just asleep.
But losing one of these three is kind of not ideal, so I'm curious on what the answer is for Liquid if we're just going to be playing around that Brewmaster now. Mysara Caverns is a big dungeon. There's a lot of massive pulls you can do in there. So I'm
Is it new
curious on
Fellowship
what that
season?
answer is
There's
going to
a
be, and I
there's
think
a
there's
test
also
right
a lot
now
of routing differences we've
going
seen in
on.
that dungeon
So it's like not
before.
on stream, but
I will
it's
say,
for
I
the
think that
season
there's
that's coming up in a month.
We've seen this occasionally. We don't see it normally with.
I don't
other
really know what I
top-seeded
can say
teams,
about it,
Where sometimes you'll just kind of
but very good.
FF one of the maps.
I didn't say that.
And like play
been
some
really
stuff
fun.
that you think is like a tier 2 or tier 3 comp, and just try to play your best game plan on that composition. Try to set yourself up for a really solid map 3.
Yeah.
I think that you pointed out we want I think all three of these teams want Bear Druid, or both of these teams
Oh,
want Bear
interesting.
Druid for all three of these maps.
Liquid is
Dignitas
banning
already committed to
Aug.
not having Bear Druid in the first map, kind of saying that we would have liked it in Skyreach, but instead
And
we played Brew.
Dignitas is banning Brew.
Yeah, so I typically like playing for map 2 over map 3, but looking at Liquid's bans, they've thrown away the Aug Evoker. Now, if you're doing Mysara Caverns without an Aug Evoker, that means you're not going to be able to do the Incense Wernstone stratagem
Right?
after the mini-boss, which might mean that, yeah, you actually want to be weaker in map 2 and save the full power for map 3 in the Magister's Terrace, because,
Yes.
yeah, like you said, both of those are really Bear makes both of those dungeons
We're
really
hopeful
good,
in
and Liquid
JB
can
at.
only play it in one of those two. So I think I would want to, play something a little bit less good in the Mysara Caverns and try and win this
Where-
one in the Magisters.
Where the fuck are you?
I mean, yeah, if you know that you have the leeway to be able to do that, obviously, right, coming in with that point on the board, I think it gives you that room to go, okay, look, like, there's a chance we still could do this, but if they're probably going to try and pivot here, then we need to be ready for that third map, right? So, I mean, with both of them coming in, I think when you have teams this closely matched, they're really trying to play out like every eventuality. And we touched a little bit on the routing with Mysara, but let me circle back, Tettles. Do you think we're going to see any
Hopeful's
variations?
responding.
Are they going to go the same route? We have the Og Evoker out of
They
play.
can't, right?
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
Makes, I mean, Makes
I
can
think
jump
Mix
in
is
too.
right.
Dreadnought's got that
Yeah,
NASCAR jacket
so
on.
that's-
That's actually a Horde World of Warcraft X Team Liquid jacket, actually. If you wanted to know more about that, it would be on
the healer to go back and click on the
tl.gg/store, by the way. But I think they're out of the Alliance one.
Now for Team Liquid, they don't have an Augmentation Evoker, so they don't have Burnstone. That is just how that works. So either they have come up with a new way to
Hopeful
do
said
this
figuring
that
out
we
how to
haven't seen
add.
just yet, or the route does not
let me
depend
check
on
this
doing
call.
this, which we have seen, but was generally slower. So I'm really curious on what their
Okay.
routing looks like, right? That is a big question now.
Because I think that's the big thing, right? Like, if they can't do
What
that,
a fucking
then
start to the series,
is
boys.
there- I
mean, just a
Oh my
beautiful
God.
game.
What
Well
a beautiful
played from all
game.
parties
Beautiful game.
involved.
Beautiful death by Yargi there. Love that
God
shit.
Damn, you know what?
Beautiful
Maybe,
death.
maybe this was a mistake inviting.
August is so
All right, I'm
good
leaving.
in Mysara's Caverns too. I mean, the amount of uptime that you naturally get in that dungeon with things like the two target cleave on the first boss. Vordaza can always have like warriors that reanimate on it. I'm pretty sure Aug is like the best spec in the game, and Mysara's just generally speaking. And so even in an MDI setting, I feel like getting rid of it is, tech aside, I feel like it's like unfortunate.
Okay, well, maybe they've got something to show us that's going to completely change our opinion on it, but either way, these teams are going to have to go the distance and see if
All right,
they
I'm
can
back.
get the second
Okay,
map.
welcome
This is
back.
Team Liquid
Hello.
versus Dignitas.
Hello.
Liquid have the advantage. They have 1 point on the board. They can
See,
afford
Dratno said
to
1-2
push this to a
Dignitas?
game
Yeah, I
point.
know. I literally
Dignitas
fucking.
want to
I
stay
told him he's
in
off the
this
pod.
now if
I'm
they
actually
can.
swapping him for
They'll
Tettles.
get down to the lower
Tettles
bracket,
Perfect.
but I'm sure our lower bracket teams, no matter who makes it out of this one, are going to be really worrying about what
They tried to
lies
say
ahead
like,
for them.
oh,
We're
3-2
coming
Liquid in
into
the
game two
finals.
here at Mysara Caverns.
You guys
Gotta
want
play
to know
both
some?
sides.
You guys want to know some
Who will be
crazy lore?
faster and how
This
will
is the
Team
first
Liquid
time I'm
versus
watching
Dignitas
this dungeon
shake out
ever.
in our second map of
I'm
the Super
talking
Snakes?
beta, PTR,
I
fucking
am
live,
so excited to
MDI,
see
nothing.
what
I have
their
never
teams are
seen a
going to
second
show
of
us.
footage of
course,
this
there's
dungeon.
always the potential of
It's
going
a good
to
dungeon, I
map,
think.
Or for Liquid, they're actually saying, we're not
Wait, you've
gonna
never
bring
seen
the beer
Mysara
to it,
Caverns at
we're
all?
instead gonna
Never.
play
I've never
around
been inside of it.
vengeance,
I've never
demon
looked at it.
hunted,
Nothing.
As well
I just wanna start
as
making shit
very
up
Wait, no,
about
that's
it.
made up. That's made up.
Hunter
Is it the
as
one
well
where it has like the
as
Brackenhide
BM
like
as well.
shit going on at the
That's-
beginning?
That's BM,
Yeah.
actually. Yep.
Okay, never mind. I lied. Hard
Oh,
lied. I did it on Mythic Zero.
So it's kind of what we were
Brackenhide
talking
shit,
about,
aka
where
trolls
The
exist.
Liquid bans kind of pointed towards the possibility that they were
Vengeance,
going to
DH.
that
Vengeance.
map 3 and that Magister's Tales.
And
Now,
DK.
on the right side here, Dignitas.
I mean, the DKs
they
just didn't-
basically have to play the full
and
meta
Hunter.
composition. They are down.
Okay,
0-1.
I want to ask you guys one
They
thing.
need to win this Mysara Caverns. and
Is
they're gonna
this
have to
like
clean the
spec
entire
banning
time,
shit
even though
an
Liquid is
interesting
on,
thing,
let's
or
say,
is it
tier
like
two
a make
composition.
the people
This
in
is
chat
still a
happy that
second-place team
their
from
favorite
last
class
season's
isn't in the
MDI.
comp?
They can always
It's
capitalize
makes the
on
chat
any
happy.
mistakes that
No,
happen
no,
from
I think
Dignitas,
it's
and they
both
have
at
a
this
couple of
point,
errant deaths that
because
can spell disaster for them.
the-
So Dignitas,
like,
while they are
this
in a compositional
stage of the
lead,
tournament
they
is,
are, you know,
each
things are
each
not
weekend
set.
you
So
have
they've
a
done
couple
it.
teams like Liquid and Dignitas. You have a couple teams that are like decent, and then you have like 4 teams, 5 teams that are, I mean, like, you
Yeah,
know,
they're not
they
good.
signed up for the MDI.
Or not
and
as good.
If you didn't have a gimmick like this in this tournament, I feel like some of these games would just be so brain dead, boring to watch. This at least adds an element of watching teams have to make decisions about like what we want to play, what we think is good. And I think they're doing away with this, I think, in global finals. I don't think
Yep.
you have to do the comp swapping anymore, so it's just a group stage thing to kind of keep it interesting. But I don't think it's necessarily like doing a favor to chat as much as it is a recognition that this is not necessarily the most compelling matchups skill wise, and doing different comps can at least
Well, even for
demonstrate some
the
interesting decisions.
even for like the non-lower ranked teams or whatever, like I feel like at least in the first match it was kind of interesting that they were running a different comp and like how those two things benefited each other. And it's not only just what's happening in that map, it's what they're setting themselves up for in like another one. And I think even between two really good teams, that's like kind of interesting. They're looking at an entire 3-map set on how they can outplay each other. Like that's kind of like Like back in the day, Legion MDI shit, right? Like you could like outplay someone by you guys outplayed us by playing Warlock in Arcway, right? And then because back then you had to lock in your comp for the whole fucking series, right? You could
Yep.
never change a class. So like you guys locked in Warlock and we locked in Mage. But then in a way, it created auto wins. Like you guys auto won Arcway unless you turbo through. We auto won
BRH.
Blackrock Hold unless we threw. But maybe like those were like some weird interactions. Like maybe there's not as many of those in dungeons anymore, right? So, but that's the downside is that like, oh, this class chose to do this, so they're just going to win this dungeon.
Well, what's to me almost maybe more interesting than the damage profiles is utility wise. Like Hopeful and I were talking before this match started, what if they were going to ban AUG or not, and Hopeful pointed out that we've seen teams use this Wernstone skip because teams go back. There's like a buff that you can get in one of the rooms, and we've seen teams go back to get it, and then Wernstone to a character and be able to do that very quickly without slowing down. Like having the guy go backwards and then Wernstone back doesn't really slow you down much. But I'm curious to see what Liquid's going to do without an AUG, if they have a different way of doing that, or if they're just going to neglect getting the buff.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, someone in chat just said you're looking at it right now. Liquid is sacking game 2 to put everything into game 3. But
That's what I was thinking too, maybe.
But if that is actually how it plays out, I'm not saying that's what's happening.
I think
like
it's
that,
cringe.
Then that's tough. You don't want to see that.
I think for the most part, it's kind of just for fun. But if it's two top teams, I think it's interesting. But like only this specific matchup in all of groups is probably interesting.
I mean, if any of the teams ever make a decision or say in comms when practicing or preparing, let's just run a worse comp in 2 so we can have a better one at 3, and then the other team does the opposite of that, it makes 2 of the matches not that interesting, right? And I feel like that is definitely a downside, but let's wait and see if has that actually happened in any of the week. Have you guys watched every MDI so far?
No.
I think it happens maybe in week 2 from like a lower seed team, but it was like, I don't even know if it was real, but it was one team.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the other thing is there's, I'm sure, recognition from the teams that they have not picked the most ideal comp, but I'm not sure even acknowledging that they would say like, yeah, we're throwing on purpose. Like my suspicion is they're like, we think this is good in this dungeon for a specific reason. Could we make a better comp? Yeah, but we also think we could win with this comp.
Maybe. I mean, if I think if they think the other team is running Devour and AUG, that they're gonna lose this game most likely. That's like, is the meta not that?
I think they are throwing it because Vengeance is kind of. I think Bear's so much better than Vengeance, and they
Vengeance
could
is a
play
little
Bear.
weird, but...
And Yips Druid is like Yips Druid is on some fucking steroids, by the way. He's like an absolute fucking monster at that class. It's actually really cool. I noticed they were still letting them do like Warlock Gate stuff. I thought that was pretty nice of them.
Letting Warlocks.
That's the only thing we have now.
That is pretty
It's really
cool.
cool. They let the
skips or
Warlocks
anything.
use the gates.
They're letting them
travel
still
forward
use
through the air.
They're letting them still use like raid buffs and shit and everything.
I don't want to ruin the vibes, but Dignitas maybe are 30 seconds quicker.
No, I mean, that's why I was starting to. You could see on the very first boss poll that this was like. But also, I fucking believe though. Don't ever think I don't believe.
Oh, I mean, Dignitas could always just full wipe.
Yargi, the money's in the bag, buddy. Let's get some shit. Let's make some shit happen here.
Would be kind of suspicious if he died this key again.
Yep. That first one, I just DM'd him right before it happened. Just hop off the edge real quick. He did it.
Is that why he did you fucking message him like send him a fucking
contract,
Discord
yeah.
call? Like he looks over at his monitor and dies to the fucking tornado.
His raid spot's on the line, man. He's got to do what he's got to do.
Well, I was talking to Hopeful about it yesterday, and I'm curious to get your take on it. What do you think the chances are that we see a Race to World first get absolutely annihilated by MDI teams having to leave for BlizzCon?
Oh, I didn't think about that. That's like a month before, right? The season like comes out before BlizzCon. It's like is the literal date known, or is it like a general time?
I don't think so. I mean, at
General
least
time.
publicly. But the roadmap says season 2 starts before
I'm
BlizzCon.
I'm not that worried about it because I think they I mean, first of all, not to put a damper on the whole thing, but like literally every single MDI competitor in a Race to World First guild, there are priorities there, and the Race to World First, even for them personally, it far succeeds the other thing.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah.
I was saying the opposite.
I would disagree
Really?
heavily with
Oh
that.
wait, I guess
Yeah.
I forgot about the prize money. The prize money is pretty
Yeah,
real.
they get
Yeah.
paid a
Yeah, it's a
shitload
lot
of
of
money for
money.
that.
If there was no money involved, though, I don't even think it would be a question.
Oh yeah,
probably
100%.
not.
Like,
But that's
yeah,
the
you're
thing
right.
is there's potentially $30,000 per player on the line for this. And more to the point, I think my guess is for these teams, they all did a handshake agreement at the start of the season. That was basically like, look, we're all putting MDI first, right? Because if we're not, we'll replace you. Like, if you're not gonna pick this over anything else,
Wait,
then
you're saying that the teams had that conversation? Well, I mean, the team and like
I'm guessing everybody.
the Liquid team has like 2 or 3 officers in it. So like, I mean,
No, but what I'm saying is like,
That'd be brutal.
if I was making an MDI team and I thought there was an outside chance that BlizzCon and MDI conflicted, or that Race World First and MDI conflicted, I want an acknowledgement from everybody on the team that, like, push comes to shove, we're going to BlizzCon, right? Like, I am not replacing your fucking ass, like, on BlizzCon weekend because you're finishing Race World First. Like, that's turbo fuck if I lose out on money because of that shit. So let
Yeah,
me
that
know
makes
if
sense.
you're gonna pick Race World First, like, great and have fun with it, but like, we're finding somebody else.
I'm pretty sure like okay, so there's a couple things to that. I would say Blizzard is probably going to have this be done early enough because like you have to think about next season too. There's no heroic week, right? So that like shortens a lot of the like time or makes it less risky from like season start to global finals or whatever. However, there is one thing that would make it sketchy, and that's that you know how like when these expansions started that were really fast and everyone was like, I don't know, it seems like they're trying to fit the same amount of content they used to fit into 2 years into like 18 months, and like there's going to be something that has to give with that. And I think recently we've seen that that's going to mean sometimes things come out with like lower quality because they just have less time to do it. I think that's the thing. Like, if whatever plan they have for the season to come out, I think it's completely realistic to expect that that might be internally pushed back a little bit because they're just trying to do a lot of stuff and not a lot of time, right? So, like, that might make it kind of close where I imagine they would want to try to avoid that because they do, as much as they get memed for it, like, they do, the race is very important for them, right? It's a big deal for getting people to play their game, stuff like that. So, like, they want it to succeed. But, yeah, I don't know if they specifically thought about that. Because they get that wrong all the time. Like, we have players in the AWC, well, like a one single player.
I was gonna say you could just say his name.
Yeah, like Trill does AWC, and like throughout the years, there's like raids where he can do the race and raids where he can't, and it's purely due to like when the AWC season starts, and there's been zero consistency of them like actually considering that. So if you look at MDI the same way, I could see it being like they're not thinking about that, but I'm sure someone will tell them, and maybe. But do you think they're going to make the whole season go a little earlier for everyone in the world because like a few MDI competitors might have to leave? Like, I don't think so.
Well, no, but that's I mean, that's just it. I don't think, or I guess I think the most likely outcome is they just do the thing that that fucks over players, and I don't mean that in like a shitty Blizzard way. It's just if they haven't put much thought into it, you know, and it becomes a thing where it's like, well, some Race World First players are going to have to like leave to go to MDI or like get replaced in the MDI because they chose to stick out Race World First, and then, you know, put that back to Blizzard of like, is there any scheduling changes you can make? My suspicion is they'll be like, no. Sorry if that happens.
Interesting. So actually, okay, let's play the this actually happens card. Assuming there's nothing interesting happening, is there anything interesting happening in the thing right now? It looks like Dignitas.
No, Dignitas are
Chill
probably
gonna
going to win.
Yeah. Who does it affect more if the current teams that are looking to qualify for the MDI finals
Echo for sure
loses
and
their players?
for a couple of reasons. First, they just have more people on teams, and I would say more pivotal people because they've got both tanks potentially on an MDI team. So if there's an overlap, they lose their whole fucking tanking roster. Assuming
Yeah.
that, well, I guess they could have. They have 2 teams locked in for globals, but then only 3 of those teams advance to BlizzCon. So I guess maybe they could have one or both tanks still available, but at least a chance they have both their tanks in the MDI for BlizzCon. And then just I think more of their raid roster in general. Secondly, if there is a race world first that goes into BlizzCon,
That first of all,
Um,
that's not going to happen. The leaving early thing could happen. The race going into BlizzCon thing.
no, I don't mean. Sorry, I
Zero
mean
chance.
just that the race world first is still happening while that it has not concluded before BlizzCon starts or before teams start leaving for.
When did you guys leave last time?
So if I remember right, we arrived on Tuesday.
Oh, it's fine.
Of BlizzCon
There's zero chance that happens. I would put so
But
much money
if-
on it.
If there was this situation where
That-
there
that's
was
not gonna happen.
a conflict, you guys, interestingly, will be in the backyard of BlizzCon and have to travel. I
Well,
don't know.
35 minutes or so.
Right. Whereas the other players will have to do a transatlantic flight that will require them to leave probably at least 24 hours in advance, and then spend a long part of the day traveling and being stuck in airports and shit. So in virtually every way, if this does play out, I think it will heavily favor Liquid.
Well, we like that. That's good.
I mean, but isn't season 2 the new dungeons? So like the race comes out, you play the
Yeah,
race
I
for
don't
2
know
to
how
3
they're doing
weeks,
that
Yeah,
shit.
you're
and
not
you
gonna have a
practice
lot
the new
of prac.
dungeons for a week.
Honestly, it might make a lot of the teams that have less people on Race World first teams have like a lot more practice.
Yeah,
But
because
that,
like if
that
you have a
doesn't
team with 1 week
exist
of practice
anymore.
versus 3 weeks of practice, the 3 weeks team is just gonna win.
Especially, I think like late into a season, it wouldn't matter as much, but like with new dungeons, I think it's like fucking.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
like there hasn't even been as much like live key tech cooking at that point either, right? It's like you have to do all of it in house.
Just fully branded.
Every
yeah.
team that makes MDI will almost at a minimum have at least its entire DPS core in a Race to World First guild. I think the team with the fewest members on a Race to World First team is Dignitas right now, of the teams that are likely to make MDI
Yeah.
or make BlizzCon. And that's just that they don't have Kira or AJ on a World First roster. But I believe every other team that's in BlizzCon contention has all 3 DPSers on a Race World First roster.
Yeah, it's not surprising. It's because of 2 things. It's like you're getting people that have climbed to the top in a extremely similar skill set, just different knowledge base. And also the people who do that are also like you are much more likely to end up in a Race World First guild if you are talented enough, if you just have infinite time and can play the game all day every day. And that also coincides with what you would need to do for MDI practice. So it's like the same pool of players kind of.
Yeah, I think actually Divine's team qualified for
They did,
global
yeah.
finals. So if Divine's team manages to make MDI, I guess they would be the prohibitive favorite if there was a Race World First that was still ongoing, because they'd be able to spend the whole time practicing.
All right, I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Oh shit, we brought it up and now he's got to go call some people.
No, dude, I gotta go get ready for the match. Gotta get some water and some oatmeal. You feel
Foam
me?
finger. What's the comp JB for Liquid?
Let's see. So what are they? This
I guess we need to see what they have banned, but I mean Hunter and Aflock are probably being banned.
Yeah. Okay, look, there's Dranos' fully invisible microphone.
It's fully invisible now. Okay, comp is Bear Mistweaver, Arms Warrior,
Wait,
Devour.
what's the dungeon? What's the dungeon?
Magister Terrace.
Terrace? Okay. Okay, so yeah, Bear, Mistweaver,
Arms Warrior,
you think Arms?
Devourer. Because isn't there Reflect Tech? I know a lot of people are running Arms. I forget why, but
Yeah, I've seen teams run Arms in here, but I don't know. See, this is one of those things where, like, I never know if that shit is like, oh, we want to do a throwaway spec for bans, but Arms actually has like an interesting interaction here, so fuck it, let's play Arms.
Okay, I
Or-
cheated.
Oh, I see.
I like the Wolf Disco stream. You want to know
Was-
the comp?
So did you? Okay, so you didn't cheat before you said Arms.
I didn't
Warrior.
cheat before I said it. No, I'm
Okay.
completely wrong.
Okay, yeah, because I was gonna say like to me it would be Bear, Mistweaver, probably. I mean, I
Those are
think you
two,
just
right?
won the meta. I think it's just Bear, Devo, Og, Devourer, DK.
They banned Og.
Oh, they banned Og. Okay, so instead of Og,
But you're right. It's meta except one DPS spec.
yeah. So what would I play if it wasn't? I mean, it's got to be a Bloodlust.
Yeah. It's a
Um,
bloodlust.
and so Bloodlust, not Og. God, it's got to be Ellie.
Yeah, it's Ellie.
Yeah.
Or Enhance. I don't know, but probably Ellie. Did they play Havoc game 1? Oh, that's Vengeance ban. Oh my god.
I've found out at some point, I think it was season 4 of I think it was season 3 of War Within, that in my mind the Havoc and Vengeance icons were flipped. Like
I still can't tell the difference.
I had thought that the Havoc icon was Vengeance for however long Demon Hunters existed, like 8 years or whatever. And I saw the icon somewhere where I was like, "Oh, that's Havoc," and somebody's like, "No, that's Vengeance." And I was like, "No, that's Havoc." And they're like, "No, go look on Wowhead." And I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, I cannot tell the difference. I only know what Devourer looks like. It's so unique. I like Liquid's comp way more.
Let's go.
I hate Dignitas's comp.
I mean,
Dude, me too.
Dignitas's
I hate
comp is at least-
Dignitas. Fucking
Dignitas's
I
comp
hate
is
them.
at least
I hate them,
interesting.
bro.
I like I'm a cutie pie, but I hate Dignitas.
Yep. Shout out Hugs. Actually, I don't think he's with them anymore, but my goat. But
Is there like a actual org rivalry between Liquid and Dignitas?
Is
Couldn't-
there?
I don't think so.
There was in League, like 10 years ago.
Well, let's fucking get it
Well,
started.
there is now. Yeah, there is now.
Yeah, I think it's going to really come down to a couple of crucial moments.
Liquid 2 seconds
in the
quicker
series
already.
where I think
All
that
right, so the
full on
question
top
Because they
here
got
of
this
is-
dinosaur
that
crawling
both
over
these
shit.
teams are gonna be pressing their
Is
bloodlust on,
Liquid's
trying to
team
avoid as much
EU or
damage as
NA?
quickly as
It's
possible.
actually
That's
a
gonna be really big
very
one. And then
difficult.
the pull into the Gamillis room, which is double void.
I mean, it depends on, I guess, the
Tyrant.
context.
I'd say
of the
EU.
question.
It's 3
Yeah,
to 2.
Like,
It-
like
it
it's
is
an
it-
EU
it-
team.
Okay, you're
for
saying
Liquid
3-2,
and Dignitas here.
but
There's
okay.
also the
So Wolf
possibility
and
that
Shine,
the Red Corsair
unquestionable.
Sunlash has
EU,
all of the
Cine,
big
Yips,
dots that
NA.
can take out a player. So
Yep.
similar to what we
Zevi
saw on the Skyreach earlier, if any
started
player- if
playing
there's
in
any
EU.
death,
He grew up in
the
EU,
balance kind
but
of
he
shifts
lives in
into that
NA
other team's favor
and
almost
plays in
immediately
NA.
if there's a death.
and he's lived in NA the whole time he's been in
Yep,
Liquid.
that's right.
Is he an
but
NA or
we
EU
would
player?
rather there's no deaths,
Easy,
right? I
you.
would
Let's get an
much
import
prefer if
rule.
we get
Okay,
deathless
so
runs from both of
if
our
you've
teams
been-
here,
how long
but
has he been
Liquid
living
is
in-
going to be
in the
moving
US?
ahead here just
Long time.
a smidge faster as
Like
a
long,
Oh,
is
has
long
it
I
been
mean,
a
like
long
3
time?
years or like
Akira is
15
out of the
years.
door as well,
Closer to
but
15 than
Gibbs
3.
is just
Okay.
Oh,
well,
okay, maybe he's
ahead
NA then.
here to keep
American,
it
like
with
this
the
is the whole
American
premise
terms
of
for the
America
American teams.
is
Wolf Disco
if
dropping
you move
really
to
low there
America
for
and you
just a
buy
second,
in,
able to
you're
survive
American.
as both of our teams
So,
are arriving at our
in that
from
sense,
Custos
I would have to
with
say, yeah, I
basically
think
all of the dungeon
I
that they
think
could
Zevi
find
counts
on their
as
walkway
American
here
at that
as
point.
well.
You just don't
Something
sound
that
like
we
a.
actually saw
Why?
Wolf
Okay,
Disco
so
do that was subtle,
is it a different
but it's
routing,
actually
or
a
is it
really
just
big
where they
deal
are
is
in the
you
pool?
saw
Because
him
like
drain that
Dignitas is a
crystal
little bit
while
ahead on the
Yips was
boss. They
grabbing
pulled
the
it a few
pack
seconds
from the
earlier, but I
pack. What
think
that allowed
Liquid has a
Wolf
lot
Disco to
higher
do is
trash
get a
right now.
10
They just
stack of
slower.
the
Yeah, Liquid
energy
took more
crystal
time setting
almost
up this
immediately,
pull.
giving him
Oh,
10%
we don't like
bonus damage.
that.
On the side of Dignitas,
They have
they
you
didn't
can
do
see the
that.
pull
Nobody
counter on
ended
top
up
of the
draining
damage
that
meter
crystal.
that
So
shows
for
you
Liquid,
like what
Wolf Disco should
remains
have a
in
little bit
each.
more firepower in terms of damage on pull here.
But also, Liquid have a lot of
Dignitas
2
already
minutes.
had the boss
Dignitas
lower.
have like
Even though there was
flexible
that
CDs
subtle
kind of.
difference between the
I
two
think it's
teams,
130.
Dignitas have accelerated on the boss damage department.
Which specs are
Dark Lust was
execute
also pressed just a smidge
specs
earlier,
these
so
days?
it's now running
Um,
out for Liquid
Warrior
here as well. A couple
in this
seconds
game?
after
Maybe Unholy? I
Dignitas
don't know if they
one
have it
has
anymore.
stopped.
Is he playing?
I agree with you.
What's he
I
playing?
mean,
Warrior.
on the damage meters, you can see the clear
Fury?
difference
Arms.
between Wolf Disco and Harshjack.
Yeah, arms
but
has arms is execute.
it doesn't seem to be the difference maker in boss progression.
Has a button named
here,
it too.
as I see
Okay,
that
so they
Liquid
caught up a
is
little bit
tying closer, so they're not trailing as far behind
from the slower
anymore,
setup.
But
Yeah, but they're
still,
down
it very
count
much looks
too
like
somehow.
Dignitas are going to be the first
I
team
don't think
to
it's
finish
enough
out this
count
boss
to
here,
make
and
up
in
for
record time as well,
like
as
a less
Liquid
pull.
is
Like where do you
still
think it? Do you
trailing
think it
on
like
the
adds an
last
annoying
couple
mob
of
that takes a long time to
percent.
die? Like I
We're
feel like
gonna
most.
compare this
I feel like with
title
counts in like
section
3%, it's
on
like
day
low key like the
one,
exact same thing.
which they're 3 seconds faster than the one we saw on day 1.
Yeah, it is pretty similar. It
So,
just makes like the
7
next.
seconds
So after this
separate
boss,
Liquid
the
from
gather
Dignitas right
into
here.
the
On
third
the
boss
right
room is
side,
going to be a little more
Dignitas,
annoying,
they've
tagging
already
more
gathered
packs,
the
but
Enforcer
Okay, so
full
they
fire.
already
Yeah,
started
it's
on this
generally
pack.
similar.
Sunlash,
Assuming it's
some
the same.
well-timed spinning crane kick ticks need to keep the team top. The thing that we're looking
But
for is
a
on
Shine
the
doesn't have
debuff frame,
Ascendance, but
the
all 3
runic
DPS and
blade
Dignitas
dot.
have
Whenever
CDs.
those are stacked up to 2 and potentially 3, that's where things.
Boys,
can
I
become
don't know
a
if this is looking
problem.
good for
Shadow Meld
Liquid.
can actually stop those
Don't
from
say
being
that.
applied to
No
you.
negative attitude here.
And also
Yep, that
AS,
you're being negative.
Feign Death. Those are kind of the tools
Yeah,
that are
your aura is
available.
really bad right now,
As the
please.
pack goes longer and longer, you have more of the runic wave dots starting to stack up. You also see Dignitas on the right side.
You know,
same
I
with Liquid
had
on
to
the
laugh.
left side,
There was somebody that
dropping
saw
that
AJ,
anti-magic zone. And for Liquid, they also
in
end up dropping
the-
that darkness to make sure that whenever those
in one of the
worms
dungeons
explode,
yesterday.
the explosion from
And he
those
goes,
worms
"Wait,
don't
is that
end up,
AJ
taking
from
them out
AJ
or
CDM?"
dropping them so low.
And I was like, "There's no
Dignitas
fucking
here,
way
they
that that's
have
how
killed off the
that's where you
spellbreakers
know
that are
AJ from
required
these
to
days."
pull the boss. A little bit of focused fire damage, I think,
Okay,
from this
so they pulled the
composition.
boss a few
They even
seconds
have
earlier.
multiple
Are they waiting to
spellbreakers
kill
still
one spell?
up,
Oh no,
so
they pulled it
really
in.
good
Pretty
targeted
similar.
damage. And Serenil Sunlash has been pulled
Yeah,
for
Shine has
Dignitas,
Ascendance,
and at
though.
the exact same time, Serenil Sunlash is pulled for Liquid.
Actually,
Oh,
like a
big
couple
ascendance
seconds
here,
right
big ascendance.
behind, as it took them just a little
Oh,
longer
no, they're bringing in
to get
Funnel
up
for
and
the
started
Warrior.
on this boss, but they're getting
Oh,
some
no.
additional
Oh,
healers
no.
now walking
Oh,
in.
no.
Same thing that is happening on the right-hand side for Dignitas, so Dignitas will be able to hold the lead that they build out from that very first pull for now. But we've seen Liquid catch up on bosses before. I wouldn't count them out just yet. As
Sentence already
both these
over,
teams
right?
are so close still.
Yeah,
Dignitas
Just
is
ended.
certainly ahead, Tettles.
I
Army
think
soon.
that, making sure that you get the shields.
You
first
think
What is
maybe
the
he has,
warrior
like, a
funnel?
second
Is it just
ascendant?
executing
End up going
sweeping
on the
strikes, low
Serenil Sunlash
targets?
Specifically, that is something that
How does
has to
their
get
funnel work?
purged
I have no
almost
clue.
immediately.
All I know is
For Liquid,
they
actually
need
have
3
multiple
targets or they
sources of
can't do
purge,
damage
Demon
single
Hunter and
target.
Shaman. For Dignitas, the
Oh,
only purge
yeah,
that
I
are
know what it
available
is.
Yargis. But
It's cleave.
He can actually talent into that AoE purge as well. So should be fine for Dignitas. You just really have to
Yeah,
make sure that you don't.
Dignitas
end up
gonna kill a little
slowing
quicker
down.
'cause of
Now,
the
for Liquid, how
CDs.
their composition kind of plays is every single time that Ascendance gets pressed, in theory they should kind of slingshot ahead of Dignitas because Dignitas has
Ooh,
a
we
more
might-
flat
Are
damage
there
profile.
any
Might need
bosses
to
that have
have
tornadoes
Onward
left?
and
From
things
Yargi
like the
here.
Survival Hunter, but so far Dignitas has kind of paced in a lead.
Yeah,
throughout
if
this
Max says he
entire
has to
map.
go for another couple minutes in the
Yeah,
middle of the match.
yeah, make
I
a
mean,
call.
they're certainly slingshotting,
I
right?
mean, Loki
But
next pull's
they're
pretty
not
hard.
getting over the gap, so
Yes.
they're having a wider gap to
Not even
a
low-key, it's
smaller
literally
gap,
like
but there's
30%
still
count
always
with a bunch of
gap
kick
from the
mobs.
looks
I
of
will
it.
tell you, from
Sometimes
someone
it's like
who
2 boss percent, 3
like
boss
did the
percent,
race
and
and then
it
just
goes
kind of
back
dipped
up to,
out
like,
until like literally
10
right
boss
now.
percent, 12 boss
Seeing a
percent.
warrior
So,
randomly in the MDI
Liquid
and like topping
are
damage on a pull like
doing
that
what
is
you're
very
saying.
funny.
They're
Like
just
where the fuck did that
not
come from?
on the same
Yep.
level
They
just
buffed
yet,
Warrior a
but
few
we
times this
are
season.
at one of the crucial points in this dungeon.
And this
because
is where
what
I like
happens
this
next might
format in
determine
MDI
your
of
entire
having to swap stuff
series.
out.
They're like
Stuff
10
in
seconds
Warrior.
ahead.
The
5?
full, no
Yeah.
bloodlust,
8?
everything
10?
Warrior's the
available
kind of spec that
they
like you
have
just don't see it in
try
live
and
keys,
get
but
through this
it's
A
probably
as quickly
pretty
as
close to
possible,
being good
B,
enough.
without anybody
And so
dying,
if given an
C,
opportunity
without losing anything.
play in
We're
the
gonna be
MDI,
tagging everything
I
we
think
can
it probably
see. That
shows
is
people
1
like,
point
you know,
collar,
if you
2
just
point
happen to
collar,
bring an
Rogue
arms warrior to
Tyrants,
your key,
everything
like good
into
stuff
that
could happen.
Gemellis area, and Dispel is not for the faint of heart.
It's the Shaman Ascendance versus the damage from the Survival Hunter and Arms Warrior. Those are kind of the key differences. The Devourer Demon Hunter should
Bro, this
have
pull
really
looks
good damage
fucking
here with that Void
gnarly.
Metamorphosis, but it's
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
this pull
This is probably the
crazy.
biggest pull I think in
For
the
Dignitas Dignitas
cool
here.
right
They
now.
need
Holy
to make sure they
shit.
get the
Are these
tyrant
mobs
off, and
just
they need to make
piss,
sure
or
that
is
they
it
get the
just,
void collar
No,
off.
there's
Game plan
the
is
two
the
big
exact
guys
same for
do
Liquid's as
AoE
well.
that hurts
Those are
really
the
bad,
things that
and there's
gate
like
the Nihilist
3
from
terrors
spawning.
they have to
You
kick.
don't
Are you
care
full wet?
about that void collar that's coming in a little bit late. Instead, you only care about
This
the
is the
bombs that
Mistweaver special.
pre-existed in this room before you
Yeah,
got
but also
pulled out
Mistweaver
with.
is back
And
to
on the
just spinning
right-hand
and full
side here,
lay
attack is
enhancing every
dropping
global. So
lower and lower for Dignitas. Some of the bolts are going off, but they're making sure to get the void terror fear kick.
Yep, still have
every
Incarn,
single
or is
time
that
and get
a
those going
mistake
off,
on the
and it would
broadcast?
be an absolute wipe, a catastrophe. And
It
Dignitas
usually
here,
comes up like halfway
Camillus
through the
is
Hold
spawn.
on,
Some
focused
people
hold on,
send it,
hold
some
on.
people don't.
and getting
Liquid's
ready to
guy is
spawn.
lower?
And I think Liquid and Dignitas
It all
are gonna
matters
be
who
pulling the
spawns the
boss at the
boss
same time
first.
here, Makes.
But yeah,
Yes,
it actually spawns at the same
once
time.
again, There's like 2-3 seconds.
And Ellie should be quicker on this
between
boss than
Dignitas and Liquid on the
Arms.
spawn time here.
Well,
And I
except
will
the
say that
Ascendance is a
Arms
minute.
Warrior loves this fight, right?
Oh,
It's
Yeah,
yeah.
but he's
so
gonna send
much
and kill the boss
cleave,
maybe.
especially
Okay,
if
Kira
the tank is able
used
to get
Incarn on
many
that
of
pull,
the
and Yips is
Gemini
using it on
shades
boss.
close to it.
Yeah.
There's just so much that
That's the Yips diff.
they are going
Come on,
to be
Yips diff.
benefiting off of here. But Liquid adding in those
Okay,
additional
but what if it was
void
better on the
infused
pull?
light
This is
orbs,
where they're getting
gonna
the
be
extra
getting
count,
some
right?
Extra stacks, but that
I
also
lied,
means
Ellie's
there's
ass
some
in this
extra
boss.
damage shots coming in. These guys hurt.
These
I
guys
made
hurt
that
a lot
up
more than
entirely.
the other worms. For some
I thought it
reason,
was
Ellie
good,
looked
but
like
then
shit.
I think it's
two
like
people
twice
just
the
yelled at me
damage of the
instantly
other
saying it was
mana
ass.
And so even
Alright.
on a plus 15, they do a ridiculous
Meanwhile,
amount of damage.
Warrior
If the
probably
Liquid here
fucking
believe it.
are
dominates
able to
because
get
you
those
just
kill
have
off, and
the squid
Dignitas,
guys
are
standing
they
next
just
to each other
ahead
the
in
whole
count? Okay,
time.
no, there's a
Yeah.
Voidwalker here. That's 1.2%. But I think Dignitas is still just head and count.
Yips is second.
Yeah, I think they
That's
are
my goat.
ahead a
That's my goat right
little
there.
bit. That Voidwalker should give
Ascendant's
them
coming up in
time
20, he's gonna
too,
delete the
so-
boss.
Mobs, I
Yep,
see.
yep.
Still
Yeah,
in
in the
the
back
room for
there.
Liquid. Yeah, this is fine.
I mean, every time he's
Coming
pressed
in
Ascendant
now,
so far,
Void
and we've been
Terror
like,
will
here
be
it
added
comes.
now.
It's just been like,
It's a little
you know,
bit safer,
not
right?
amazing.
You don't
Yeah,
do everything at
pretty
once, you're just getting
lackluster.
additional cleave on the boss that's already a cleave boss, so I don't think that's a bad thing per
Yeah.
se, but
I don't even
There it
think
is.
he's. Oh,
it
he's
also doesn't
Ascendanting.
accelerate Liquid,
Oh,
which is
look,
kind of
I
Kira
mean,
got
nothing's
another
even like
Incarn on
really
the boss.
stacked because it seems really inefficient.
Dignitas, I mean, look at it. They're already
Nah,
finished
Dig's
with
flying,
Gemellus
bro.
once again.
No.
They're going to leave the room,
No, bro,
leave
no.
Liquid
No.
to finish out that
Yargi.
boss
It's never
by
over.
themselves
Someone on
Yargi.
Dignitas
midway
could
for that last
DC.
part
Yargi.
of the dungeon.
9 seconds.
Make something
to
happen,
separate
Yargi.
the
DC
two
now.
teams right now. With
Tell him,
Dignitas
say the
still in
say the
lead,
original
on
version of
that
the quote,
physical
hopeful.
comp, with the battle shout,
I can't.
with the survival hunter arms warrior duo.
Someone can always
Respect
break
for
into
right,
Yargi's
we'll put them
house.
in a corner, and
That's
we
right.
didn't
There you
know
go.
whose
Yep,
composition
yep.
Yesterday
would
it
be
was
better.
game's
Liquid
never
is
over.
playing
They could always
composition that
suffer a
most
home
people
invasion.
they
Wait, do
want
you have his
every single
account info?
MDI would describe as probably more
I
in
mean,
line with what
probably,
Liquid
I
did.
could get-
Piloted
Log-
his account.
no, just
I
log
can
on.
log in.
Bro, log on his shit right now. Quick DC.
And you see Kira.
I
he's
just have
running
everyone in
all the way
Liquid's
up to the
login
top
info,
of the
just
spire,
whenever.
And he's running and he's grabbing this Void Caller, Demonic Tyrant, and Dignitas. All they have to do is once those two mobs go down.
Dude, that would actually be crazy. What if he just like went offline
once
right
some
now?
of the
We'd get
shredders
sued
are a
or
little bit
something.
Lower, they're going to start
Oh,
chaining into the
100%
boss.
something would
it's really
happen.
that Tyrant and that Void Caller that is stopping Dignitas from pulling the final
Oh,
boss.
I mean, I'm praying to all the gods that
Yep,
someone
and
on
you can
Dignitas
see the
dies
same
in game.
thing on
Nah,
the
they're-
side of
Dignitas
Liquid.
has got this,
Some
I think.
of those markers also have been deployed just to make sure that everybody's focusing the right thing, which is that Void Caller, like you're mentioning, for both of the teams.
It's
Of course,
actually
every single time it casts a little bit of AoE,
karma.
but you also
'Cause
want to
Hopeful
keep
spent the
those
beginning of
Void
the weekend
Terrors under
saying
control,
Miscount
which is
sucked ass
exactly
at
what's
MDI.
happening, because
I said
Dignitas is
historically
already
they've never
starting
done well at
to
MDI,
forward,
and
now
that's just
we're
true.
gonna be running,
Yeah,
we're just
the
gonna be
only
flooring it.
caveat there
The
is
same
that
thing is
when they
happening
got
for
real
Liquid. These
good and
guys
like
don't
clearly
have
jumped to the
any
next
time
level,
to
it just
spare.
happened to be in
Yeah,
an
I think that
expansion
there's
where
also a
there
thing
wasn't
with,
this tournament
pets as
happening. It was
well
just the other
on,
one, and
Yeah.
you could
these
assume that they
pulls
could
That's
have
what they
maybe
said
just
too.
made
Like
that
you
same
were
jump
pointing
there.
out, that pets can actually just get stuck and end up
Come on,
pulling
Liquid.
some of the mobs below. But it looks like for both
Yips
Dignitas
Druid
and
tech.
Liquid,
I mean,
has
low-key,
not
it is
happened. The DK
close.
pets did end up getting desummoned.
Yeah, but like the reason
Dignitas,
it's
I
close
think
is just
that the
because of
Survival Hunter
cooldown
also
desync.
dismissed
Like
his pet, just
the
to make sure
every
that there
time like
was
the
never a
cooldowns have caught up and
possibility
Liquid is
that,
used, they're still just like 10% behind. But I
catastrophic
fucking believe
extra
though.
Tyrant gets pulled.
I fucking believe.
Something to be aware of here.
Shine
as
holding
both of our
Ascendants for
teams
less.
Still have that devouring tyrant with them on the Gentrius. Is every
Burb's
single
not gonna
time
have
it does that devouring
CD
strike. You
for
can see
less
it
right
right
away?
now on Kira on the right hand side. It puts a massive heal absorb onto the tank. So something
They're also
both of
gonna
the
get
healers
Dig's
will
Lust
need
is,
to
like,
manage,
3
whereas
seconds
Liquid
early or something,
also
too.
Still needs to deal with
Yeah.
those void terrors that have now died off, but even with all of that, and even with a Tyrants on both sides now starting to drop slower and slower. Dignitas is only
I think Liquid have
ahead
better
by
CD
a
timings
couple
here.
percent. A single death on this boss fight.
Come on.
Dignitas has better
Dignitas
count.
notably
Theirs
also
is
gets their
exactly
bloodlust up
100%.
3 seconds
Liquid
earlier than the
power.
Liquid, which is not normally a thing that you point out, but in a map that
I
has
feel
been
like this is gonna
separated
be
by
within, like,
7
3 seconds of
seconds
each other.
on the Gamilla split, it is something that you have
There's
to watch
lust
out
and everything
for.
on
Bloodlust
every
has been
side.
pressed by both teams now. The army is being
Incarn.
pressed by both of the
Incarn with
Death
Yips
Knights.
during
You
lust.
have the Shaman
Come on.
and the Ascendants. You have the Colossus.
Kira, no Incarn.
and the it's not coordinated assault now. It's takedown. Takedown for the survival
No,
hunter.
come on.
No, Ascendance is
Slow
over.
down,
No,
slow down,
it's
slow
not
down.
good.
He actually is not in void meta on the side of Liquid.
Someone die, please
Now
jump
is
off.
in
No,
void
please.
meta.
Quick little
15
death.
Please, I've
on
seen
the
so
box.
Damn it.
Dignitas have already Already
Wow.
down to Gentrius, stopping the clock
Damn,
at 12
bro.
minutes, 11 seconds, and they go
It's a
for the
five.
first
fluke.
sweep,
Yeah,
and
it's a
the
fluke, it's a fluke.
champions, the reigning
That's a
champions,
6-second.
You need 5
into
games.
the finals.
Amazing to see.
Dude, here's what I mean, I think Dig just like outplayed them comp wise, right? Because like Dig barely beat, they had a great time, but they beat them in this map. In map 1, obviously Liquid was better without the death. I don't know how close that would have been. But like
see,
the
this goes
second map,
back-
it seems like Liquid just like had no chance in the second map, and their comp seemed like
Yeah,
they knew
both
that.
runs
that
were
was, like,
clean, but they were like a minute
the
behind.
first run. That's what I think the speculation was that Dignitas was taking the L on that one by playing Brewmaster instead of Guardian Druid. And so then you have to say like, okay, well, if they'd have played Guardian Druid in map 1, what would it have looked like?
So just for
Would they have
reference,
just
both
taken
of
map
these
1?
runs would be the
And-
fastest runs we've
And
seen in
I think this was a great
for Liquid,
demonstration of like the
unfortunately,
comp
Dignitas played
rules,
at the same
where
time, so they're not going to get
I feel like
that kill
having
even for a
such
split second.
dramatically
But
different
both
comps
these
in game
runs are
3
faster than
kept the entire
anything
thing
we've seen in that dungeon
really,
yet by about 4 or 5 seconds. And of course,
really
Dignitas
interesting
with that
because you had no
the
idea. You know, you've got
fastest run
Hopeful here being
in
like,
the
I'm pretty sure
game.
Ellie
Impressive
owns on
stuff.
this boss, and then Chad being like,
Yeah, he just
Ellie's
made it
dog
up.
shit on this boss.
Fucking made it
And
up.
you're like, okay, well, we've
Sorry.
got, you know, cooldowns coming up for one team. I don't even know what Warrior does. Like, you know, are they, what, 3 targets sounds good? Okay, they're bringing in funnel.
Yeah, I like Dig's comps better. I mean, it was still a best of 3 series that was decided by 6 seconds. They did really good. Now they have to what? We get to watch Liquid 2 more times in a row now.
Yep, I mean, actually, low-key, this is a good thing.
Wait, how many
get
matches
to
are
watch
there
them play
today?
more.
Is it upper
4
finals, then there's one more, and then it's lower finals, and then
Yeah, it won't be Liquid this game. It'll be
Yeah.
whoever.
Dude,
came
I
out
might have
yesterday.
to. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to go before the finals. Maybe that's gonna
You're gonna
suck.
take a 15-minute nap?
No, I mean like I have somewhere to be at like
Oh, I
in like
see.
3 hours.
Liquid are able to.
That should be enough
This
time.
could be. I think this will be done in 3 hours.
There would have to be a couple 2-0s, I think, for that to be true.
Well, I think the Liquid lower finals will be a 2-0.
Where
And
we were just
then-
watching the
No
same
jinxing.
exact pull with the exact same.
Because that's the thing we
exact
actually
same
care
bars.
about, like
There
low-key.
were a
Like
couple of slight
the
differences in
Yeah,
strategy,
getting
of course.
to
getting to
Getting to
globals is all that.
globals is-
Getting to BlizzCon is all that matters.
And ended up going for.
This is
a little
actually
bit
an
less amount
interesting,
early, right? You can see that 3% differential,
format
but
because
this is a point where
I-
both teams are collecting count, but it was about 3%.
It's one of those things where I don't think they announced who,
for a while
like, what
until
the
Liquid
bracketing
found a
looks
little
like
bit of
at
extra
globals.
count. But yeah, the big
So,
thing for me was just how the two teams
It may well be
were
that getting
neck and
second
neck the
place at
whole
one of
way
these
through.
tournaments
Dignitas
actually sets you up
opened the
better
lead further, Liquid
at
closed it
globals.
back.
What?
Dignitas opened it further, Liquid closed
Like,
it back.
they haven't
Liquid
said
were never ahead, though.
how
Dignitas were always
the,
either tied or winning. But yeah, we were
bracket's
watching
gonna
the
look
split- the split
at globals,
screen
I
here,
don't
just
think.
The entire map, watching
So,
it could have been the
I don't
same
even know
footage
that
on
teams
both
know
teams if it weren't for the
if
different
getting
specs
first or
a lot
second
of the time.
in
But
the group
at
stage
that end boss,
actually
it was
gains you an
Dignitas that were able
advantage
to just get in combat a
with
couple of
the
seconds faster,
how
and
the seeding
basically
works at globals.
the amount of
It may
time
well
they
be
got
that
in
getting
combat with the
second
boss
randomly
first
gets you
was
like
the
actually
amount of
a
time they won the
more
map by.
compelling
There was
draw
no
at
difference,
globals.
acceleration or deceleration during the boss
Yeah,
fight.
maybe.
Both teams put out the exact same boss DPS over the duration of
How are they
going
gonna
to
seed the Chinese teams?
It ended up being Dignitas.
Well, that
won
that
this
is
one, but
the
wow.
kind of the big question
That
is
is,
I don't
that's
know
one
where
that I
the
think
Chinese
Liquid
teams are
would have been
going,
surprised to find out they lost there after they killed that boss.
and that was
Movies to go
the
head-to-head never gets old. I just love watching them race.
that was the
against
thing
each
I got
other, and
upset
I
about
mean,
a few
yeah,
times
seeing that
in
performance on that
MDI
final boss, it comes down
back
to
in like
literal
BFA
seconds
was I think
once
the Chinese
again between
teams
these two teams. But
were
I'm sure it's just making
given
Liquid want
the equivalent
even
of like
more to
one
have
seeds.
that comeback.
And I was
So
like,
we'll
these
see
are
what
not one
happens,
seed teams,
but
man. Give me a
things have
fucking
shaken
break.
out now
And then
after
I was
our
like,
first two
yeah.
series
if these
in a
guys are
bracket.
one-seeded teams,
Tunnels, can you give us a little
and they
bit of
play a
touch base on where we
second-seeded
currently stand?
Western
Right, so
team,
that
tell
was
me
a-
which of the
that was a bit
second-seeded
of a
Western teams
treat
are playing
that we
because I
had
want
there.
that
Now
seed.
you see Dignitas, they have moved into the finals. Liquid have been dropped to the lower bracket finals.
Anyone have eyes on the
Next map that we
Chinese
have
teams?
available
If
for-
they're good
the
or
next
not
match that we have
this time
available
around?
for us, though, is the Create team
I would
versus
assume
Dr.
no, but I
Fry
don't want to
series. The
assume,
team
you
that
know.
ends up losing that is going to have their BlizzCon and
I don't think anyone knows, right?
final streams
Yeah, I
snubbed.
It's
all made
The
up.
team that
Attention at all.
wins that is going
I
to
can
have
make
to
something
Pretty
go
sure all the
against
good players are
Liquid,
just
the powerhouse
doing
that
them
we just saw
high
take
keys
Dignitas
RMTing.
to a 3-map series in the lower
Dude, as
finals,
they
and
should.
So they're going to have
As they should,
to-
dude. I want to RMT high
I mean,
keys.
I
Dude,
do
RMT
already.
is
I don't know why
amazing,
I'm...
man.
I definitely think so, but
Arm
I
Team
mean,
was the
these
best of
teams have a
times.
lot
Actually,
that
like the
they're
guild
going to still have
sponsorship
to
era is
accomplish if
definitely
they want to
better.
make it
Like if they
through.
both could have
Great team
happened
in
at the
Ducks
same
and
time, though,
Fries,
that
they
would be
have
so
a lot
goated.
to show us. So everybody, while we take
It was just like
RMT
you just
team
did
is-
your weekly
every
runs. You didn't even
series,
think about it.
make
Someone was just
sure that
on
you
some
are
buyer's
glad
guy,
when it's done, because
and
there
like the
is
run
a
was just
lot
the
more
exact same. You'd
still
never
to
even think
come.
about it.
Up
Yet you were
next,
just
we'll have
making
Cream
like
Team versus Ducks Can Fly.
pretty good money, man.
Bank.
That was sweet.
I didn't even get anything out of mine.
You know who actually had it better than all other NA guilds? Fucking Encore, bro. The guild that like Goop and
Atlas.
Kevin and Atlas and all them came from. Yeah, like they had the absolute biggest whales, man. Just some oil barons.
Encore, I tell a story occasionally. I joined Encore for like a week, back in Legion, and because I was in this, I was in a guild before that was, I don't even think I kept track of like what world ranks were at that point, but I'm gonna make it up and say like maybe like a world rank 250 or 300 guild or something. And I had decided, I was like, I kind of want to like make that next step, like rating wise. Like I want to try to get into a better guild. So I looked around, I saw Encore, and I was like, these guys are good, and they seem chill. So
And they barely
I joined
rated.
their guild. And that was the thing. Yeah, I was like, they don't even raid that much more than the guild I was in, but they just finished the tier like a fucking month faster. So I was like, I'm gonna
Yeah.
have to Encore. So I get in and we're hanging out, and everything seems fun. Like all the guys in Encore seem cool, and we go to do the first raid week, and they're like, all right, we're gonna reclear. This was in Trial of Valor. They're like, all right, we're gonna reclear Trial of Valor. Here's access to our forums, and this has our strat for Helya. I was like, okay. I opened up the thread for Helya. I had to scroll down 10 times to see the entire strat for it. I read it for about 20 minutes, and then I messaged their GM and I said, I'm incredibly sorry, I've made a mistake. I don't actually want to do this, and if this is what it takes to kill this boss, I don't want to be involved in this, so I'm sorry for wasting your time, and good luck this tier. And then I quit.
Didn't JPC do that when he was coming back? He joined for like a week and then left as he saw 20 characters.
That sounds like yeah, he was doing like dungeons on a DK, and then he was like getting that passion again, and then he was definitely, yeah, there was a few times since JPC quit that he was like he wanted to come back and play, and then I mean that's definitely been the thing with other players too, where I'm pretty sure if you didn't have to do all this split stuff, we would instantly gain back like 4 or 5 people that have raided here before. If you didn't have to make 20 guys, it is easily the biggest attractor.
How's that gentleman's agreement working out?
Well, we kind of stopped talking about it because there's not a huge reason to do it mid expansion, right? Like it's super easy to have guys set up.
Yeah.
And with no heroic week, you're already kind of limited in what you're able to do. I think what we talked about, well, I reached out to Roger before the expansion and said we need to do something. They said it's too late. They already started their prep. And then after the race, he brought it up to me like, yo, we can't do
We gotta
this.
do something.
Yeah, and it's just on expansion start. Expansion start, you have to level all the guys. There's a full heroic week. It's
And
actually,
zeros.
Wait, so what's the gentleman's agreement? That you just limit the number of guys?
yes, it has
What the
to
fuck
happen.
are like Shaq and Fired Up gonna do?
What do you mean?
They'll do that shit for fun.
It doesn't
They'll
matter.
level guys and then just delete them if they have to.
It's not.
Yeah, Shaq's working on like
It's
character
not.
21 or something.
Yeah, like there's been a reason why we haven't done this before. It's because it's hard to police. What do you do with tanks and healers when they need extra options? What happens when a healer has, I'm just gonna make it up, 12 characters, and then it turns out the healer balance changed, and now they need a level 4 of these. Do they disqualify 4 of their other characters? You know what I'm saying? Like, how exactly do you do that? And the answer is, we haven't really spent a ton of time talking about it. I don't really know, but one thing is clear after this race is that what happened this race can never happen again. Like, ever. It can't. Like, people not only will, like, on the lines of, like, your best players will quit kind of thing, I think it's, like, genuinely unhealthy, the amount of, like, people were, like, getting sick during the race.
I think it was actually worse than just doing less. Like, doing 20 characters hurt us more than doing 14.
Oh.
Because, like, the mental strain and everything.
if another guild did if Echo did 20 and we did 14, I think there's a chance you lose if that happens, but I don't, you know, like, at least if you just like go back in time and like play the tier out over again.
Oh yeah, of course.
But yeah, I mean, would you have played better individually, not thinking about everything else with just like less strain? Yeah, I mean, players were absolutely fucked. It definitely can't happen again. So I think there will be something like that next expansion because things keep like ramping, but like this time it ramped too far.
Yeah, but you won.
Yeah, can you? And I'm saying that it needs to happen. Can you imagine if you put in all that effort and then just didn't win, and how much more unhappy?
Yeah,
your
I
players
can't
would be?
imagine. I sat around in the building and watched them do that shit. That shit's depressing.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It is. It sucks. Like the only reason you're doing it is because like you don't want another guild to do it, and then you like spend all this. You spend 6 months preparing, and then you lose because you just didn't prep as hard, right? But then if everyone has that mentality, you just keep pushing each other and pushing each other and pushing each other. But you just don't have to do that if everyone can kind of get on the same page with it. And and again, it's not easy to do, but it's just very simply, there is no choice now. It has to happen.
Okay. Well, I'm sensing weakness in the Race to World First. I think I'm going to make my own guild for the tryhards that don't want any part of this shit and just want to level 40 characters. And we will win every race.
Okay.
So if you're out
I'm
there,
with you, JV.
if you're one of the Liquid or Echo players and you like making 40 characters and you think this sounds like some pussy shit,
Yeah.
I'm going to make a home for you.
Yeah.
What are we watching right now?
We're watching some team that apparently was not ready to play
It's
yet,
at least 10
and
minutes in the dungeon.
the casters
Might
got
even be
told to
7.
fill 5 minutes.
Oh
6,
my
7.
god! Come
6,
on, man.
7.
6-7.
Could be.
I'm
And then
on a
mobs
time
will
crunch,
heal
man.
as well, that's another thing that happens. Mobs heal, right? So that's really bad. If it's a boss that's at low HP, that's just catastrophic. It's disastrous for you. And then your cooldowns, right? Cooldowns. I should have gone with CDs, but we'll write out the whole cooldowns here.
Cool.
That's a
Great
little
handwriting.
blunder there. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm left-handed, but I use my mouse with my right hand, so this always is. Anytime I'm drawing letters, it looks pretty bad. But yeah, your cooldowns will be bad. So if your cooldowns are bad, now you
Of course
can't make the
Dratnos
same
is
pull. You
left-handed.
Shadow Meld go on cooldown, and now you can't do a skip. And then sometimes you
Is he
try and do
left-handed?
the same pull, and then you wipe again.
That's
and
what
it
he just
turns
said.
into
Oh, wow.
11 or 16. Some ridiculous amount of deaths.
Or 17.
And things can get very bad. 17 even. It's a possibility, right? All of that can happen off of just that one wipe. So that first wipe over here, if you can stop that, if you can cut that off at the source, then none of this has to happen, and you can get all your time back. So that's currently our best theory. Our leading theories on why wipes are bad.
Thank you so much. I mean,
Chat wrote
scientists.
that down.
Yeah, chat, please,
Yeah.
please write this down. This is cutting technology right here. And of course, scientists and mathematicians will continue to try to puzzle this one out. But Dr. Atnos, I think that you really did a great job solving it. So thank you so much for coming here and gracing us with your knowledge.
Thank you.
I mean, honestly, these things compound, though, in ways that you don't necessarily think. You can look and be like, oh yeah, a wipe is bad. But there's a lot that goes into it, especially with speedrunning. So, you know, I mean, ducks can fly. Those deaths will cost them. But
Oh, what's the story with
maybe
this new
they're a little bit
Lucid
worried
guild?
about Create Team as well, though, if they end up on a
Just
map.
seems
Who?
like it's a
Yeah, so interestingly enough,
just seems like it's
I've
a
been,
guild
you know,
for
looking
people
over
who
the
don't want to raid a
events
lot,
last
but
night
raid with good
after
people.
the MDI Saturday had ended, and I've been comparing teams and trying to kind of see how they approached your ban situation.
Is
and
that
I
is that
noticed
all you needed to
something
know?
that we
I think that's
Yeah,
that's
I
pretty
just
much
didn't
all there
really
is
know
to it.
anything about them. I just saw, I think it was like Kevin and Atlas were making it or something.
Oh, it's that guild.
Yeah, yeah. No, I like, dude. I was so confused because I heard, like I like logged on one day. My chat's like, yeah, do you see ID is splintering? And I'm like, what the fucking? There a coup happening? And then I checked the Lucid Guild, which is what they're referring to, and it was like 3 people that I know want to just raid way less times in general. So I'm just like, oh, they're just doing some casual shit, and it turned out that was the case. But I think some people think it's like some kind of like really competitive guild, but like those people are gonna like do the absolute bare minimum. Which I think there's like a market for that. I think it's different than Velocity too, because I think that's like Velocity's thing, right? Like I think they like are really efficient, low raid days, stuff like that. But I think Velocity like really cares about efficiency and like trying real hard. I think that guild is going to be insanely laid back.
This is like it's like if you're in Liquid and you don't like the number of hours you're rating, then you go to ID. And then if you're in ID and you don't like the number of hours you're rating, you're like, this is still too much, then you go to Lucid.
That's that's actually probably pretty similar. Yeah, that's probably what it is.
The duos that each of them play heading into the other maps in our series, though. What do you think, Tettles?
Probably not. Like I think that you just kind of go with the exact same game plan that you had earlier on in this weekend. Like I think it was the first map of the series. Yeah.
I don't know if it's been like this every tier, and I've just only been paying attention now because I've been doing more of them. But I feel like Liquid has fully outsourced its raid gearing by doing like weekend alt runs with pugs.
No, we
I feel
do.
like I see.
I think that's just Shaq.
Yeah, it's like Shaq and Lip and a few others that have incredible passion.
This season because it pushes teams to have potentially multiple.
Sang was.
strats.
I was doing something with Sang where he was talking about when he'd be available to do keys, and he was like, "Well, it can't be it can't be Tuesday because we do main raid, or Wednesday. Thursday is my something other guild. Friday I do an alt raid. Saturday is for my weekend prog guild. I think Sunday I'm available, and then Monday is mop raid."
I mean, those guys are different. Like,
And I was
Sang
like,
is just
I was
so
like, "Sang,
funny.
are you
Sang
raiding more
loves
than you
WoW.
were during prog?"
Yeah. So I think there might be a few levels to that. Sang is always kind of rated in other guilds in general. He just loves WoW a lot. So he's probably not a good example, but I know there's this thing where, you know, there's like, okay, when you're a DPS player at least, not a healers and tanks, this is unrelatable. But once you finally get a fucking jacked character, it's actually usually pretty fun to like play that character and like just try to do as much damage as you can do in farm. And what happens in race guilds is that like never really happens. The second you're on a character in raid that gets like all the stuff you need, you're never gonna see a raid on that character ever again. It's gonna be
Yeah, now you're
replaced.
done.
It's gonna be replaced with another one of your guys that needs gear. Because like the sole purpose of farm is to like make gold and to have them as geared as possible for next tier or for Spore Walker Cho.
Yeah, I have actually noticed that this tier that like it's almost more fun when you're on a shitty character because you show up to raid and everything's an upgrade, and then once you've gotten everything and you're like, well, why the fuck am I even coming to this anymore? I should get on another shitty character.
Yep. It turns your guys into like machines. They're not like characters you care about. They're just like numbers. All right, who's good between these two teams?
I'm
well,
pretty sure they're pretty even.
I raided with one of the guys from Ducks.
Is he
involved,
sick?
So I have to root for them. Yes, Mirage.
Yeah, he only got a 2-star on that damage amp yesterday.
I'm sure that wasn't his fault. He was probably experiencing a home invasion.
Oh, true. You never discredit that. Catchers don't believe in ducks.
That's fine.
First map, Create
I like
Team
Create Team
versus
just 'cause of the
Ducks
Mistweaver's
Can Fly here on Windrunner Spire Zyro.
Hitty
Yeah, and we're
Q.
seeing already kind of a mirror matchup. All the teams on the exact
Q
same top
sack.
with one slight variation.
sack.
We have the Unholy DK versus the Frost DK, actually two variations. Unholy versus Frost. And we also have Destro versus Affliction. So same class, different specs makes.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it is both classes we
On the
this
no-
is a showdown of like mirror comp, but different specs. We got Unholy and Destro on one side and Frost Half on the other.
Okay, you know how like there's the whole theory in previous MDIs where like winning the upper finals is really good because now you have like the whole day to practice the upper finals map pool. And like if you're in the lower finals, you have to think about that map pool and then like you're less prepared. But that hasn't generally ever seemed to be like a huge deal. Do you think it's like a bigger deal now because in a 5-game series the comp thing is like much more real?
It's always been a big deal. Anybody that says that they think the lower bracket's actually like a sneaky buff.
No, I'm not saying
fucking-
that. Yeah.
Fucking go ahead and play lower finals. I'll take upper every fucking time.
Yeah, that's not.
I think it's definitely a bigger deal now because like in lower finals, you'd be playing a comp you're not going to play for the finals, and you just lose that practice. Not like lose the practice time, but you're just doing something that you wouldn't be
Because
doing.
isn't there a
grand finals.
scenario where you're playing a map in the grand finals that you would have actually played earlier in the week, but now you have to play a different comp in it? You know?
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah. So
Now,
like,
what I will
that's
say
weird.
is that this tournament, because it's the qualifier into grand finals, I know, like Shelly and Roybin's team looked bad
A lot
when
of
they got
stress
to
here,
grand
actually.
final, or when they got
Goodface
to grand finals
just now
of their group
cleansing
stage.
that
But that
debuff.
doesn't
And
matter
we were
'cause they
talking about it.
qualified.
But this
Well,
poll
right,
is
we were
done by
speculating. It was
Creative
like,
Team.
know,
Probably a
if
full
they,
15 to 20 seconds
it was
faster.
like one map in particular, and
It
it was like,
absolutely
and I looked through
is.
the
Duxton
dungeons
Fly
they
are
played, and I was
starting
like,
to
I don't
finish
think this
some of
map
those
showed up
drops
for them in
off,
any
and
other
it is
series
taking them
except
a
grand
couple
finals.
seconds longer
And
for
if
sure.
your
You can see
goal is
Goldface,
simply to make
he's trying to
globals,
cut down on that
if there's a
walking time,
dungeon
taking the
that
entire team for a
only
little
shows up in
adventure,
grand finals,
while
you
the
can
last
probably
couple of
safely
leavers
ignore
are
that.
still alive,
Like game
and
planning
they're
for that,
already on to the next goal. This is
in any
everything
serious
on the
way,
Derelict
because
duel.
if you're
There is
playing in that
behemoth
map,
in
that
there
means you've
we
already
always
locked up
like to call out
global
because it is a
finals.
massive
So
mob,
you probably
does a lot
don't
of
really care
damage,
if you
it
look like
needs to
shit
be
in that
controlled.
this
You
tournament,
can
unless you're one of
whatever team's
like maybe
advantage
4
is,
teams in the
and
tournament that
Duxton Fly should be having
are
some
the
of additional
likely
factors walking
favorites
through
to
as
advance to
well.
BlizzCon, and you want to
Looks like
just
they have a little bit
show off.
less on
Yeah.
the Dignitas
I,
than
I
where
think they should also. Can we get access to this? Does anyone know if we could get? What I loved looking at as soon as MDI started was like looking at map pools that we would potentially play. This was more interesting for us maybe when there was bans, because then the reason you would do this is you'd be like, okay, what can we ban and like literally never have to spend any time on, kind of
Yeah.
thing. But like, and I guess that's not the case anymore. But it would be interesting to look at Liquid and Dig's full like map pools that they would, and like think of it like you were that team. Like, what would you have prepared the most and stuff like that to like.
Oh, I love doing that.
It's so fun, but we would have to get one of the teams to give us that because
Yeah.
it's only
Because
in
last
China.
time I was in global finals, we did not need to play a dungeon, and we just didn't need to practice it whatsoever.
Yeah, so
Well, like we did technically fell down the lower, but we were confident we were gonna fall down the lower, so we put like very little practice into it.
I was also not super aware of the Boomy thing. When did Cine play instead of Boom?
it absolutely is. I'm curious.
Just this weekend, I
don't-
think.
I don't know. Yeah, just this weekend, but I don't know when Sydney started practicing with them. I think it was like maybe over a week ago,
Okay.
week and a half.
So like I think also if you're Liquid like and you really want to win this, I feel like if you know you're not even playing, like you're having a sub play for the weekend, the main thing is just finding a way to qualify. So like if they would have spent, if they had reduced practice time with Cine, they're gonna have more focused on just getting themselves to the grand finals than the actual grand final pool potentially. But I want to. Do we know some? I guess we could reach out to people and see if they'll give us a screenshot, because I've shown this on previous watch parties and I don't think Blizzard cares, because it's like it's all it is just showing the maps, right? But it's like it's really cool to look at. Last Sunday apparently is when they is when Cine came in. Do you know if Boom's gonna try to play globals? I actually don't even know what's going on with him. Is he hurt?
I don't know either. I remember last like during main raid he just said he hurt his back and that's why he wasn't playing.
No, yeah.
No, like I'm sure a back injury is debilitating, but I will be honest. I was like, wait, if you had a back injury, wouldn't that give you like more time to play World of Warcraft?
No, I mean he has infinite time to play World of
No.
Warcraft anyway. Dude, if you have like a really bad injury and like you have like a headache all day from like I could see that.
You don't
being,
wanna do
like,
anything,
Actually, so
yeah.
bad, yeah. Like literally sitting
wanna
down
bed her
hurts
up.
probably. It also is kind of a sick injury to have, just in terms of you can say like you were carrying so hard that like you literally broke your back.
Mhm.
So there was a little bit of time lost there, whereas the movement cooldowns for Duxton Fly just naturally came up right around when they pulled the boss. It's probably why it's so close here.
How old is
Creatine, though,
Boomy?
And Duxton Fly both gathered
He's
up
really
the
he's
next
like one of the
massive
youngest players in our guild, I think.
Yeah, he
Like
can't
22,
be old
right?
enough to be having back injuries, right?
Line of sighting through both of these doors.
I don't know.
Yep, whereas Duxton
You,
Fly are
no matter how old you are, bro, if you're carrying that hard, your fucking back will go. You know.
inside that door hallway, and then eventually will go outside once some of this traffic
I haven't had a
has
back
died
injury
off.
yet.
I personally
I'm
love
waiting for
when
one.
Really?
people go outside
Yeah.
here because
Sorry, I didn't mean to
they
sound so
walk
surprised,
past
but
No, it is a surprising thing.
a little bit scary, was able to be healed off
I wake up
by
sometimes, my knees start cracking.
So both of these teams are making
Yeah, I have
headway
other
in
shit that's
this
fucked,
full
but my
on
back
OC
'Cause-
Ducks and Fly, go face down.
Full wipe.
Yeah, Dux is dead.
Tragedy.
GG.
Yes.
Ducks.
All right, well there goes the rest of that game.
Wait, are you gleefully rooting for Ducks just because you like the name Titty Q?
Yeah.
Vibes are indeed bad.
I mean, that
Nice.
was exactly what I was talking about there. The 2-minute cooldowns were not back up for Mirage on the Frosty K on that poll.
You gotta root for something when you don't know anyone on any
The
team.
damage differential,
guess.
Look on the screens here. Create
But there was so much
they're
delight
up
in that.
50%.
Full wipe, yes!
The Frosty K on Ducks Can Fly. Poll lasted
It's almost like the end of the game. It's like watching someone beat someone by 5 seconds. It's like, regardless of the circumstances, it just means the map is over and the other team has won.
Mhm.
Unless
the home invasion part.
Unless the home invasion.
On any particular flowers that they would have had on that pole as well, and it was too much damage for Goatface to live through. Now, Create Team, a massive pull on top of Ember Dawn of their own. They do have that Bloated Lasher to deal with. Spore Dispersal going out just now. Lots of AoE damage on top of the debuffs that Ember Dawn is putting out on the players as well.
Dude, so that's sick. So no matter how Liquid does this weekend, is hopefully as they still qualify, but we can just be like, bro, they're fucking playing with a sub. What do you mean? But then that's actually slandering Cine. Cine is a
Yeah, it's
massive,
slandering Cindy, I was about to say.
Cine is a massive beast, but I feel like there's no way any team on that's ever existed, if you replace one of their players, especially in this comp swapping thing where you have a lot more variations to learn, like you are definitely not playing at 100% because you're just losing weeks of practice time.
There was tournament in the past where Jeet swapped in for Zalia one weekend and they still won.
Yeah, winning is binary. That's not like you could just say they would have still played better with their main guy, though, right? Actually, we did have Kevin get sick, I think, during some practice, and we had a Vade. It was a Demon Hunter season, and we had a Vade play specifically for all of our, not workshop, what was the other one? Junkyard, all of our junkyard practice, and it was, like, just fine. It was good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm
You
linking
did
the
it.
dungeon list for Group C.
You didn't have to clarify that if Evade was playing, it was a Demon Hunter season.
He plays a couple other niche specs, actually. He loves an
I
arcane
know,
mage.
he plays the weirdest shit.
Yeah,
plays like
he actually
for a long
put
time-
Survival Hunter.
Yeah, Survival. He played like Shadow Priest before Shadow Priest was ever good at anything.
Yeah, Survival, importantly, before it was ever meta. Like,
Yeah.
I know it was real good a couple of times, but he played that shit when it was trash. He actually just loves super niche specs that people think are bad. I think Evade's gonna be in that guild too, the Lucid guild, which makes sense, right? He's a one character Andy.
I think Evade has to be at the top of my list of people who just continuously confuse me with how good they are at WoW and how little they seem to give a shit about, like, demonstrating it on a regular basis.
Yeah, they just have no competition drive. Like they don't. Yeah, that makes sense.
Evade shows up and does keys for like a month, maybe. I don't know where he raids or if he raids each season. But every time he plays, it's like, God damn, Evade's good at this game.
Yeah, he's real good. He's just a genius, bro. That guy's so smart. He that we've had people like that in our guild that are like pretty openly like not very competitive. Like they're basically at this level because they just absolutely love playing WoW and they would do it all day every day. But if you were to ask them and they would even publicly state like, yeah, it doesn't really matter to me that much if we win or lose. I just really enjoy doing it. Which I find that to be like, it is kind of insane that people would spend that much time and do that much thing to do some, like do that much like prep for something where they don't really care about the outcome. They just love it for the love of the game kind of thing.
I actually think Shaq's like that. I think Shaq would do 20 characters even if he wasn't doing the race.
That's a tough one. Because I know exactly what you mean. He just like fucking loves
I don't know if
the
he's
game.
faking it though.
He loves winning, bro. He fucking loses his mind when we kill bosses. Like, so I don't know. That is a hard one though.
Because he joined Liquid basically because he was just doing all the same fucking prep you guys were. Like he was like playing with like Preheat and Dosu, doing islands like 18 hours a day, and I think at some point
if you were
it was
doing
just like-
islands before it
Yeah.
was a requirement.
he was
that,
in
yeah, you're built
he was
for
in
this
the
shit.
2-day guild with me, you know, where like we were raiding like I don't know fucking 6 hours a week or some shit, and then he did islands for like literally, I don't know, 16 hours a day.
Okay, islands are
And-
like not that big of a deal though. Here's what I mean by that. It's one character. You don't have 20 characters, and all you're doing is just spamming some really low difficulty thing to make your character more powerful. But that's the same concept as like what anyone does in an ARPG, right? You just like slam hell tides or pits or nightmare dungeons or maps to make your guy stronger. It was just that was in Legion and in BFA. WoW gave you a way to do that on your WoW character. I think there's
Yeah,
a
my
lot
point
of
is-
non-race people that would still do that.
He was in a guild that like specifically didn't. That we were never going to need that level of power from his character because we were never going to get to a boss where that was important before that boss got nerfed. But he was just sitting in there having a great time doing fucking islands all day.
Like, dude, there are people who were like top 10, multiple people who were top 10 on artifact power that were not in any competitive guild, or in some cases even rated. They were just like dopamine character upgrade fiends that just like loved, you know what I'm saying? Like some people are just like super addicted to that.
Successful skip for our teams.
Now it's like
That was number one
requires
artifact
much
power in
more.
the world for a while.
Like no one actually genuinely enjoys having 10 demon hunters, you know? Like, at least I don't think so. You'd much rather have the other thing.
It looks like it's going to be too little too late for Ducks Can Fly. That full wipe once again costing them. We talked about this team throughout the
I said that about Sang one time. I said Sang didn't care that much about winning. He just really, he was basically doing the race world first to get earlier access to mounts and achievements, and then he was like really mad. He's like, that's not fucking true.
It's not fucking true. Fuck you.
Yeah, he was not. He did
Have
not
you
feel
seen
good
some of
about
his
that.
reactions? You get so happy.
No, yeah, Sang. Yeah, the last two tiers, when we won last time, he did a fucking barrel roll on the floor. That was fucking beast.
Yeah.
Okay, who in the guild hates losing the most?
Maybe me.
With the wall active, back to the tank for the second.
Uh,
Range players could just stand out here. Okay, and they're going to do it. Lock one
that's hard to say. Like, I feel like a lot of people. Boomy, maybe actually,
boss will be going down shortly for them.
but I don't think Boomy's ever lost.
Yeah, sometimes you have to just hold
That's my
someone
goat.
by the hand.
Like if we kill a boss or whatever, I will very rarely react in anything more than like maybe a sigh of relief or some shit. But if we fuck a boss up, then people 3 floors up are gonna hear about it.
I'm like genuinely depressed for 5 to 6 months if we lose, and that is why I hate losing so much, because I just know that's gonna happen to me. I don't know. I don't know if that affects everyone the same way. Maybe it does.
Yeah, I've never been happy killing a boss yet.
Yes, start right on pull here. Massive damage for the French team. How quickly can they kill this boss? And just
It'd be so different if it was like the MDI, bro. Like you lose in the MDI one weekend, it's fine. You can just like you'll play in the global finals. You'll play whatever. You'll like in league. You lose a game, you just get to play next week. It's chill. It's just like
No, it
5
still
fucking
it still
months, bro.
sucks. I get pissed off just in high keys if I don't get to walk right back into the same key. That's why I fucking hate depletion. If we go in and do like a 22 and we fuck it up, and now we can't do a 22 anymore, I'm pissed the fuck off because all I want to do is go back in and do the 22 again until we get it right.
Yeah, when Resilient came out, I thought it was perfect for you because that's like your whole bit. You like feel really strongly about that. So you love Resilient, right? You're a Resilient lover.
Yes, I would. In my ideal world, they just remove depletion completely. But the closer they get to that, the better.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll sit in a dungeon for. Like it's funny to me when we do live keys where we'll have these sessions where we'll go into a Resilient key and wipe in it for like 2 hours, and somebody will be like, "Let's go do something else, man. This is just I think people are losing focus or whatever." And I was like, "You weak bitch."
Yeah.
Like in the MDI, we would sit in this dungeon for 10 hours in a row.
Well, but you get knocked up, and being knocked up is a damage loss, ironic.
That is true.
Wait, when did Boomy actually
That's what
join?
they're here for, and that's exactly what Tatik is doing. They don't need to clear any of those devos here. They get to do it right now. There you go.
I want to say it was Dragonflight.
To be the last round that they need to play here as Creed team.
Was he here for Fyrak?
Onto the restless heart in this Windrunner Spire.
I feel like he would have had to have been there for Fyrak.
I think he might. I think Ansarek might have been his first raid, but let's see.
It was quick and clean from them here. Great to see Create Team coming in strong today, and Ducks Can Fly are going to have
All right,
to
Create
really
Team.
clean up their game play to stay in the running on
Yay.
this map. But here on the first one, we got to see
Fucking
a
go.
Now just win again.
sort of
Yeah,
running
Boom
war
isn't in the
along
comp
as
in
fast as Liquid's time.
Fire. Yeah, so Boomy's actually never lost. He just like won Brawlhalla infinite times, and then he just started joining WoW. He's actually never lost at anything.
I already was expecting them to play well in this.
I didn't know me and him started the race the same tier.
Previous best run was a 16-12. This was about 10
Mhm.
seconds
That's my
faster.
goat for a reason.
The question for me, can they continue to play this well for the rest of the series? And can they also play this well, but actually even better than that, to have a chance at upsetting Liquid next series? If they do make it there. That's the
He
real
lost
question.
that MDI? Oh,
I still want to
true.
know why sometimes they show boss
Top
damage
two
and
teams
sometimes
is the
they
grand
don't.
prize. You get to play at grand finals. But for the time
Okay, and
being,
as I say that,
so
they've.
just have to finish off the series now.
Indeed, I mean, they want to keep moving ahead, of course.
I guess they just ran out of.
They could definitely
all of
move
them.
some of these things out. You can just remove all of the effective HPS and healing done. That just doesn't matter. Even damage taken doesn't matter. It's a finite amount. If everyone's alive, there's an amount of damage you take and an amount of damage you heal. It's not relevant. Like if there was 2 healers, I get it. You're like, who's doing the most healing or something? Like, I don't know.
Or whatever the fuck healers care about.
Do you know what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
Like it's just you can't.
Well, to some extent, there is something to be said for if like one team just needed dramatically more healing, and you're like, that's interesting.
No, it
Like,
doesn't matter.
why did the one team need?
Like
so
I
much
see
more
having healing done here, like on this frame, like where it's like the healers can like look at a gigantic pull and they're like, oh my god, look how much HPS he's doing. I get that, but like end of a dungeon, like healing done, it's just a binary. He did as much healing as there was damage. That's how much healing he did. Like what are we doing here?
It was just brutal for Ducks Can Fly. I think that they've had like 25 or 30% of their runs so far this weekend in catastrophically with a team wipe, and even though they're in the lower bracket, even though they've actually been able to kind of
Oh, speaking of which, they actually wait. I don't know if I can talk about this. I'm so sorry if I can't. One second, let me like double check. I know it's like super lame to do that. You've played a decent amount of Fellowship, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Not
I need,
recently, but
but like you'd understand the game generally speaking.
yeah.
I am going to check something.
Gotta peep a little NDA here.
We have to see what's going to happen next in the Skyreach.
We are going to have to, and hey, this one features birds, so maybe it's going to be an advantage over there for Ducks Can Fly. Although they will be taking down their own brethren, so I guess there is that consideration. But honestly, Ducks Can Fly
Yeah, I don't think I'd say anything.
are a team that they have good strats, they have
All right.
good thoughts. And
If it makes you feel better,
when it's all there, but
there's zero chance that a company will ever pursue legal action against a huge fucking streamer that gives free publicity to their game accidentally.
Yeah, that's true, but I still don't want to make them. I really like the game. I don't want to like. I'm also pretty sure they like publicly announced.
They're going to sort of try to bring in for this one.
Like what I'm saying, I'm what I'm doing right now is I'm literally messaging the
Obviously, Skyreach is something both of them are very practical.
community guy for that game and just
Both of them.
asking him
We
what I
actually saw
can
it
and can't talk about. Because I know there's one thing for sure they'd never want to talk about, but
strategy in here.
and it's
But,
not
you
what
know,
I'm
we
talking
saw
about here.
We saw Ducks Can Fly play this without a Warlock against SM2, which is like a class that we expect to see in this dungeon. So they do end up banning off both of their Warlock specs, but I think we'll probably see Demo Lock from one or potentially both teams here if they don't change that strategy. The question for me, they're not banning out the Ogavoker, but are they going to play the Ogavoker? Because we have Pit of Saran as a third game, and if we get to game 3 and they don't have Ogavoker, that's a huge downside.
Makes you talked earlier before the series started about Create Team's ability to be able to play both Devour and DK being a bit limited. What do you think about them banning that on Holy Death Night?
So that to me says we're going to be seeing Devour Demon Hunter, right? That's kind of what Kazi has just been flipping back and forth.
Max,
on,
how much
looking through their
liquid
entire
merchandise,
lines.
clothing
Also
apparel
has
have you been
Frostbite,
sent?
So that could be an option, but I think here it's more likely that it's Devour Demon Hunter. And then for
An
Devour,
uncountable
I've just
number.
been playing all flavors
It's
of
everywhere.
Warlock.
It's all over my
Is it like
closet.
an entire wardrobe of shit?
Yeah. I'm just gonna.
I have a wardrobe of stuff.
Yeah, it's insane. Like I mean, every tier we get sent like 5 jerseys, and we've done a bunch of those, like 10 or something.
Just the shirts,
with
too,
Liquid.
like-
And then like yeah, there's like shirts for the race, but then there's also like
Yeah,
the Team Liquid apparel they do with like they do a bunch of collabs with like
they banned it out because
there's everything
Series before, but
like
they have
like
a
like
lot of
Marvel
Skyreach
stuff
here.
and
Two
Star
different
Wars
side off
stuff
the bat.
and
Your create team can dominate the platform instantly. Ducks
like
Fly
just
have to manage
anything
to gather everything
Naruto,
around the
bunch of anime
platform
stuff,
here.
and
Nice
we
light
I get all of
advantage.
that. So
Advantage
it's
movement-wise for Create
like
team
more that I
here.
could
They're
ever
also
wear,
running the
honestly.
Mistweaver in this dungeon, whereas Ducks Can Fly have opted for the Resto Shaman
I have an
instead.
entire
You should-
closet
We'll have to
of
see how
just
that
You should
liquid
do a
stuff.
challenge where
Mistweaver
you
is
try
still
not to
capable of
rewear the
doing
same
a
piece of
lot of
clothing and see how
damage,
many
so
days
that's
in a
a
row you can
lot
go
of
wearing
expensive
only
moves.
liquid merch.
So something to keep in mind here is for Create team, they
I'm-
want
I've
to
done
win
that.
this one, whereas the Ducks
I'm gonna
need to
guess
win this one.
I'm gonna run out of
to get to a
pants.
map 3, so they're, of course,
Mhm.
maybe
So I'm gonna
thinking a
be
lot
going
more
pantsless
about
for
the
a while.
potential
But if you're
of map
talking
3
just
as their game
shirts,
plan relies on it, which
like if
is
there
how
can be a
I would
jean
decide
clause, like
to
you're allowed to
see
wear
the
jeans
Resto
after you run
Shaman.
out of
But
liquid
also, I would
branded
also
shorts
say
and pants,
on my scouting of team specs that Create team plays,
including
I've
jerseys.
never played Resto Shaman in any of the maps
Yeah,
we've
just a
seen.
unique
They
piece
did
of
play
like
Restoration Druid, though, so could have
clothing that
been
covers your
considered
nipples.
maybe deciding not to double check on
What?
the Druid
I could probably go like
or
3 months,
class or group buffs
Hell yeah.
be the
something like
explanation.
that.
But for now, with the
I only
return
have like
card,
5
Ducks neck
pants.
and as it looks right now,
5 pants and like
Ducks are
40
pushing a little
shirts.
bit in the lead
Yeah.
here, even if it's only 1% on the boss.
Yeah, I think a lot of that comes to the Augevoker being played here for Ducks Can Fly, but like I was talking about before, committing to the Augevoker's second play in
And then
this
Echo
dungeon
Joggers.
means that if they
How has
win,
the global finals played out in the other weeks? Wasn't it like 2 3-0s?
Pit of Saran. What does
Yeah,
the
it was pretty
Pit of Saran
underwhelming.
look like?
Grand
Yeah.
finals, I mean, yeah.
The last boss.
Well, it was
If
weird
they
last
crash
week
down,
because
you can't
Divine's
battle
team
Warstone, so they're gonna have to
2-0'd
close
Echo's
down
team
before
in
going
upper
into
finals,
the final boss.
and
That's a problem
then
for future
got
them, though. For the time
3-0'd
being, they need to
Yeah.
stay ahead and
grand
win
finals.
this Skyreach. And for the
Uh,
time being, it's
so
almost dead even
the
on the first boss here. It looks like
the
Ducks had
full
one
weekend
singular
split
extra
between the
crash
two
bomb in that
teams
pull,
was
giving them
3-2,
a slight
but it
advantage here,
was
but in the massive pulls in the
0-2 in one
Skyreach,
match and
extra
3-0 in
bomb
the
in
other.
doesn't make that big of a difference in the long run for the tiny boss damage that we're looking at.
Yep, that's right. And you can see how Create Team, once again, as they're playing around this Ellie Shaman, they're just kind of slingshotting with the Ascendants. We were talking about it with Tettles earlier on in that Magister's Tears. Every single time it's used, you can see Create Team just accelerate in damage. You're now going to surpass the Ducks once more. Once it is run out or has run out, the Ducks will be back on to more similar steady pacing as they have been doing, and both of these teams are going to move closer together. Right after this, though, comes the segment on the stairs where we've seen a lot of our teams just try to deal with one side and then tag the other side into the construct pool while they do triple construct. So that is something I'm curious about. How our teams
I discovered
with
doing
that.
21 Skyreach with a pug yesterday
I actually
that
kinda wanna
you
talk
can
about
still
the
use
Ellie
the line
Shaman
spot
though,
near the
because
stairs to
like
avoid
you're
the
talking about, we saw it from Liquid
the
in
gale wind.
Magister's Terrace, and
Yeah.
I was under this assumption that
That made
their
that fight
Ascendants is still
really
the
chill.
cooldown that it was last expansion, and I was expecting to see them press their Ascendants and pop off and top the meters and do a ton of damage, but every single time they pressed that button, I was extremely underwhelmed by the damage that that class did. I feel like it's a Sky Fury merchant, right? Like you buff your teammate, it's probably the best dungeon buff in the game outside of Mark of the Wild. But unless like you're proccing off like crazy,
Yeah, my only thought
power
is
infusion to augment your damage, or like you're
I don't know,
specifically
the
there to do damage during a
earlier I thought like the way
you know,
Liquid
this class
played
is just, like, it's just okay.
that upper
It's not like
finals
it's
was like they
anything super special.
it seems like they
It's
either
solid overall.
knowingly or unknowingly like kind of threw that second map.
I see out of that spec. Like,
But
unless you get,
then
like, 3 Tempests during your Ascendants,
Dignitas did not, right? They had a competitive team in all 3 games.
Yep.
So I think it was just like Liquid didn't prepare for that very well. But I hope that's going to become even more of a situation in the grand finals, right? If like let's say there is a 5-game series, which there has not been so far, I feel like there might be some real interesting shit. Because how exactly does the rule work?
You have to ban one or 3 of your most played specs. So after game 1, you obviously have a 5-way tie for most
You have to
played
pick
specs,
3
but
of the things you played in game 1.
You have to pick 3 of those.
And
Then
that
in
bans them
game
for the
2
next map or the whole series?
Whole series.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you go a 5-game series, you will definitely be running on fumes by the end of it. And it will also create an interesting scenario where at some point you probably have to gamble that this is going to be, you know, if like you get put in a situation where it's like, well, if we play Guardian, it's like game 3. If we win this, the series is done. If we play Guardian Druid here, we think we can win this game. But if we play Guardian Druid and lose, now Guardian Druid has to be banned for the rest of the series. So now we have to play the final game or two without Guardian Druid. So like, how confident are we that we win this?
I mean, dude, if you play a good comp in map 1, if you think you're not going to 3-0 another team, like 2 evenly matched teams, you can actually just auto win the first game by playing a non-dog shit comp, because like it'd be insane if anyone just ran like a great comp on the first game of a 5-game series then.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, and this is where I don't know how the teams feel about some of the specs. Is like, are there dungeons where there are certain specs where it's like, in this dungeon, this spec actually owns, so I don't even really consider it like a throwaway pick if we play it in here? Or is it like, yeah, you really never want to be playing this spec, but if you have to play it somewhere, I guess you play it in this dungeon.
The first boss split was only a 1-second differential between the two teams. Create team on
I think it's actually potentially really interesting between 2 really good teams if something went to 5 games. However, I think there's a good chance in one of those 5 games you're just going to look at the comps going into it and be like, all right, this team's like probably not going to win this game. But that's like, okay, I guess, in 5-game series. The thing I was thinking of is, and I used to remember hearing this, that fans would be like, okay, if you couldn't just run the meta comp all the time, it would actually benefit teams that are not like at the very top end, because they might have niche classes they're really good at. And I'm thinking like, dude, if you were to see a grand finals go 5 games with like, one of the very, very best teams and another team, their ability to multi-class is significantly better, to where like it would actually just be such a massive meme. Like those other teams would be completely not competitive in the last 2 games. Like they would just not have the class coverage.
Well, that's the other part of like a 5-game series to keep in mind, is if you play a different comp, it's not just that like your damage profile or your healing profile changes. It's that some of the utility stuff changes as well. And if you haven't practiced a specific dungeon with a specific comp, if you have an ideal route that you do, that's like, here's, when we play our real specs, we pull this stuff and it goes this fast. If you do that with a different comp, those pulls may suddenly just work a lot differently. Either you don't have the same CCs or movement or whatever, or just the damage profiles are a lot different. So pulls that used to go really fast take longer now because somebody didn't have cooldowns for it, or pulls that used to take a while go really fast because now you do have CDs for it. And so every time a team makes a comp swap, there's a very real consequence to the route you're doing, because you have to try to take into account all the changes that are being made versus your like normal comp.
Yeah. In a way, it would almost be really... Yeah, I wish it was like fully random, kind of, between 2 good teams. Like 2 people that could figure it out. Like, instead of them having 2 weeks to practice this map pool, like, they basically find out the map pool they're playing 30 minutes before they play it. And they have that amount of time to figure out their comps on all 3 of them, and you just have to be able to figure out the dungeon, no matter what.
Yeah, or I mean, with the good teams, I wouldn't necessarily have an issue with letting opposing bans happen where you pick what the other team can't play.
That's that I feel like is maybe a little bit more. You're just gonna be picking absolute trash.
Probably just going to see them line of sight this one, except for our bear. Our bear can tank it to the face.
What if a team in like a game of 5 is going to full throw away game 1 and just have 5 banned specs that they're never going to use again?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Especially if it's like a map you feel like you're not favored in anyway, you just let one team.
Yeah.
And you've seen them play it earlier in the tournament, so you know what comp they're going to play.
I don't
And
know.
you just
I
play
don't
full
think
meta the rest of the series.
I don't think you throw. Well, you wouldn't be able to play full meta the rest of it unless you think it's going to be a 3-0 or a 2-1. I mean, or no, but it can't be a 2. No, you'd have to start banning some shit. Like if you did full throwaway game 1 and then played full meta game 2 and then played the same comp again, now you have to ban 3 of those for game
No, game
3.
5, like a game 5, like a best of 5.
So there's
Oh,
no
I
more
see,
so
okay.
creativity.
And then you play like
Has to
maybe
be
like Arms Warrior in a dungeon. Arms Warrior is good. Then you ban that for the next one, so you can still play full meta
done here. Rolls through with the cocoon
But
for like
like,
game 4 and 5.
team.
I feel like what
Skip through. Great start
Dignitas showed us was that
team.
you can
Off
play
to the races.
slightly,
Another thing we need to focus on this
you
boss,
know,
no Wernstone, there's no
suboptimal
saves for some of these
specs
Solar Zealots. We've talked about this a little
and
bit in the past.
still have a very competitive route.
I'm pretty sure the Demon
Whereas
Hunters
it seemed like Liquid tried to pick a map where they were just like, yeah, we're gonna
Hunters can jump around.
they can also
get some
double
bans out of the
that
way, and they just got
and Shaman can
gapped.
Gust of Wind. It's a
Yeah.
little more personal responsibility. There's going to be no Wernstone save, no rescue save.
They put too much confidence in their
Massive trash pull
third
in order to
map.
spawn the boss in the first place.
Yep, that's right. And this is a
Do we know the map
that's
pool
a
for?
that
They showed at the
West
beginning of the
is
stream,
in. You can
so I
see
could rewind and find it. But do we? Does anyone?
I
have-
linked the
on,
map pool
which
Group
is,
C in the
initiate to
watch
make sure
party thing.
that is not yet another mob they
What
were
about a
using.
what about a format where you got to
Easier
pick the
to
comp of the other team?
extra cleave, extra target onto the boss, which is
That would be
exactly what
cringe.
that is, and I mean, they
'Cause see,
were
that-
so
Like you
easy.
talk about the
So
ability to
boss
multi-spec,
already done.
and for tanks and
As
healers,
Dragonfly have arrived at
I
the
would
same
expect
spot, and
that
Gateway's dropping really
any
low here, trying to get out of the
high-level
siege.
MDI player that's a tank or healer can jump on any tank or healer and be able to play like respectably well. It would be a lot more interesting to me if you had to have coverage across your 3 DPS players of every DPS spec in the game. Like you had to have some guy that knew how to play like Feral Druid, or someone that knew how to play like Sin Rogue or Frosty K, and that in some way you needed to have all DPS specs learned across 3 people.
I think they are like that, either intentionally or not. But just looking at least Boom, Wolf, and a Shine, I'm fairly certain that they have played every single spec in the game. DPS.
And yeah, I think some teams probably could do that.
I imagine Echo's team would, yeah.
But I'd love to see it like you just try to come out with the most ridiculous shit for the other team to play, and then it's basically a challenge to be like, do the 3 DPS players on your team actually even know how to play these 3 specs?
Wait, is he dead? Is that close enough to port? It's really close to the edge. It's really close to the edge. You can port it. Okay.
Yes.
That's
Why did we waste damage?
All right, this is a W for create team, I think.
damage. But for some reason, even
Yup.
though they've been cleaving down the Solar Zealots,
All right, I
Create
did
is
get
somehow
permission to
still
talk about a
pulled
few
even
things from the
further ahead
test.
on the boss from Ducks Can
But I'll
Fly.
wait
Go on.
until
Cooldowns
I'm gonna
are
wait until the
about to
game's
be
over,
active
just to be
for
safe.
Ducks Can Fly. Breath of Vihon's available in 30 seconds. Army of the Dead is going to be used probably together with that because there's only going to be one more usage for Moza. But I think they're running out of time here. They're falling even further and further behind on the Sage here. That gap has opened up to 20% now for Create Team. Create Team, cleaving the Solar Zealots down now, are going to kill this boss before Ducks Can Fly have a chance to press their next round of cooldowns.
This is so crazy. The fact
All
that
right.
they're electing to deal with the cells. I mean,
Come
Ducks
on,
are doing it
Liquid.
now as well, but that is such a major time loss, and yet Great Team are going to be able to get this 2-0 and move on to fight Liquid, who are waiting in the wings. And unfortunately, that means an 0-7 we're done.
It does, but you know, honestly, amazing performance from both teams, and we got to see a much closer final map. And while Create Team are a newly created team that continues to give us experienced runs, they seem as though they have the potential to be fast enough to take down Liquid in the lower finals, but they are going to have to live up to their potential and then some. And very soon we'll be finding out if that is possible. They have taken this series, and we'll be seeing more of them in our next matchup. Our Ducks flew together and gave us a very competitive second game. They might have lost our series, but they always win in our hearts. Give them some love in chat, everybody. With this loss, Ducks Can Fly will be eliminated, but we look forward to the next
Dude,
time
shout
we
out Ducks
see
Can
them.
Fly. All right, here's what I was gonna say.
Much more
So,
competitive this time between both of the
you
teams.
know how in that game and in WoW, I was gonna say in WoW, like WoW's queue times are weird, but obviously
What do you think kind of
WoW's
separated
queue
them
times
in
and Mythic
this
Plus are determined by Group Finder, which is like if you play a meta spec and you play the game a lot, your queue times are like instant, and if you play a non-meta spec, it can take a very long time, or like basically isn't gonna happen unless you're pushing your key. But that game, you just like at all difficulty levels, you just queue and you can find a team if you play on your own, whatever. But like obviously that induces queue times, and in certain seasons when like certain new characters were established, like when a new healer came out, it was really hard to find a healer queue because there was just a ton of healers. Same thing when there was a new tank. Like last season, if you were a DPS, you got insta queues, but then because there's a new tank and healer, like tank and healer queues were forever. So they introduced something called odd comp, which is like basically you can queue for like the Holy Trinity thing, which is you have a DPS, healer, and a tank, 2 DPS, 1 healer, 1 tank, or you can queue odd comp, which is literally any combination. You could have 4 DPS, you could have 3 tanks and 1 healer, you could have 3 healers and 1 tank, you could have 3 DPS, a healer, and no tank, literally anything. And they created a system where, you know, just to make sure you're at least able to find a key if you want to, you queue into this, and it gives you things to make up for the roles you're missing. Like if you're missing a healer, everyone has like 20% lifesteal or something, and you just find a way to keep yourself alive throughout the dungeon. If you're missing a tank, it like reduces the damage of the mobs, and like Fired Up and I were doing it, and like we were like popping our cooldowns at different times to like take aggro for like tank mechanics, and it was like super sick. And like obviously it's still being tuned and stuff like that, but like the tank and healer groups, what it does, it just like reduces the health on the mobs or makes you do more damage or something like that. And like those groups are really fast too. I just thought that was like super interesting, like a super interesting way to solve that problem.
What will make me laugh is if that system is successful in a way that causes everyone to realize that the tank role is bullshit and it should be deleted from video games.
Yeah.
The solution to tanking is get rid of tanks and just let everyone face tank the shit that they pull.
Dude, honestly, it was a ton of fun. Like having no tanks specifically in the groups like made it a lot more fun. But I think mostly because Fired Up and I were in comms and we were trying to like game it, you know, and like actually try to do it well, but it like added so much interaction to what we were doing. But and someone asked if it's like a all the way up thing. Like we did it all the way up into Paragon, and I think you could go higher than that. But I think it's more just to like be able to get you in dungeons and get runs and get gearing rather than just being in queue. I imagine like the highest eternal stuff will be like done mostly normally. But
what's interesting about it is I'm sure it was introduced simply as a stopgap of like, we have the way that we would prefer that you play, but we recognize that this has created significant bottlenecks, so we're going to introduce this like pressure release version that if you just want to play and you don't want to sit in a queue for a long time, like you can jump in that. I'll be curious to see if that in fact, kind of like the ARAM effect, where if this other mode ends up spawning enough fans where you're like, you know, I started playing around in it just because I didn't want to wait in queue, but I had a lot of fun. And I found myself after a night of it preferring to do more of that rather than go back to the Holy Trinity. If they haven't sort of accidentally struck gold here by figuring out that, like, you know, queuing too closely to the Holy Trinity thing may just not be working for us. And if we can come up with a worthwhile way to let people play whatever comp they want, maybe that in the end ends up being a better way to do it.
yeah. Wait, do you know the answer to this, by the way? Are you an MDT lord? What's wrong with this
I
picture?
think
is
it's
this the one?
Sylvanas'
What's
half.
wrong with this?
Sylvanas' half is wrong.
Yeah, they always.
And
put
there's
the
probably
fucking
a
wrong
mob
names.
missing.
Okay, number one. Oh, no, oh, I see it. You see one?
Oh, oh.
Okay,
What the hell are the things around Emberdawn?
So,
I don't think those are real.
I've learned the game. All right?
I don't think
We're
those are
gonna
real
be
either.
doing something
Have-
differently. If you're ever
I don't see
curious,
the tiger
look at
anywhere.
the stairs.
Stairs.
There is an extra
always
set of
gonna
Where would the
stairs
tiger
by
be?
the
It would
restless
be-
heart.
Stairs on stairs.
Are there actually
but
stairs there in like
genuinely?
game?
Yeah, but these are
No.
fake stairs.
Those
Yeah.
are fake
I
stairs.
don't think I see the tiger either.
Oh, is there no links?
Because that guy one-shots me. I know them well.
Where is it?
I think it's there.
I'm squinting at my screen.
It's in
I'm
the middle.
trying to-
See the pack of 3? I think it's there, right? Isn't it the orange thing?
Oh, I
Oh no,
I
wait.
see,
There's.
I
Oh,
see.
is there something wrong in
I see
every
'em.
single picture?
Shouldn't it be big?
Like-
No, I don't know how many things there.
Yeah.
No,
I think there's
because what
like
they're
a-
doing is they're doing a check mark on the
Is
map
that an abnormally
has
small
next to
height?
the
Oh, I
things.
see.
I'm assuming when they
not the
correctly
link
say
server.
what's
It's not
wrong
the
with
link.
that
Yeah.
specific thing.
Let's see. Let's see.
Hmm.
All right, Team Liquid's got to lock in here. By the way, this is not a free, not a free
Let's
3-0. We
scan
gotta,
it. Doesn't
we
look
gotta
like anything has been
qualify for
erased
the
from
old,
map.
global finals
Arrow
here.
duo looks good.
Okay, what if, and hear me out, this is a theory, I have no idea if this is true, but what if they turned the Derelict duo around? That would be a typical production thing, where they just switch those two
Are there
bosses
two
for
banshees by
fun.
the duo
Are we
boss?
supposed to skip that?
Okay,
It's not the
that.
case, but they have
I
done
don't
it
think
before
so.
Mace, so you are right.
Yep, yep. Just trying, you know.
But I'm not
Oh.
sure. I don't know if there is another banshee on the first side and we just never pull
Is
it,
the dungeon
or
entrance
Yeah.
in the wrong spot? Don't you have to go through this entire room?
Oh, there you go.
I see.
Yeah.
I think I see another one. I'm pretty
Strong.
sure near where Sylvanas' quarters are, that's a banshee. I'm pretty sure that's not a banshee. Like I think there's only one banshee in that room.
We've had this in
Alright,
the past. That's just how it is in MDT for some
I
reason.
think it's just MDT. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's our 3 for this one. So should we take a look at the second map?
Oh, there's another one.
If I'm wrong,
Lock
if there's
in.
if there's another one, we'll
I
find
think
out.
there's 3
Is there
per.
another?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Oh,
all
come
right.
on.
Oh, what
Let's get
the
the
hell
match
is
going
this?
here.
okay, the
Okay,
soup is the wrong
so we
icon.
meet
It's not
again.
noodles.
Food icon wrong. I'm pretty sure it's a
No, no,
different
that's
food
right.
icon.
No, no, there is food there, but I
Sure
think
it
it's
is
a different picture.
Oh, it's a different
icon,
picture.
yeah.
It's like, yeah.
It's a
Oh,
cauldron.
okay.
Yeah.
See, there you go.
Good
That
job.
one looks like
Pels.
delicious noodles or dumplings or something.
I think they're missing
Hold on,
some of
look at the
the
stairs.
free guys, like to
Stairs.
spawn the first boss. They have to
I think
free.
the
All of
stairs are
them.
right this time.
Yeah, just
There's
Wait a
no
minute, no,
dudes
the
in the
stairs
first
to the
boss
top right of the boss are missing.
room, right? Besides the first boss.
I don't think. Yeah, I think those mobs
No,
are
no.
moved to the first
Yeah,
boss
yeah,
room.
I am
Oh
right.
my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Dude.
What is wrong?
There's a lot of bats. Are there
Nice
normally this
job.
many bats?
It's always
always
the
the
stairs.
stairs.
It's always.
I think
the
so,
stairs.
Okay, but
actually.
there's one more thing. There's one more thing.
It's probably something stupid, like the people you have to free, and there's like missing. I don't think there's 3 in that hut.
Yeah, it is echoing span and wailing depths.
I think
You know what's
there
really
are
funny? I'm like looking
3
at
in
all
that
of those
hut.
mobs, and I'm like, yep,
Really?
those sure are mobs.
I guess
That's
the
what
route you
mobs
left
look like in
nowadays.
MDT. And I like gaslight myself into thinking I know exactly what pack looks like what.
The problem is that it could look like an MDT is always the.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's just the mobs in the first
Not
boss
many
room.
mammoths are there.
there.
That.
Huh.
I don't see it.
I think the ghosts, like the prisoners, are all in the right spot.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, there's the
Missing.
mobs.
Yeah, there's like I was like, there's
Oh,
like
it's
more
in
mobs
the
down there where you do the
zone.
mask pull.
in this area.
That pack is normally
Oh.
not in the boss room.
Is there
There's
a
that
voodoo
pack in the
hexer
boss room.
pad that's missing?
Oh yeah, is
That
that really
pack is
outside?
not in the boss
Oh.
arena. It's not there normally.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
the way that our teams
Yup.
pull.
they got snapped in. They got
Welcome.
snapped in.
Yeah. All
No,
right.
That's
This
not
map is
allowed.
disqualified. This map is disqualified.
This no longer can play my Sire Caverns.
Take
Those
them to
are
jail.
our 3 on that one. Thank you, chat, for playing along with us, and that is yet another, I would say, much more successful this time around for us with the maps here. I feel like we spotted those decently quickly this time. Yeah, pretty good. All right. Everybody, we've got more for you coming up. Our next series will be Liquid versus Create Team. This is a really big one in the sense that, is there the possibility for an upset here? Could Liquid get eliminated when we were sure coming in that they would be one of our top 2 teams making
I
it
don't
out?
like the way
Who
Rikuri's
knows? They've been
talking right
looking
now.
strong, but so has Create Team.
Me either.
You're gonna want to stick
I don't like it
around
one bit.
and see how it all unfolds in just a few minutes.
I will make sure Liquid wins this cup.
Let's go.
I'm gonna get my bat ready.
morning.
Good morning. How'd you sleep?
No.
All right, sorry. You still have a horrible sleep schedule? You like taking 4-hour naps?
Not quite that bad. A little bit more dialed in.
Do you guys know what the maps are for this? The lower finals?
Yeah.
Oh, you linked it. You
Is
said,
Nexus
right?
Point, C, Alcatlar, yeah.
Has Liquid done those yet? Yeah, they've done Seat in their... Or no. We've seen Nexus
We
Point
haven't
from
done
them.
Alcatlar.
Yeah, we've seen Nexus Point from them, and that's it, right?
They
There's
would have played
and
Seat,
Seat.
right?
Yeah. Match
Wh-
1, match 5, match 11.
Oh, yeah, you're right, match 1.
So technically they could have not practiced Alcatlar if they knew they were going to win lower finals.
True. Yeah, not
But you
in,
probably
not in
put
upper
some
finals, not in
practice,
grand
just in
finals.
case.
Ooh, they get Skyreach again in the grand finals, potentially, if they don't get 3-0'd.
But
That's
Alcatlar
good.
was in match 5 for them. Like,
You're not going to match 5 or game 3 in match 5.
oh, I don't know. Like, when you're the third fucking group, you've
Our
had
lower
so
finals
much
will take
time
one
to
of our
practice by
remaining
this
3
point.
contenders out
That
of
just
the
not
running.
doing a
This is
dungeon
Liquid
completely
versus
No, for
feels-
sure you
Teams
have
in
time to
time
practice
for
in the
those
dungeon, but if they
predictions
wanted to, they
Now,
could
obviously,
leave
this is a
Alcatlar out of
competition
it.
that I think is a little
I think without
teams
bans,
that
you
we
literally
know
have to
is
have
going
a good
be as
Alcatlar.
strong as they've looked
right?
so far this season. Whereas Liquid, we know they're
You
strong,
could
and
have done
they
it in your
so
second
close to
match,
taking the crown for themselves
right?
back
As
in
well.
our last season here
Yeah, but the
at
second match
MDI.
is versus a team that's
Zyro,
not good.
Liquid
Okay.
put up
That
some
I could
they
nice
should
see
win
numbers,
this-
but are
easily.
they looking
I could see this
entirely
being a
on form
thing
this
a team might try to do if you were the first
Yeah, so
weekend
it's a little bit of a
and
variance,
you
I
hadn't
think,
had a chance to
from
see anybody
what we've
else's
come to
routes
expect from Liquid.
and
Obviously, this
you
team
were
is very
crunched for
similar to most
time
players in
and
the
you're
world.
like, this only
They've
shows
had
up
some dungeons
in
that they've
like
Yeah, that's what I'm
game
saying. I'm not
3
saying
of
like
match 5.
they shouldn't have practiced it. Like, of course they
But
should practice it, but
when
it's
you're
something.
this far in, when you've had like a month to just sit here and practice, like you're just being lazy if you haven't done every dungeon.
Part of the problem of having a last second.
Yeah, Boomy literally broke his back for this practice, bro.
At the beginning of this week, so maybe that's
Broke his
something that
back
they
in
can figure out.
Alcatlar.
Yeah.
Well, especially because Alcatlar, they removed
Interesting
every
that, though,
cool
with
thing
it-
you can do.
Liquid kind of coming in. I
It
mean,
kind of
Justin,
is just hold
do you
W.
feel the same? Do you think that maybe there's something that's not quite jiving, or do you think they are stronger than ever?
So if we look at the Dignitas series that Liquid played, 2 of the 3 maps, one of them Liquid had the fastest time of our MDI. The other one, they were 6 seconds slower than Dignitas, who also had the fastest run of the MDI.
Wait, did
So,
Dorky join the call
2
when I went AFK?
Extremely good
Yeah.
runs
Yeah, he
out
said
of
good
Team
morning,
Liquid.
then hasn't spoken a
The
single word
Mysara
since.
Caverns, though, that
Hell
third
yeah.
map in that
That's
series
beast.
was rough for them. They went in with a subpar plan, and that is not something that typically a team that wins an MDI will do in any maps of their series. Even if you think, hey, we're going to be the best team in the world, we can beat these other teams, you're never going to be 100% to beat a team like Mandatory, a team like Dignitas, a team like Triple Threat in every single map. So what you need to do is make sure you're giving yourself that chance in every map. And that is definitely the thing that I'm worried about for Liquid, is there are some maps, based on the spec variety rule, based on the map pool, there are vulnerabilities that they have that I do think there's a good chance it is due to that last minute sub, that plan isn't as fully fleshed out. And hopefully if they can win this series and still make it to the finals in June, they'll have the time to actually iron that all out. But right now that is a huge vulnerability for them.
I mean, it's definitely something that Create Team could take advantage of, right? If they're
Seriously,
looking
looking
to
at
make
what
that profit, they know
Dranos's
this one might
software
play to their
does to
favor. They
the
can get in there
microphone
for
is
it, and
maybe
we
my
can
Yeah, the
see
favorite.
mic's
what they
back.
have coming up here, but
Now
Create
there's
Team
like a
is
chunk of it
fast.
missing.
Tuttles, do you think that they are fast enough, though, for Liquid?
I think that Liquid on a per map basis should be just across the board a little bit quicker. But I don't think so. Sometimes you have matchups, even in the lower finals, where the team that is favored, it would require like a pretty significant mistake from the favored team to actually lose. Whereas I feel like with a couple of deaths, if Liquid have like 1 or 2 deaths,
I don't know
then
why
that
they
can
still
actually
insist
open up
on
for the possibility for Create Team to just
saying
kind of
that
take
there
them
are
off of them.
affixes on these
I do think
keys.
that Liquid should be heavily favored here, but I don't think
That's
it's
a good
something
point.
that
There
is
are no
guaranteed
affixes.
by
Yeah,
any
like
means.
I understand
Absolutely.
what
We even
tyrannical
saw
and
in
fortified
our
and
past
whatever
weekend
the
with Group
fucking
E,
death
some
timer thing
upsets that
are,
were
but like
surprising across the board. We've
those
had
aren't
some
affixes
surprising
when it's the
matches, I think.
same every
So that
time.
would definitely be
Like,
the case here.
just
I agree that Liquid still feels like
dispose of
even
that.
with
If
the
anything, I
they've
think
come
it's just
in very
confusing to
strong, and yes,
viewers
a bit more
who are like,
practice,
wait,
that lock
are there
again, or
affixes
that
on
sort
this
of
key? It's like, no,
synergy,
those are
I
just the
think
affixes that
will
exist on
fully
any
round
key
out
above
for them,
12.
but they do have to make it through this series.
Especially
And
because
of
they're not in the
course, they're
same
gonna be
spot. Like
facing off
the
Yeah.
seat
against their
affixes are
Nexus
swapped
Point Zenith.
just
So,
for fun.
Zyro, how does this one look for them, for both of the teams?
Listen, okay, so looking at the actual map pool, Seed of the Triumvirate was one of the dungeons that Liquid looked a little bit sketchy on.
Yeah, they
Right.
need to just.
They did
If they're
have one
going to
major mistake
insist
that
on
probably ended up
saying there's an
costing them
affix,
in
they
the
need to
realm of
just
1 minute.
roll all
I'm
the
gonna go ahead and
affixes
go out on a
into
limb and
one
say that they're
thing
gonna be practiced for this series,
that's
though,
like
after the hour break they
the
just
de
had. I'm gonna
facto
go 2-0 Liquid.
plus 12 affix.
Okay, prediction.
It's
all
like
right.
bosses have
Brandon,
X
what are your
percent
predictions
more
on this one?
HP and damage,
Yeah, I do
trash
think this is
has
gonna be a
X
close
percent more
series
HP
as
and
well.
damage, and you
I
lose
am
15
also
seconds.
going to go for Liquid.
for
I think
dying,
I'm
and
gonna
then
go
that's
for
just
2-1, however. I
12
do
and
think
above
that
affix.
This particular
Dranos
map
just
pool
say
with the Seed of the
2-1?
Triumvirate there, that will give Liquid the flexibility.
I'm done with
to use
Dranos.
Yeah,
the
he's actually a
variety
hater,
rule
bro.
In such a way that if it goes to a game 3, they're not going to
Actual
be in big
real
trouble.
hater.
So, yeah, 2-1 for me.
Okay, Tuttles.
I'm going to
Look,
Liquid. It's one of those
Dranos'
things
software
that
has made his
actually,
microphone look like a
whenever you
penis.
have a strong
Yep,
team,
that's
clearly
what
the
happens.
team is going to be winning any map specifically.
Oh,
You should
against
just
Liquid, your
double
microphone
down
turns
on
into a
it.
dick.
Yep.
So I'm going to our Liquid.
Remember
I feel like
that.
they should just be favored in both of in all the maps, honestly.
Okay. Oh, you know, I would love to see an upset, but I don't know if I would love
Mixed
to see it so much
prediction.
that it would take Liquid out of this MDI. So I think I'm going to go 2-1 in favor.
I'm telling you,
of
they're
not
not going to
Liquid
stop this
myself.
shit until they
And
start
especially too, because
Mm.
they are still
removing
looking
casters
incredibly
for getting
good,
it
let
wrong.
alone
Yeah.
No, hold on. I need
Yep,
to block
yep,
someone on
yep.
Twitter.
Which I think the fact that they're putting up the times that they are, as well as they are, just goes to show the
Yeah, by the way, I
caliber of all
took
the
Twitter
players
off my
on that
phone.
team.
Fucking
Create
crazy
team,
game
they
changer.
don't have the same level of experience
Why would you do
quite
that?
yet in this scene and
Bro,
here in the
my
MDI.
I have
brain,
Twitter on
my
my
brain
phone.
feels so
Already
free.
gone very far, and I think what we would expect, and I would love to see.
To
All
do
my
them.
phone
what?
time is just TikTok.
I think that while it's possible for them to take it here, I'm feeling like Liquid
I actually do
is
feel like
gonna pull
my
through and they're gonna
my
be able to
tweeting
make
has
it.
slowed
Now,
down over the
everybody,
last
we
like
will see
year
how
or
this
so.
actually pans out here. It looks like a lot of you are leaning towards Liquid yourselves, but this is going to be game 1, Team Liquid versus Create Team.
I actually don't get
on
stuck
Nexus
like
Point
doom
Zenith
scrolling
here
Twitter
in
very
our
often because
lower
I have my
finals.
feed
This
set
is
to
an
just
elimination
people I
match,
follow.
so whoever makes it through
and most
will
recent.
secure a place in season
So
1 finals,
the
and
algorithm
everybody
cannot
wants to make it there.
try to
Dranos.
manipulate my
All right,
brain
we see
chemicals at
right
all.
off the bat a very similar idea
It's
from
just
both
a
teams.
faithful
Check those brain
recreation of
chemicals.
Those powerhouse
things that have
picks
happened
of
most
the Guardian
recently.
Druid, the Mistweaver Monk,
and usually
the,
those
the
things are
Death
not
Knight,
that
which the
interesting,
exact
so
flavor
I'll
will
open
be
it up
revealed
and
when we
scroll
see
it
them
for
cast their
15
first.
seconds
It's
and then
Brent
go,
Zaragoza
okay,
for
and
Create
then
Team,
put it
so
away.
it's
Both,
frosty kids
yeah.
for both. Yep. And then the only disagreement we have is whether you should play.
I better see a
Demonology
triple star
Warlock
from sitting on
or
the
a
second
Devourer
boss
Demon Hunter
in the
in
damage
here.
count.
Both strong choices.
All right,
I
let's
think
see
the
who
Devourer
opens
Demon
the
Hunter
gates.
Is, more is better in the other maps.
My
in the
God,
series,
another
so I think I
non-healer.
like saving it a little bit more. but
You're
I
opening the
think both
gates in
really
high
good games.
keys.
I think
Don't
that
try to
this
get out of
Roundtable
it, buddy.
Has kind of an interesting dynamic for spec variety rule where
So if he has to spin the
I feel like
healer,
if you
people
definitely
die.
see the triumvirate,
Yep.
You're more likely to play something
That's
like
even more
Protection
true on high
Warrior in it.
keys.
Dungeons like Algebra
No.
Academy, you're not actually mad about playing a Brewmaster Monk, so you just slam down the Guardian Druid here, and there's potential that you can get, you know, you could go Guardian Druid ban, Elemental Shaman ban, Frost Death Knight ban for both of these two teams, and that would make logical sense from like a meta strategy perspective.
That's true, actually, because we are going to move into the Seat and the Algathar, which
Yeah.
are Prot
Is that
Warrior
battery
and
going off?
Master homes, respectively.
Just
So
LOS it.
that does work out really nicely, and that frees up some of the pressure that would otherwise fall on your DPS if you're trying to preserve
Pretty
both the
similar pulls
Mistweaver
there.
and the Bear. I think the Mistweaver definitely will get preserved, though. But a lot of the thought process behind this composition that both teams are running is that the Elemental Shaman is uniquely
Oh,
good
Shine's
in this
getting owned.
dungeon at bursting through Core Warden Nizara's burn phase, the other boss on the other side. So we'll have to see how that one works out. The Frost Death Knight, though, I think an unsung hero at being OP at that as well.
It's kind of like
This is one of those dungeons
I
where
feel
your
like
pets just like
for
fuck
being able
off
to meet
and
that
attack
burn,
weird
it's kind
shit,
of like
right?
you have to do a pick two,
Yeah.
where it has to be two of either.
I love watching that ghoul
Augmentation
come
Evoker,
running in
Elemental
15
Shaman,
seconds
Frost
late.
Decay. That Augmentation Evoker, that's a premier pick for pretty much every single dungeon. You
Well,
go
It's
Well,
always
at least the
in those
ghouls for
dungeons.
both of these
So
teams are
instead,
completely
you take
irrelevant.
those, you call them unsung heroes, and the
It's
Elemental Shaman
macroed
and that
into
Frost Death
your-
Knight, and that allows you to commit
macroed
to a
into some
potential
ability
one
and you
phase. Now,
never
Liquid
think
last
about it
time they
one
were
time.
in the Nexus Point Zenith, they had a pretty good run, but their players did get stunned during the damage burn, which left their boss at 20% coming out of the first burn, which was not great. If that
All right,
ends up
I'm gonna
happening
see if I
again,
can
it could
deduce
become
how they're
problematic,
baiting
because on the
detonations
right
off the
side,
boss
we see
now.
Create team pulling
No, we
back
solved
at
it. It's in the middle of the
virtually
group.
same time as we're seeing from Liquid here.
It's just
Dude,
the
I still don't know
midpoint
how
among
true that is. That it's like so.
So it's not exact, but it's like generally in the middle of the group, but like it can be a little off one way. It's
One
like
thing I
RNG in the
have
spawn of
noticed
it.
being spread is much better than being stacked, which is completely counterintuitive.
Yeah.
You know, normally speaking, generally, like whenever you're doing these kind of mechanics, you would think that like, oh, ideally you stack and bait, but that's just not how it works at all.
Going to be something to watch
Yeah.
out for. As ooh, this is an ugly bomb.
It looks like it
for
can spawn in
Create
like a
Team
10-yard
here.
radius
You can see
between
they're
the
actually,
whole group.
Death's
Like,
like nobody was
average
even
spot of where
back
they are
there.
in the room.
The explosion.
Like it went.
Here,
like,
I'm
the
drawing something in
midpoint-
paint.
The midpoint of that circle was further back to the edge of the room than any individual member of the group
want
was.
to hit the beams. The beams are, I think, very, very bad to hit. I guess the tank can probably live either the beams or the explosion. You definitely don't want
Oh
to
yeah,
get hit by
hopefully
both.
saying that
so
it spawns
moved into the explosion
in
to
between.
avoid the beam, and then the Death Knight, of course.
Yeah, but I'm
with
saying that
Death
that
Knight
wasn't
able
in
to avoid
between
everything.
anybody.
Yeah, beam is
Yeah, it was.
deadly, but I think
Between
that
the melees and
the
range.
movement is something that
No,
you're
I
kind
feel
of
like that was
finding out
just
as well.
outside of where
Anytime,
everybody
like,
was.
players kind of have to panic.
Yeah, like that's the
you
current
say
theory I
you
have.
ever get
It
separated
can
from the
spawn
ball,
in that
that's
circle.
actually a decent amount of damage that you were losing
See,
for both
But
in
anywhere in the
my-
circle, like the center of it.
as they were
In
just
my
trying to
mind,
make sure that they
where
had
like the positioning they had was like
unmitigated
flip
uptime on all
the
of
circle
their,
and the one
I like
dot.
that right now.
Even,
I
even
don't
something
know
like
what
the
happens
Devoured
there.
Demon Hunter that's 25-yard range, weird stuff can happen where if they get stuck on the wrong side of a beam and they're not able to constantly cast on the boss, that
I'll
is
paint
catastrophic.
something real quick here.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's get another
In my
paint.
mind,
big thing to look out for.
this is
here
what
as we
happened
are
on
gonna
the
see,
first one.
The boss going down a little bit
Okay.
faster.
Dude, these teams are
for
surprisingly
Liquid,
close. Holy
but
Don't
it's
say that.
only a
Nope.
few
Dude, does Cine
seconds,
play
It's
a
not
cla-
close.
Does Cine play a
separating these
class
two
in
teams.
the
2
MDI that he
seconds
like normally
is the
plays?
advantage for Team Liquid.
Is Cine?
No,
Oh
offline.
no, City.
No, I said
He
the
just
wrong. I
spoke
said the wrong
into
house.
his death.
Wow.
I sent it to the wrong
Oh
house.
my god.
It looks like he's.
I mean, this is
No.
the Yargi, not Cine.
So a disconnect.
I mean, the names, yeah, they both end in
No.
the E. Like,
of Team Liquid here.
No.
That is
Understandable
15 seconds
mistake.
that they could not afford to lose. They did have a 3% count advantage.
What do they
over
do?
Create Team, which was a nice thing in addition to the 2 seconds that they
You
had.
have to pull.
But now disaster.
He's
is
online
befalling
now.
Team
He's back, he's
Liquid.
back.
Now luckily it looks like Cine's been
Not
able
alive,
to
though.
reconnect and get that res going soon. Get
He's gonna
that release
release.
Not alive,
spirit.
but he's
He'll be
about to
right in
be.
the front of the dungeon, which is really
Oh,
nice.
dude, that is
Uh-oh.
a pretty
Team,
major
they've
setback
gained
for these
15
guys,
seconds off
considering
that
how
death.
close
It's
that
not.
was.
No, they
Another
needed.
15
They
as Liquid
needed a
stood around
setback to make
waiting
it
for their
close.
5th teammate
Yeah,
to
yeah, they
join
did that
them.
on purpose.
That's true.
I was
Yeah.
thinking that, you know, for Create Team to be able to have an advantage.
Dude,
over
so I was
Liquid, they were
watching,
gonna need something to go about
of a Liquid
30
dig
to
match.
40 seconds
That was
wrong
crazy.
for Liquid. and
Those
I
guys
feel
just
like this
came
is
in
the
and played a
opening that
non-meta
that
comp
Create Team
and
needs
won.
here. For them, all eyes are on the
Uh-oh.
right
I
side.
feel
of
like
the
that
Rookie's
says a
gassing
lot
up the other
about-
team.
needs to clutch up.
Hey.
Well, not
Basically,
only
what's
that,
gonna happen
well,
here is there's
I was
gonna be
more
a
about
pretty
like the
aggressive chain
classes.
with these
More about the
Sentinels,
possibilities.
with these Herald, with these
Yeah,
How
Scourge
people are
Rests
always
throughout this
so
area.
meta
And
driven,
the big thing that we're having
stuck
to watch
into
out
the
for
mindset that
is
you have to to be
pulling
playing
a trash
those 5
gauntlet that is
specs.
on Core Warden this era.
I'm
Because
pretty
once
sure
you
that's
actually
just
start to
casuals.
play
Great
Every
to see.
high-end player knows you can play
that's
any
the
spec in
next
the game.
kind of forced
No,
upon
no, I mean
progression.
even high-end
And so,
players.
Okay,
Earlier,
high
Obviously,
end
you
players,
might
not
not
just
get-
high end
Okay, yeah,
players.
okay, yeah,
Which means
sure.
that you can get the
Like
next
to
wave
hopeful,
spawning earlier and then
someone who's
continue
in
that
title
momentum
range
to being
is
able to
not a
win the
high end
boss
player.
first,
Like
and that
they're
is,
just
a
some
really big
dog
deal.
shit casual.
So, Create
Exactly,
Team
it's all
here
relative. But
on
like,
the right side, they actually end up downing the trash
if
pack
you
that they
think like the
pulled
meta
about
is
the
like
same time
set
Liquid
in
did. So
stone,
even though Cinny
you probably don't
disconnected,
do like the
and
highest of
Create
high
Team
keys.
was not able
Yeah,
to
but that's
capture a
only
like,
like,
you
a
advantage
couple
from
hundred
that,
people in the
although they
world
are still
that know
a few
about this.
seconds ahead, and you see
Yeah.
that core ward in this era
But
trash
for like,
starting to get engaged
millions
with
of other
Create
players
Team.
out there, they probably
Yeah,
think
this
that like
advantage for Create Team
this is just what you
small,
have to
but it
do.
is
But
significant. If the two teams
that kind of
That's my low key. I would
that
like M plus solo queue because everyone would see every class basically.
Need to go from being slight underdogs to winning this map.
Yeah, to break the
Are they
meta
going to be able to
misconception.
hold on to this lead,
I think it'd
though?
make
Or
people
it
so
would-
mad
Come down to that
for
core
one
ward
reason.
versus
Or
a burn.
Q time.
what if
But
it-
like you said, a huge
But what if it
variable
just further
is
reinforced?
how
Like, what if
quickly
every
you
time
get
you
the
played
darn
with a
thing to
non-meta
spawn?
spec and solo
You
queue,
have
they
to
were
make
dog
sure
shit, and
that
you're
you're
like, I
focusing
knew
down
it.
the
Nah,
right
Q
targets
times
on
will
these
be the
goals.
only
The
complaint
5
about solo
mobs that are,
queue,
like,
and it will be a huge
associated
problem.
with the boss RP gauntlet.
Well, but I mean,
Spawn
there
the
are
next
already
wave, then focus
There's
those
not
ones
queue
down.
times
now,
if
so
Slowly
it's
you.
not like-
qualifier, the
There are
bot
not
likes
queue
to stay
times right now
off
if you
over
know the right
side.
class to play.
Make sure that you actually bring the pull on top
No,
of
I
the
mean, that's not
correct
true. Even as a
nullifier when it's
DPS,
time for that.
you
And
still
then
have
you
queue
finally
times.
will get to get in boss
It's only if
combat.
you're a tank or healer, you don't really
There's a
get queue
herald. Okay,
times.
there it is.
But
That's the herald for Create
that's just
Team
how it be.
up
Yeah,
over
yeah.
on the top left of the screen. So hopefully they've identified that, and they're going to be bringing the pull over exactly down to
I
this
get queue
herald
times
as
as
they are
Mistweaver,
doing,
'cause a
and
bunch of tanks
focusing
decide to play
damage into
Mistweaver
it,
this
because
season.
that is the mob that is now gating their
I do really
progression.
wish
For
there
Liquid,
was
you can see
solo
it's just
queue.
spawned as well, and they
It
are
would be
also
so
going to make
fucking
that
fun, man.
shift.
Yeah, and I think
I'd love it too. I'd play it all day.
The focus damage
Yeah,
is
I would
actually
literally
kind of
be-
the
If they
key
had
to
Sure,
this
if they
game.
had
fucking
Mythic plus
day.
solo
Where
queue,
since
I'd
that is the mob that is
I'd start
limiting,
gaming again
what's
for
going
sure.
on. You actually don't
sounds
care
so
that there's a
interesting.
second herald on the side of Create Team.
Also, just
All
I mean,
the
it's good
goated
content.
stream
boom, still
content,
casting Tropic
goated.
Leech
Nope.
on them. Who cares about that mob? We're just going to continue
Like,
to let
bro,
it
if I was
pass.
doing a
Our
zero
hero's
hero
gonna
on
out-heal
Mistweaver,
it, and we are
which
just
is
going to
what I've
continue
been
to try
playing,
to progress the dungeon,
with
getting
solo
the
queue, that'd be
boss
so
on
fucking
as
sick.
early as possible. Is there one more trash pack for Create Team, or is this the last one?
I think it's a Null Sentinel wave.
I might
is the
even make a
final
tank
one.
and start playing.
Yeah, you can see it spawning for Team Liquid.
Joe
just
Dorky has it done.
now, and the Sentinel is coming in. And actually, for
Do
Create
it.
Team,
Yeah, but
it's
what if he
spawning a
queued
little
into your
bit
key as
later than
Mistweaver and
did
griefed
for
it?
Team Liquid, as they're just getting into combat with that Sentinel now. So it looks like Team Liquid have accelerated
Okay,
here. They've made up the time in terms of dungeon progression, but they do still owe 15 seconds at the end of this. That could be a big problem.
Yeah, I think they're about 5 seconds ahead in terms of real-time progression, but they're, whenever you have to factor
So
that
what
down,
actually
that would equate
DC'd
to 10
Cinny?
seconds behind.
Because it wasn't like his
Now,
internet
we're
going
kinda
out,
having to
right?
think about
He
one
instantly logged back
specific
on.
point
It
that's
was
going to be
hopeful.
pivotal for both of these two teams.
I don't know.
The
He went
ability
offline,
to
game
be
crash
able
or
to
something.
one-phase
It was like a
forward
1 second
this
DC.
era. There is that light scar flare cast that gives the players.
Was it like a
200%
fell? Like
damage
I
after
know that
20
class doesn't
seconds.
have fell
We've
rush,
seen
but
some
like
of
it
the
was like a
teams really
movement thing. Like
indexing
what
super
what
hard to
randomly
being able to
DCs
one-phase
you
the boss.
nowadays?
Both of these two teams have a setup in terms of their composition.
Clicking the
that
console?
looks like they're going to be trying to one-phase the boss.
I don't know. I've
The
never had
Elemental
that happen to
Shaman and
me.
the Frosty
Yeah,
Gate,
I don't
those are
think
the two
anybody gets
big
randomly DC'd
single
in
target
dungeons.
damage sources. And look at this for Liquid here. Core Ward in this era has
I mean,
been
Liquid
good.
is so far
They
ahead
grab some
still.
additional scroungers as well to get a little bit more
The only
counter.
time you
Ain't
get
close.
randomly
On the
DC'd
left
now
side,
is
on the
when
right
somebody
side as well,
resets the
Create
key
Team
when you're
not
trying to
too
walk in.
far behind
They
them.
need to gain
Only
even more time
10
though, right? Because
seconds
the death
maybe?
timer.
Yeah, this
They're
is
definitely
a
behind
very,
Yeah, but that's
very
easy.
close pull of
Yeah,
the
but
boss,
yeah.
which means that the burn
I think
is
they're
going to
already-
be
They're gonna one phase it. The other
very
team
good.
won't one phase
One
it.
extra second of good damage.
Cindy, the
Okay.
goat's gonna get 3
translate to
stars.
5% more health off the boss, which can translate to 10 seconds quicker of a kill time on the boss at the end of it, or even more potentially. So this is going to be a very important check. As you can see, that image dropping.
Oh,
now
he's
for
like, it's
Liquid.
gonna be good.
Cinny getting behind it, getting ready to walk in and get that damage amp. And Team Liquid are blasting into the boss. A collapsing star going to be doing huge
At least
chunks
your
of that.
Frosty
He's on
boss.
pace, he's
on
Jimmy
pace.
Bang! Another 2%
might be a
come off
Frosty
the
Kid
boss's
engine.
HP.
Yeah, I mean, look at this for Liquid on the left side here. They
No,
are
he's like
going
1
to
second
the
off.
moon.
Wow.
Wow.
killed
They
it
one
in
phase
the
it. It's
burn.
not close.
That's the first time we've seen that. Even Dignitas weren't able to do that. They got it to 2%.
The other team might do
City
it too.
actually alt
Earlier,
F4'd
but
for
Liquid
dramatic
are
effect.
enraged. They're saying,
Well,
you know what?
look at this.
No.
For Create Team here,
Dude,
they have the boss
Liquid
at 10%,
my
like you were saying,
goats.
and now that time that was lost from Cine has been completely wiped out.
Yeah,
My
look at how
goats.
long it's going to take Create Team to take
but I
this
think
from
Dignitas
10%
would've killed the
to
boss
0.
before the burn
It
phase.
is going to take a huge amount of time compared to
They
Team
just said
Liquid.
Dignitas
Perhaps
didn't.
just something
Channeling.
like 30, 45 seconds even. We
Yeah.
might even get that
Oh,
next.
I see.
You're-
Lightstar
that's a good
Flare
move.
cast
Just
starting
before the burn,
for
bro.
Create Team.
Yep.
Just an absolute
everything.
disaster that doesn't feel like it at the time. You're just like, oh, we're just fighting the boss. All this going well. But you don't know that Liquid have just killed the boss entirely. inside that burn window. And Team Liquid now charging down the ramp to the last boss. They still have 2 battle reses as well, so things can go a little bit wrong here.
Hello, why is Yips diverting power?
Much wronger than that. I think we're going to start being back to an even or
Gotta be a visual bug, right?
Situation.
You can do it all.
So Liquid
Imagine he just can't press any buttons.
Mods,
DQ
can we
him.
get a DQ, please?
Yeah,
Let's check their necks.
How's he channeling from 100 yards away?
Bro, that neck thing, I wasn't watching that
That was
that
so
weekend.
stupid.
That actually made me crash out. That is the dumbest ruling I've ever seen.
It's so
It
absurd.
had absolutely zero effect on the map. The only thing that was different was the name on the item, and they DQ'd their run. That's actually embarrassing.
Priority mobs here are those lingering
I
images.
feel like people aren't freaking out about that as much. Like,
Same,
the dorky
same.
thing was like,
The
you could
dorky
argue
thing,
a
it's
slight
at
thing,
least
but
they're using a different item. Bro, I would even get it if that
Yeah.
neck had
So they're
slightly
not
different
trying to
stats
focus
in
down
some way, and you
Yeah, yeah,
argue
but-
it's more optimal. It's
Instead,
literally the
It's
same
insane.
item.
lingering images that are gating their progression.
And
the
people,
funny
dude, the
part
thing that was
is-
making me go
With the
crazy
forward
was
in the
that
Zero
people
Force
on
trash
Twitter
gauntlet.
were like,
Yeah, exactly. It's the same
Oh,
idea,
like
and
that-
most of those light
He should have
rods,
known.
even though
yeah,
they
like
are
it was in the
dangerous,
rule
they have
book. I'm like,
priority
dude,
here. And in fact, we often see teams
actually
as
insane.
great
There's no.
teams
Here's
play
how you know
What
it's
a
stupid.
fucking
There's
one of
no
them
way
to
another
succeed
team
off
would
to
be
the side
mad.
and say, you know what?
Like another team
We've got a
wouldn't
lot of
find
good
out
stuff
and then
to
message
do right
Blizzard
Dorky would
about
be
it and
mad.
be like,
we'll just be fighting a
they
boss,
need to be
and that
DQ'd.
is
They
when
did
we
something
can
wrong.
pull
That'd be
in
the most
that
bitch shit
extra
ever.
light rod. But
'Cause they
Liquid
know
are
it
Dorky
saying,
would have been
"No,
like, they
there are no
DQ'd me
breaks
for
on
using
this
fucking
train. We are
potions.
just taking
DQ them.
everything that we can into the boss. We're not
Well, I
letting
mean, I'd be
anything
looking for
parrot
blood
off over to the
on a
side,
D.
and we're just going to take this boss
But not
on a
because, you
world
know,
tour
of the
this
rulings,
platform
but
to
just
pick up the
because
remaining
I want
trash
blood.
that we need during the encounter itself.
I mean, this looks fantastic. This was the Liquid that we kind of expected. Whenever we saw them in the upper finals, I think you pointed out that even while Dignitas did get the better of them in that 3-match
But yeah, I mean, they
series,
didn't
there
get
were
fucked
some
over
questions
as
as to
hard
whether or not,
as
Cindy's
mine
practice
because of how
in the
MDI
respect
versus
variety
TGP
rules were gonna
works.
come back to bite them. They have just proven
They
that
lost
they
the
are
match, you
really
lost the
good in
whole
this Nexus
TGP.
Point Zenith. Their strategy
We've been on a
is
sliding
quite
scale for this,
fast
by the
here.
way. When
When
asked
Braxton
the
gets
first
picked,
time,
I would
Dorky
not
said,
be
"Yeah, that
shocked
was worse than
if-
mine."
if this
And
is-
now
that was
it's
the last
Well,
time
it was
Braxton
worse than mine in
is
terms
getting
of like
Liquid
the
only need
ruling,
5%
but
enemy forces, which they're gonna be
when it
grabbing
came to
here
like
on this
MDI versus
platform,
TGP,
and
it wasn't
50%
as
of the boss
punishing.
HP, and that's all
Like
that
getting
separates
DQ'd
them
in
from stopping
MDI
the
is
clock.
like whatever.
Yeah, this is going
Especially
so
in a
well
lower
for Team Liquid. That boss already
bracket
sub
matchup.
50%. Create team have it at 70%.
I think the
They
difference between
will
the
have
MDI
15
and
seconds at the
TGP
end of
is
this,
so
they
interesting.
need
Like
to
I think
accelerate
an
onto
MDI
Braxton.
match between
What they
two
really
equally
need is they
competitive
need that
teams
Divine Guile
is a
cast
bigger
for
high
Liquid
than like
to happen. I thought it's
anything
gonna
in
be
the
so tough as
TGP.
well.
Really, the
Liquid have another
TGP is
one
just more
in
interesting
18
on
seconds
average
here that
throughout the
they're
day
definitely getting.
and has
Yeah.
And then I
similar
think they're gonna
highs
be
at the end of the
pretty far
weekend, but
ahead
never before
of
that.
the check to skip the next Divine Guile cast.
Definitely agree with that.
It is going to be very, very difficult.
Well, I think
for Create
the
Team to create a
MDI
comeback
suffers from
opportunity,
Blizzard's
but they are going to try their
need
best.
to
One of
fill
the
an
biggest
entire
windows
weekend with
would be
content
if Team
because
Liquid
there's
can
not
land
a weekend's
couple
worth of
wrong
content.
entries
Bro, Saturday
here
morning.
during the Divine Guile phase.
Right.
No,
Ooh,
there's always
boy.
a possibility.
But
No, it's not a
TGP
possibility.
You never know,
is
especially if they stack up
you
on
have a
top of
good
each other.
team on the
Looks like they
screen
are
all the
this
time,
gonna solve the puzzle,
which you
though.
don't have in the
Just
MDI
20%
with the
on
current
Lathraxian's
format. With
HP,
TGP, even
Liquid's charge
in
to
the early
victory
rounds of the
appears
TGP,
inevitable
there are
here.
bad teams in
Very
the
little
tournament,
left
but
that
there's
can go
always at least
wrong
one
for
good
our
team in the
defending
tournament, and they are
runners-ups.
like always on the screen
12%
somewhere.
on the boss
So
with
you can just watch them the
nothing
whole
left
time
for
if you
Create
want.
Team to
With the
catch up.
MDI,
They're gonna get another
you can have a
Divine
couple
Guile
of really
phase
good
here,
matches
and
between
that
two really
is
good
going to be those
teams, and
15
that is probably the most
seconds of
interesting
death
content
timer
you'll ever
during it.
see
You can
in
see
Mythic Plus
they still
Esports.
have that time now.
But then you'll have
The boss
matchups
is about to
between
start
two
flying
teams
here, and
that
time loss
have done the
is gonna
dungeon
take
10
them
times,
over the
in
last
their
8
life.
seconds. Liquid
And
take the map 1-0.
you have to sit
Like
there
this
and watch
matchup,
that shit.
basically.
Liquid take it here,
Like this
getting that
matchup.
first point
Between
on the
who
board
the
and
fuck is this?
showing us
Liquid?
exactly the Liquid we were hoping
What
for
seed
and
were they
heading
in the
into this
time
first
trials?
season of Midnight. Now,
Who?
Third?
we had a disconnect and some things that kind of
Liquid?
slowed the teams
Yeah,
in
so
various
yeah, I've never
spots
heard of
in
these guys
Texas.
before.
But Dratnos, how is
we gotta watch
Create
teams
Team
like this
looking
shit.
after this map?
I mean, their run
Dude,
looked
that's
good.
a
I think
that's a
the
beast
Gourd
comeback
Nysara
right there,
burn
because
is a
that
point that you can,
the
you
DC
can
into
say that
like
went
losing
pretty
a
poorly
round
for
one
them.
into being one map away from being eliminated is like a tough mental state. Yeah.
Oh, crazy
You're playing with a sub, everything's going against you type shit. You can get pretty negative.
It may not have even been anything bad on the side of Create Team. Liquid were just so good. I mean, taking that boss from 50 to 0 in one burn window in a plus 7
Cinny Boom, what a beast.
We haven't seen any other team.
What's going to be funny to me, I think, is that presuming that Liquid does not
out of Team Liquid.
throw incredibly hard here this series.
Why would you say that?
I'm just, have to qualify this statement before I make it because it's not
this was a really
completely
tread on thin ice, buddy. Go ahead there.
So, Perplexed team, which for many years was Divine, Shine, Wolf, Swag, and
And for the
They had a
most
few
part,
different
Eventually
healers
it's
over
a
time,
Sevi.
but most recently it was the Sevi.
I want to take a look at
That team like blew
the
up.
first boss lines.
I
were
guess
great
at
for
the-
both teams. We still
I think it
have
was, like,
yet to see
end of
another team pull off the type of
Dragonflight,
lines that we saw from Impossible this weekend.
And I don't
But
think they
great
ever
baits on the pulse
played. I think
because
in
of that,
season
you know,
1 they played with
you're
like out
totally
a
okay
Shine or
with most
something,
positioning
but
in the boss room.
Yeah.
then
had a
at least from the end of
unfortunate
Dragonflight, I don't
disconnect
think
here
that
from
those
Cine,
5 ever
who
played
got to
together as a
grab
team
the,
again. And
No, they
then
were
that-
within MDI.
the RP rock to move on to the rest of the dungeon. He DC'd like right here and ended up dying to the
I
puddle.
thought
So
Shine
that
didn't
means
play
Liquid
season
had
1,
that
and
15
then
seconds of death timer plus however long it took
they-
to reconnect to the game to make up
I thought they
for it.
didn't play
And heading
season
into the
2
boss, This is
together.
actually a clip from yesterday here that we're showing.
I know
On
they
their
did the
push-in,
last actual MDI.
Oh, the last
got the boss
yeah, the
stage
last
for
actual
sets.
MDI. Sorry, I mean
They
like
Yeah.
ended up trying to
TGP
go
slash MDI
behind
thing,
the
but
image, and
Oh.
Shine and Cine got
so
stunned
they haven't played
doing
together.
this.
I don't think as a
Today,
team
we have
now
a POV
for
of them going for almost
probably
the
like close to
exact
2
same
years.
thing as we
And
were in
now
the
I
clip
think
here.
they will
got the boss to
each
8% on the push yesterday, even with
individually
the stun, so we knew the one phase was
make
potentially
global
possible. And
finals
look at their movement here.
with different
They
teams.
start to do the exact same thing,
Uh,
but the last
with,
moment they realize, wait, probably shouldn't do that again. Move
Wolf of
out
Shine
of the way,
and
then
Sevi
move
making it
back
with
in,
Liquid, and then
get the
Swag
full damage amp on the boss,
uh,
and get the one phase.
making
in.
it with
Just the day-to-day
the
evolution, learning
other
from
Echo
mistakes of the
team,
previous
and then
day,
Divine
playing a
making
little
it
bit
with the team
smarter.
he's on.
That's what you want to see from your top tier teams. That was what helped them get that clean one phase down, and they had a couple seconds to spare. That was all they needed to make up that death differential and take the first map of this series.
And they did it so well
I
there,
really
especially
want to
the
see.
end.
I mean, as much as I'd like to see
Now,
it,
of course, we have
like
another
obviously
map
Liquid
ahead
in
of us,
the
and some
in the
spec
grand
bans that are
finals,
going
and
to be
then
coming into play. So see if
them
the
winning in a
triumvirate is on
3-0.
the
I
horizon.
kind of want to
Tunnels,
see a
what do you think
5-game
it's going to
series
bring our
purely
way?
for. Like, I feel like it might just be a massive meme with this format, and we just haven't had an opportunity to see it yet, because there hasn't been like two teams that were really good playing against each other. I feel like that last game might just be like those teams are.
In theory, you could
I mean, they're prepared, but like, it's just gonna be so weird with the comp thing.
But like, I feel like it's just
It's
the
gonna be
Dick
very
Mike is back.
realistically, you want to play the
'Cause I'm
Christian
sure
Warrior
they're
and
thinking
Zero
very
Driver,
heavily about like
and you're probably gonna want to play
where should
the,
we sacrifice
Brewmaster
the
Monk
map
and the
or
Alpha
like
Academy in
play
map 3 if you end up making
worse
it.
comps.
I think
And it's
that's one
also
big
how much
consideration,
practice
so
have
that
these
both of
guys even
maps,
had
the
playing certain
next one is
comps
now to see the Triumvirate
in
on that
these
7
dungeons?
keystone level. So the higher the
Like,
keystone level goes, especially in the speedrun format,
It's one
the
thing
more
to
volatile
know the
time
dungeons
things
really
can
well
be,
and having a
particularly
lot of
slated
practice in
towards
them,
that
but it's
first
another thing to
dungeon.
play a different comp
Right,
in
we're
those
getting our
dungeons. Your
bands
timings are
in now.
completely
Oh, yeah.
different.
And I mean, Zyros,
The
you
way
know,
you set up the
Triumvirate,
poles are
obviously, this is
completely
going to be a big one.
different.
Great team
There's just
has
like
to
so
take
many
it if they
different
wanna
things
stay
going
in
from
here. How do you think it's
dungeon to
looking for them
dungeon with
what they've
different
been doing now?
comps.
I also think there's just a gambit
Guys
in the
make
first
perfect sense.
dungeon.
Now,
Like the
of course,
first dungeon
banning out
is
Guardian, Mistweaver is always
like
a
if you're
question
thinking the
mark.
series might go
Love to
long,
have
you
those
kind of want to
available for a
not
third map, but we know
ban
they're not
anything
something that they
good,
need to run
which also
in
means
the
for the other
Triumvirate.
team,
Also,
if you
another
do
thing-
that, it could just be like a
The
free win,
preferred tank spec in that
and you have to win
dungeon.
3 out of 4 instead of 3 out of
What
5.
healer do we think we're
Am I hard DCing right now?
A mildly
If
dog
you play
shit
Ellie
comp,
Shaman,
I will-
that's
and the other
most of
team
them.
plays
Then you
a
could-
good
you could
comp,
play something like
then
the
they
rest of
maybe
Shaman,
win.
but
But if you play a
typically we
mildly
can see, yeah,
dog
that
shit comp
Druid,
and they
the
play a
Druid
super
Front Warrior
dog shit
combo,
comp,
good throwback
then
to
maybe
the
even
BFA
your
glory
shittier
days of
comp
the powerhouse
could still
tank-
win
tank healer combo.
if you knew what they were going to play in advance.
so good.
So there is a gamble there of like, how much should we gimp our comp?
I mean,
Because
like,
if they're
there's
like
a
full
lot to be
throwing,
thinking about in
maybe
that. Oh my
we
gosh, this
don't need to
look,
play our
this
best
is-
shit.
This is a
But if
mod.
they're
That
going to
mod.
play their best
Wow.
shit, we should play like some turbo bad shit.
Let's go.
What?
Yeah,
Can
and
we
in a
talk
way,
about these
it
DKs not
it's
needing
potentially
any
making this
versatility to
format
live
really
dungeon
interesting.
mechanics? What's
But I
going
could
on
also
here?
see it being
Huh?
like two
Okay,
of
we
the
talked
maps
about
are
it.
like
No
not
further
even worth
questions?
watching.
That's it.
Basically.
That's the end of the statement, and that is what we have. No, I mean,
I think it would be really cool if this
interesting
was in
here.
global
All right, we're
finals.
taking a look at this. I mean, Dratnos, you
It
often
feels like
have
this
some
works so
insights
much
into
better
our
when
specs. Is
there
there
are good
anything you can
teams
extract?
compared
Yeah,
to
exactly.
Let's go.
when it's just,
Well,
like,
we
whatever.
kind of saw
I've
it
been
fail
captivated by the
earlier
monocle
with
on
Liquid and
this
Dignitas, but I think
character,
Liquid
the
just like
top hat.
misplayed because Dignitas
I
had a
mean,
good
is that a
had a
fail
good
though?
The tree here,
Well,
I think the
Dignitas had a
Rebels have
good
fairly standard
comp
build.
for all 3
They
dungeons, and
will run
Liquid seemed like they kind of like threw Dungeon 2 just to have a good comp for 1 and 3.
They
played a dog shit comp in the last Dungeon.
Well, I mean, it wasn't dog shit, right?
But yeah, like
it
Liquid's
outpaced-
overall comp's better.
Right, well.
Like throughout all 3
But
maps.
it was considered a bad
Is there any,
comp. Like
weird gameplay with Frosty
generally
K where
speaking,
you're
it's
playing
considered
Well, it might be
a
good
bad
for that.
comp.
I mean, Liquid had 0 deaths and they had 0 deaths and they were ahead by 10 seconds. It can't be that bad.
Well, I mean, that's what makes it that incredible. Like, it's cool to watch that shit.
No compliments to them, please.
Yeah, it's like I just feel like it could. It's like so binary in one direction. It's either like extremely fucking cool between top teams, or it seems like it's like there's only 2 competitive maps to watch instead of 3. But also that wouldn't have been the
and
case.
it's also like
we are going to be getting into our next
for viewers,
game
like
here,
they don't know
Liquid
what's
versus
happening, right?
Create
Because
Team.
like
Create Team
if
has
you
to take this
asked
one if they want to stay in the competition and avoid elimination,
anyone who
but
plays M
Liquid
Plus
is
right
out
now,
to try
like,
and take this
is it
to
better to
O
play
All right, and you actually see
DK Warrior
a little bit of a
Survival
difference in terms of
versus
composition with
DK
Create Team.
DH
They're
Ellie?
playing
I'm
that
pretty sure you would get
Guardian
like
Druid, they're
90%
playing
of
that
people
protection
voting
warrior.
for
The Guardian Druid is
DK DH Ellie.
really solid for this first
So that's just like a
pull, and you
mega
can see
meta comp
Graham
compared
Meow,
to
700,000
playing like a Warrior
DPS
Survival
compared to Yip's
DK.
380K.
Except you're talking about 2
But
different viewer bases,
with
right?
that
You're talking
being
about
the
people who
case,
understand
Liquid
Mythic
still
Plus
get the
versus
first
like
boss
casual players
pull
that just want to see the
10
comp not be the
seconds
same
faster
every
than
time.
Create
Well, I
Team.
mean,
What
like,
is going on?
I think
Liquid
even
just have
amongst casual
infinite
players,
damage.
like they have like a general
Dude,
idea
I'm
of
telling you,
like,
these
okay,
bears,
this
they
is
just
like
pad on AoE and they're like,
de
oh,
facto
I'm doing so
comp.
much damage. Like, yeah, you're killing all the mobs that my Devourer Demon Hunter was going to kill anyways.
You think the people
You're
that are in
accomplishing
chat
nothing
saying,
and looking good on the
"Oh
meters,"
my
and then
God,
the
same
bears look
comp
back
for
and they're
3
like, yeah,
dungeons in a
that's what I
row,"
just
you
said.
think they know what's like
We
good?
reached an impasse.
I mean, other than the fact that they
So
just
what
saw
is
it in
the
the same
Well,
comp for
probably, yeah,
them.
because, you know, no, because those are the people who are
Protection Warrior cast Battle Shout,
in
which is
LFG
empowered
that are
with
struggling to
Cisco
get invited to
deal
groups
more
because
damage to the
DH's
the priority
DKs are
targets.
being invited over.
You'll see.
Oh, okay, yeah, it cleared
I
up
think
his
there's a decent
mono
amount of them that
even,
just see the
Yeah,
Warcraft
and
channel is live and they're like, "What is
Plenty of those
this?"
shield slams on the primary target as
You
well.
know?
That's a lot more prio damage.
Like they
as
farm
well.
out.
Yeah, I mean
than
that
the
part's
Bears
also
doing.
true. Yeah.
I think the bear might have more prio damage than Thrash than Shield Slam, but
All
not
right, we'll
by
agree to
much.
disagree.
All right, we see here.
I wonder if
both of the teams
it kind of
probably
affects
the hardest
Liquid's
pull in the dungeon,
comp
the quad
diversity.
subjugator. It is a
Because, like,
pull
I
of
imagine if
17
you're
key
bringing
solo.
in
We've
Cine with
seen
1 week
teams
before you're
across this
playing
entire
after a
weekend
long
fight, too. So
months
that
of
is a pull that is
practice.
always very dangerous. And now Liquid,
I feel like
really like how
it
they're
might
actually
limit your
routing
comps a
through
little
this
bit
group,
because the
where
first
they're
thing you'd
making
want
sure
to
that
do
Yip
is to make sure
is never
Cine
getting
is playing
charged
as
by the
little
champions.
things
I
as
feel like that's
possible
something
to
that's been
like
happening to these MDI
be as
tanks,
prepared
is
for
where
these
they're kind
dungeons
of
as
at
he
this
can be. Because like the last thing
weird
you'd want to do is
decision
have
where
that player
they
have to
want to,
multi-class like
chain and
infinite
get
things,
far
right?
away from
You'd
the
want
mobs
them
and get the
to
next pack
lower
started.
the amount of
But at the
load
same
they
time,
need
these
because there's so
champions
much
have
just
this-
intake
you
of
have
just
to
the
stay in
dungeons
melee range
themselves.
kind of mechanic because they'll charge them and put a nasty
That I wonder if
physical
that
damage
has anything to
not
do this weekend
really
with like
not
the
a
comps they
fit
choose. Like they just
against
want to
top
make
of
sure
tanks.
they
I
would
think
maybe
the way that
ban
Liquid have
Cine's
ended up
role
winning these
more
spots
often,
never
but they're
allowed
not
teams to
doing it
actually
because
take
like
that
he's just
shot.
had less
We see
practice.
a lot with the final Rift Warden.
That's a
That's
good
in the
point.
suppression
When did he
room.
sub in, by
That's
the way?
also one that has
Last
the
Sunday,
champions
so
attached to the pack,
one
and that's
total
one
week.
where we've seen tanks die time and time again.
Yeah, exactly. That managing that is
Why
it's
didn't
such
they
a
ask
scary
Hopeful to
ability as
sub in?
well because it doesn't look like it would
I'm
be as
banned.
lethal as it is, but
Oh,
it is
yeah.
He is
very,
actually
very
banned.
lethal.
That's
So,
so good.
Liquid getting that boss down at the 219 mark. Now this is
not
I
allowed
think a
to
little
play.
bit slower than like the I think it was the Dignitas route in this place where they sometimes have that boss dead just
Probably
at
would've
like
worn a
the
bullshit neck
2-minute
anyway.
mark. Teams that are playing say the Havoc DHs can absolutely melt that boss.
Why didn't you
with their
pilot
burst,
Cine's account?
But still. Very
I
good
could be
to
on
Liquid
Cine's account right
and
now.
substantially
Oh shit! What is this
ahead
actually? What if we are actually watching Hopeful right now?
Nexus Point and Zenith, the two teams were neck and neck until they weren't.
wow.
This time around, though, it's already a 30.
I haven't played a lot of Devour recently.
For Team
That's
Liquid
true.
as they jump into this big
Bro,
Rift
that
Warden pull.
class's
I
movement
mean, look at
ability.
Liquid, all of their offensive
I
teams
love
are
it so
kind of
much.
like
It's so much fun.
It's not fair. It is.
That's why I like
fucking
Mage,
crazy.
and I think that's why I like Devour a lot, because of
And
Shift.
they are
It's
just
so
going to be
broken
able
and fun to
melt
use.
all of this trash on this very scary pack. Now, the question after this pull is what are
Like,
they
the
gonna
skill
do for
expression is
cooldown
crazy.
recovery pull? Not something that we talk about too much in the speedrunning
Like,
format
they were
because
doing
every
on-
pull is fairly large.
On
but,
Lura, they were
there's
doing
certainly
those like
a question
seeds
as to
on
what
Turbo Easy mode,
Rift
man.
Warden, how many mobs
Mm-hmm.
you're supposed to pull.
Drop
what is the
seed,
next pull
shift
going to
directly
look
on
like
top of it.
Yeah, exactly.
They also,
There's
KSP was talking to me
you
before,
want
you
your
can
dungeon
shift
round
over the
typically to
seed and
sort of
pick it up,
breathe,
because
right?
it's
You do
technically a
breathe
dash
in,
and not a
and then you
Oh
breathe
my
out with all your
God.
cooldowns
And they
on
could have
top.
even
You
doing
breathe
that
in
to make
with
it
a
even more
scary,
easier.
But not as scary pull. Of course, with the way these
Crazy.
compositions systems work, there's always something available, right? Devourer Demon Hunters, they are able to get into that meta very quickly, very frequently.
Yes.
Frost Death Knight consistent damage is certainly not bad, but the Prot Warrior currently on top of the meters for Team Liquid is a good indicator.
Does Cine have a Devourer?
I mean, look at this.
On
It's like
live?
6 mobs. Like, I think
Right.
that's the biggest
Oh,
indicator.
actually,
Liquid
yes, I
just
can
did a
check.
15 mob pull, and now they're doing a 6 mob pull.
Yeah, exactly. And this is generally the way to do it.
So I know it's something he's never covering for the
some
guild.
big pulls and some medium pulls.
pulls.
that
Yeah,
would-
he has one.
They would count as big pulls
One-
for
one
most
singular
players,
one.
but for MDI players, this is a walk in the park.
Yeah,
Ooh, now,
Sydney
Create
Stellar.
Team on the right-hand side, they actually had that bound void collar.
I like
caught
how
in
having
a
one
vanish,
of a
so
spec
that
when
mob's not
you're
actually gonna
in one of the
be
world
closing on the
first
side of
guilds
Create Team.
is like
That actually allows them to
functionally the
grab
same
an
as not
additional
playing the
pack
spec.
Yeah,
into this
it's a
first
for
order
fun
compared to
character.
what Liquid did.
Yeah.
It is
Liquid on the
a
left
like you
side,
he
have
have
all
an
your
op-
characters
this
you're
offensive
required to
line
have, and then
situation,
you usually
City's
have like
already in
4 or
that
5
void
characters
metal
at the
with
back.
Disco
You could just like
pressing
make
that
one
army
up
of
for
the dead.
fun.
Shine is going to be able to
Like, does he have a
rotate
Devourer?
to
Yeah.
his
Oh, but
right
just
Eons
just
here
the one?
momentarily, and Liquid
Okay.
are pulling again.
I mean,
another
that's a
10
big
mob
deal.
pull on top of Rift Warden. This pull is notably very scary because of Rift Stalker dots. Whenever the Rift becomes destabilized, that round of Rift Stalker dots that we're going to get here in about 5 seconds, that's where players can potentially die.
Yeah, exactly. Those dots can be very, very deadly, depending on who they target as well. There's always a little bit of variance, right? When you have a player getting targeted. Now, looking at these compositions, for instance, I think the augmentation
talk about
of
the new
Ogre,
hero
even
in
though they have the
Fellowship?
cheat death, tends to be the target you're
I can
least
talk
excited
about that a
to
little
see
bit.
getting
I
hit
was
by any of these
messaging because
effects,
it is like
because the
NDA a little bit,
DH
but
and the
I
DK
messaged
can just very
the guy to
passively
see
tank
what we
everything.
could
The
talk
Warlock,
about.
I would say, is also one that
I was talking to
you'd
them about
prefer
Odd
on
Comp
side of Create
earlier.
Team
You
for
didn't
everything
really
to
get to
go
do
on
too much with
Devourer
that,
or Demon Hunter
but
if
it's
at all
actually
possible.
extremely
This
sick.
is
But yeah,
really
I mean, the new
sketchy.
class in
The
Fellowship
pull that Liquid's
is
gearing up to
extremely
do,
goated.
They not only do not have
It's like the
offensive CDs, like
by
right
far the
now,
coolest DPS
but
spec
it
they've
looks like
made.
they are grabbing the War Adept.
Is there really nothing that's similar to that?
Some of the Famished
No.
Brokens
Wow.
in this pack.
It's no.
Famished Broken, notably, whenever they die, they do like an AoE hit. That
I still find
at the
that
exact same time
surprising.
that you get ticked with a Rift
but I don't know
Warden,
anything
at the
about it.
exact same time that
I
you
mean,
get targeted with the
so you're
bleed,
talking about,
that can
like,
actually take
considering
out
I mean, I
the
think
bleed
they
when you're
actually
not careful.
announced
That's where
the
they're
characters, so I
preemptively
can't-
pressing the Zephyr
let me
here.
double check.
They're going to be preemptively pressing defensives.
Yeah, it's
if
in it now.
also necessary. It actually looks like they have really well-timed just group external usage, though. That
Yeah,
kinda
Mead
pushed them
Gunda.
over
Yeah,
the
they
finish line
they
there.
posted it.
Yeah, exactly.
You say
Those
Goon Day?
defensives really
Gunda.
important to plan out, understanding when
He's
you're
like a
meant to press
badass
them
berserker
versus when
fury
you need to
warrior looking
call
dude.
for help. You do actually get a little bit more help in this composition.
What does he play
from
like, can you say?
non-healer players than usual
Not
as
really
well.
like any
The
WoW
Evoker's
class.
ability to rescue and put
It's
a shield
really
on has
fun,
been
though.
removed this expansion, but you do still have effects like intervene, actually coming with a
What I found very
shield if
interesting
you
about
want,
this
from your
season of
warrior,
WoW
plus
is
intercepting certain abilities.
it plays
I
so
can't
much
imagine
like
they all get
Fellowship.
No, look,
Current season?
you can.
JP, I don't know if you feel the same.
are they?
Yeah, like this Midnight Season 1.
Let me check. Usually
dungeons
you
are
talent it
so,
and then you don't bother
Never-
pressing it because you're
There's not a lot
you're
of crazy
you're
shit
not
happening.
too worried, but it is an option. Let me check. Let me pop open the old.
Yeah, I
It's
guess in
almost
that
like
in that
for Damage
respect,
is
yeah, it's
running.
probably more like
This,
Okay,
Fellowship.
looks like he's
There's
chosen
not-
to make
there's not-
Stormbolt have a hit 2 extra targets instead. But it has a lot.
Dude, my stream keeps buffering every now and then. God damn it.
I will say though, one of the things that kept me interested in Fellowship for as long as I was the all the
those are only deadly whenever they're
little shit you
exploding
could do
on
with your
death.
character in terms of like
And like if that happens in conjunction with one
putting
of
in
those
gems
players going
and
out, or maybe some player that's targeted by
putting
bleed
on
and
set
other players going
bonuses
out,
and
that's where that becomes deadly. I think on a 17
just
though,
character building,
the
basically.
respiration
Yeah, like
Bro, it's so much more interesting now.
over the finish line.
and I wish WoW had more of that. And that was like
Even
Yeah.
Sebi and,
what I
Tito
think
Create Team, they're
one of the
just
best
trying to
systems they had
more
once it
offensive
got like
pieces.
fully sort of
Yeah,
fleshed
and then
out
somebody
was
gets targeted by
the
multiple bleeds, you have
Covenant
your
system
own personals,
of being
and you
able
start having
to
your, externals,
swap
right? You have your Iron Bark, and then you have
between
effects
different
like
covenants or
Darkness
different
Actually.
soul
Darkness
binds
as an external, I think, is an
and play like
extremely
different
underrated way to use
talents in
ability
there.
in dungeons. It's like a
And
30% chance, to avoid the
I
damage
think
in
most
this
specs
class.
had
Crazy powerful.
at least
That's really
like
ridiculous. It's one that like if we had like
a couple different soul, like even if you only ever played one covenant, there's probably at least like 2 soul binds that you could maybe swap between, and you could play around with some of the talents in there. And I think that makes seasons a lot more fun when you have a bunch of choices that you can make
Yeah,
with
you got Darkness, you got AMZ, you've got
how you build
Zephyr,
your
you've got
character.
Rally in these compositions.
So
There are a
now
lot of buttons you can press to make your
the
rules
gear
more
drops
tankier,
like
and
ARPG
sometimes you
style,
have to
like
hold
it could
them
drop
for
after a
a roll
dungeon
where
and
you're gonna
Giga
use Zephyr
Titan
removal.
Forge,
But
and it'll have
sometimes
3
in a
modifiers
situation
on
where
it.
people are being targeted by small
Like,
bleeds, you actually do
You
wanna use
can
those types of
craft
effects
items,
as
you can re-roll them, you can
externals
upgrade
on one
rarity,
person,
you
and
can like
can't
get the
use
stuff you
rage
want on
buttons
there.
in that way.
They basically, that
Setting
part
up
you
this
like about it,
setup
it got like
skin,
infinitely
it's
more
gonna be getting
complex
combat, it's
and
gonna
like
go
has a lot more
first on
depth to it.
and that's going to drop off the first robot there.
Yeah, that would be
Now,
that that's the before Fellowship launched. When I was trying to describe Fellowship to people, and they were like, "Oh, that's like the Mythic Plus thing," and I was like, honestly, with what I've played from Fellowship so far, it feels more like an ARPG to me.
It's a Mythic plus ARPG, yeah.
That is
100%.
like, instead of Diablo, with Path or Diablo, it feels like the game is eventually getting you to play by yourself. Like that, at some point you're incentivized to just run maps or whatever solo. And the game is sort of designed around that. Whereas Fellowship is like an ARPG where the intent is that you're going to play with a 4-man group with a tanky healer and 2 DPS. And that was always really exciting to me because I enjoy a lot of the ARPG aspects of like Path or Diablo, but I've never liked playing solo, like single player in those modes. I've always wanted to play in a group, and it felt like there was always some tension there, like a reason not to be doing that. And that's usually where the seasons would get kind of boring to me, is once you started getting encouraged to play by yourself. It was like, well, I don't want to play by myself. I want to play with a group. And so if Fellowship leans into the ARPG element of it, has all those same systems that keep you hooked on an ARPG, but it also lets me do group content, that's the game I want to play.
Yeah, that's the one. That's what it's doing.
I remember you saying that, JB, and I had no idea what the hell you were talking about, because like when I first saw that game, I was like, this is just a M+ clone. And you were saying how it's more like an ARPG, and I just did not understand it whatsoever. But after playing the game, like I kind of get it.
Good.
It's one of those optimizations that you would do.
Made a whole lot more sense, and actually, right.
The first time you said it, I was like, "What the fuck is this guy talking about?"
Yeah, what the fuck are you on about?
They
Like,
are.
how's this Diablo?
Oh, create team
A
with
full
a death?
wipe.
No,
Let's
it's not,
go.
It's not full yet, right? They still have a res.
I hope it's a full
Oh
wipe.
wait, no, I think it's.
It's kind of cooked.
They have
I
no,
cursed them.
No way to get them up. Yeah, it's gonna be way. 2 DPS dead. Let's go.
Bro, how did a tank die here? I feel like it's kind of impossible.
I can
Well,
expect
you
a
see-
tank death anywhere nowadays.
Well, you see, he's got a Resto Druid healing him, so
Hmm.
Yeah, Create Team were a little bit behind in this, but they were close. They were within striking distance. They were working on the same.
Dude, I
boss
cannot
as
believe how
Liquid,
hard
but
Resto
then,
Druid fell off.
yeah,
My
everything
class is
fell
so dog
apart.
shit.
And it looks like luckily their Shadow Meld is just coming off cooldown here, so they can do this same.
just for anybody listening, Resto Druid is not dog shit.
To go generationally wrong.
Is it not?
There we go.
No, it's not dog
Yellow
shit.
Talk
It's
Cross.
just there's just better things to play.
In the seat of the triumvirate for something like that.
Well, yeah, but by better things, it's like significantly better.
I don't think it's significantly better. I think you could still do like 23s with Resto Druid.
I mean, you can, but it would be a hell of a lot more effort. Your team would be fighting for their fucking life, and they would have to be pumping so much damage to carry Resto Druid's dog shit ass damage.
As long as they don't take trash mobs into the boss, I suspect that on a 17 keystone level, Liquid should have no problem downing that final boss.
Yeah, just working on a little bit of trash right now, and yeah, not taking any void-infused destroyers.
This is looking like a GG, probably, right?
We've learned is very important. Even if
Yeah.
that thing has 1%
Yeah, it's a hard
HP left,
GG.
2 minutes
it
of
can
death timer.
cast those circles, it can cast that
And behind a boss.
And if either of those happen, you are in huge trouble, as we have seen. So Team Liquid being disciplined, making sure to finish off that destroyer.
Actually, I'm curious, Jibby, has there been any seasons where you've
By Team
pushed
Liquid. That's gonna bring them to
high
100%
keys
count
as
in
not
the
Resto
seventh.
Druid?
Meanwhile, he said,
Yeah,
you know, you guys
I remember having this
Um,
conversation with someone else the other day.
so by the
They were
time
saying
you
how
get
Oh.
like you don't think you've ever played anything other than Resto Druid.
No, I
and, like,
did
keys, even
Holy
when-
Priest in Shadowlands season 3 and 4.
Oh, okay.
And then I played Holy Paladin season 2 of Dragonflight.
Something that's super common to the point where the way that both Dignitas and Liquid
And
was with the assumption that the one
I
phase wasn't going
played
to happen, and then that they were
Disc
gonna
Priest
have
season
to
1
be
of War Within till I stopped playing that season.
was gonna carry
But
them
we were
over the
doing
finish
decently
line,
high keys
as
at that
opposed
point.
to bloodlusting for the maximum
What? I thought you were playing Resto Druid
So
that
it's like
season, right?
the pre-lust versus the
Season
lust
1
as the
of
both
War
happen.
Within? Fuck no.
Yeah.
Resto Druid was fucking dog shit
Fuck
that
no?
season.
Ah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He triggered him.
It's a little bit wrong for them. I wonder if the
No,
strategy
that
will
was
change
one of
if
those things where
possibly
like
that the one phase is on the
there's
table.
some seasons where I like season 2 War Within where Resto Druid felt good. It was just a better healer.
Yeah,
But
exactly. It is
season
something
one more
that might feel a
within,
bit
I was
composition dependent.
not even
If
under the
anybody
delusion
thinks
that Resto Druid was
we've
good.
seen
It
Liquid
was
here,
just
see just how
an
much
annoying
damage
spec to play.
they're
Not
gonna
under
be
the
able to bring to
delusion.
bear when it is time to hit the boss in that burn phase. First, though, we have to hit one more set of these.
How do you feel
relics.
about this season as a healer?
Frontals, always a mechanic that you don't want to mess up, but does happen sometimes in the pug.
The thing I think that's weird about this season is there's like very few rot DPS bosses. It's like all
Wait, what?
like none of the bosses are really fights where there's just not like there's no like Candle King this season where you're just
Yeah, there is. There's
No,
plenty of
there's-
them. It's
there's
just,
no fight where you're taking damage like the entire time.
yeah, there are.
Like
Forge
what?
Master, Lura.
Okay, Forge
uh,
Master, sort of, but like
who else
it's
is
not
there?
like it's not difficult. Candle King.
Well, yeah,
actually
yeah. Of course, it's
beat
not
your ass.
difficult, but I mean, well, I mean, I think the issue is that if you played a non-meta healer, then yeah, it would.
They
be
can all heal
challenge,
Forge
but-
Master. Like that guy does not do enough damage to be scary.
I mean, I think that's more true for Resto Druid and Mistweaver than it is for other healers.
I feel like I would be able to. I mean, I haven't, but I feel like on Resto Shaman I'd be able to heal it just fine.
But the strategies involve your Augmentation Evoker and your.
But yeah, there's also
Army and Breath of Beyond's
there's one
first
other fight I was
rule
trying to think of. I can't think of off the top of my head.
It's not what Liquid had planned for. Fortunately enough for them, it's not.
Oh, well, yeah, my Sorrow second boss. That's what it was. That's
Sort of,
also
but like
pretty
there's still
rotten
breaks in that. Like, but between the Phantoms coming out, there's really nothing
I
happening.
mean, it's still posting damage. For the
Let's
entire
go,
time.
Liquid.
Yeah, but like a very small amount of damage.
All right,
You're
rematch.
You're basically just waiting for the next Phantoms to come out.
But more importantly, Liquid has qualified for the global finals.
Yay!
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 In their inaugural season. If we're lucky enough to see them again in the future, they're going to be a huge team to watch. For now,
I won't lie, I am
one ends here. See them off in chat, everybody.
very much hoping that
This was
Race World First creates a conflict with BlizzCon MDI just because I want to see what happens.
on fire. It feels like they are amping up for this final series.
I didn't. I thought like they flew out weeks early or something like that. I think there is a absolutely negative chance.
Is Liquid still looking at all vulnerable tunnels?
Yeah, but I want it to happen.
Yeah.
I would have to go with yes.
Okay.
So I mean, they had a versus create team. I think that it's one that you can't.
What is considered a second meta healer right now? It's got to be Resto Shaman, right?
Shaman, yeah. I think there's actually more. Last time I looked, maybe it's changed in the last couple weeks, but I looked at the representation of healers in the top like 1% and 0.1%. Like at some point after Resto Druid got nerfed, like a week or two after Resto Druid got nerfed, and at that point I think Shaman was more represented in the 0.1% and 1% than Mistweaver was. Now I'm sure Mistweaver's come up since then, and even at that point Mistweaver was more like if you did like how many Mistweavers are in the top 100 keys done, I think Mistweaver was significantly ahead of Resto Shaman. But I think in that range of like I don't know exactly what key level that would represent, but I'm gonna make it up and say like in the 21 to 22 key level range. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more Resto Shamans than Mistweavers, according to the data from a couple weeks ago.
It's just the only healer that works well for Fizz comp. Or it's
Or
the
not
only
even-
shaman, I should say, that works well for Fizz comp.
Yeah, and it's not even necessarily just Fizz comp. There's like I'll open up LFG a lot of times, and you can see the Resto Shaman comps forming before the Resto Shaman gets there. It'll be like DK Warlock, Rep Paladin or something.
Yeah, because they want a lust.
Yeah, and so you, as a Mistweaver or any non-lust healer, you begin to just recognize which comps are never going to invite you because they don't have a lust already, and
Yeah.
they're obviously waiting for a shaman. So shaman has a monopoly on those groups. Like that group's never going to invite anything except a shaman, whereas a Mistweaver group could invite. And there's nothing special that a Mistweaver brings in terms of like unlocking the comp. So it has to compete with like everything, whereas Resto Shaman has a few groups where it's just like, yeah, the only thing that's healing this group is Resto Shaman.
overall throughout the entire competition. I think they were the 9th seed overall, but they played much higher than that. I think in a different world where they get put into a different bracket, they definitely could have upset.
All right, start this next series. I'm in a rush.
Impressive to watch.
I think
I think there's a 5-minute break.
Oh man.
All right, what time you gotta leave?
I totally agree. And it's just
I got it pushed to where I don't. I mean, I had to be somewhere by 2, which is in an hour. That's not gonna happen. So I told him I'd come hopefully at 3.
But we have to take a look now.
But if this goes 5 games, it's gonna be longer than that probably. I don't know.
I mean, it's gonna be a banger if it goes 5 games with the spec ban rule.
Bro, this has to go to 5 games.
I mean, it won't because it's gonna be a 3-0 liquid, but
Yep,
yeah.
yep. I think it's actually so unlikely for anyone to 3-0 just with, because like it's so unlikely that they have the same ideas with like the ban thing in a potential 5-game series. Like I don't know, the other 2 weekends there was just 2 3-0s in the finals, so we never saw this. But like maybe a team just goes for the 3-0, but if that doesn't happen, right, then 4 and 5 they're kind of fucking cooked. So like I really feel like at least one of these games we're gonna look at the comps at the beginning and just be like, this is probably, unless someone wipes, this is not gonna be close.
Now, I will say, I have definitely had some tournaments where we got to a certain dungeon pool and we looked at it and we were like, all right, the plan is to 2-0 because we are dog shit in the 3rd map. And it's like, well, can we do something about the 3rd map? And it's like, yeah, we can 2-0 them and not play the 3rd map.
Yeah.
If we go to the 3rd map, we're fucked. So the plan is don't go to the 3rd map.
Dude, we had one of those, and the 3rd map was one that we had barely done before, but we had a great Toldagor. But then they made me rename my character and completely make a brand new character in the 5 minutes in between maps, and then we almost lost that game.
You can do
Very
the same.
scare.
You can think about it as well, but you two are going to have to face off and see what you can do to get these routes.
I think I actually had it
All right. 3,
with
2, 1.
a couple
Represent that
add-ons.
route.
Oh no, my cat
I
just
think I
sat
had
on
it to
him.
where
No.
I was pretty confident I
No,
could
no,
make a
no,
new
no.
character within like 3
No,
minutes if I needed to. Could get like all the
I posted a picture. No.
get all the shit purchased.
This. I think this. That
Maybe
looks right.
it wouldn't be completely dumb, but I could have like everything in my bags and then be standing at inside the dungeon, like putting everything on and enchanting it and shit.
Yeah, but you can get like 99%, but there's always gonna be one thing you miss that you're like, oh, I don't have this thing, and it's gonna matter.
Dude,
Like
shout
a
out
macro or something.
Shout out Goop in the 10 seconds before that game started, like literally the countdown from putting the key in.
Time.
Goop came in and reminded Kevin to change his tricks macro to my new character's
Oh,
name.
that's huge.
It actually would have instantly lost.
More time this time around. Now, Dranos, from what you're seeing of the routes, does it seem like they're at all close?
Well,
I don't know that there's like a worse feeling than doing MDI and beginning a dungeon and realizing as soon as the dungeon begins that there's something that you didn't do, like a talent you forgot to change or something that's important. And if you had remembered it 3 seconds ago, you probably could have changed it, but you remembered it literally the moment where you can no longer do anything about it.
Didn't you just make... I just made different characters for maps that were like totally different.
4, 3,
Like the exact same class and everything with just a different name. So I never fucked that up.
Well,
But
I
then you
think
just
I
forget to
think I
change
would have like
characters.
different talent loadouts, but I would just forget to do the new talent loadout.
Like hazel, brownish.
Okay, brownish.
What are they doing on the broadcast right now?
Get them in there. All right.
Trying to
They're
recreate the
drawing-
routes, and Tettles is
Yeah.
bragging and trying to draw Dratnos.
We're going to, I guess, start off here with Tuttles, and hey, no bias, Dratnos, just because Tuttles has drawn such a beautiful rendition of you. But what do we think we see from this route?
It's looking accurate.
What does that
to
say?
me.
Hello?
Yeah. Nothing jumps
I
out.
don't know what that second word is.
I think it's everybody.
It is 100%. That's always a good thing to have.
Could be everybody.
Better than last time, that's for sure.
This,
Yeah.
this conjure is definitely supposed to be done with the boss, but I can't control click in this feed. But
Is that an
yeah.
E, the first
Okay,
letter?
alright.
I did the same thing. I just put it all as one because they kind of.
I think it's everybody. Hello, everybody.
yeah,
think
but
my
I
stuff
was
around-
trying to be authentic. That's why I put the famished broken as separate after the boss.
I think my stuff.
Let's get the next series started, boys. Let's get it popping.
Yeah,
here.
wow, this is super entertaining. But could I watch MDI?
Tettles has an extra pack of Famished Broken marked, I believe.
Oh yeah, I think the
Yeah, get
fact
ready.
that left, they do
Does.
pull.
I think there's always a mandatory 5-minute break after all this
Whereas Tettles
stuff
is
too.
right over. So yeah, you can see that extra 5-pack up there being tagged in.
I think these were definitely pulled. I mean, they were
Yeah,
pulled
but
in
down
Rift Warden.
by the first
The ones
boss.
at the start.
Yeah, that pull 3 exactly.
This is done. This is done as a resource generating pack right
All
after.
right, here's the answer.
Okay,
Let's find
here we go.
out.
I can't see.
Oh, it looks like.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Tettles
you're
is
definitely
correct.
closer.
Yeah.
You're way
Yeah,
closer.
Zyro.
Big
Tettles
money!
is getting way too happy.
Okay, all right. Well, Zyro, we didn't get a chance to ask, but who was the drawing of on yours?
It was just
Was
a
that
smiley
also-
face.
One of my favorite features that Nagi introduced on MDT was when they made it so that you can automatically add a gradient to the pulls on the right side, like the color coding of the pulls. Because it used to be that it would just come up with like random colors or whatever, but then he added a thing where it would like change it into like a rainbow
He's like, well, who are those people?
But you know what, Zyro, I think you did really well regardless.
color shift
And
down the side.
everybody,
That was very
thank
pleasant.
You for hanging with us through another great and chaotic route race. Now, while Tettles and Zyrus did their best to replicate our team's routes, I think you all can do even better. Raider IO is bringing back their replay race, so download the Raider IO app and compete against some of the top runs from mandatory.
Did Radar IO pay for this?
For a chance at earning prizes. The event starts Tuesday.
I doubt it. It's probably part of the
Someone will probably get
sponsorship.
paid for this.
Yeah.
Our day here
Because they like host the
is
tournament
circle. We
on their
started
website
this
and
matchup
shit.
and we are ending
Yeah, it's like a
it.
partnership.
Dignitas versus Liquid, our reigning champions versus the team. They
We could beat
never
Mandatory's
beat last
time.
season
Wasn't
in
even
the
that
round.
impressive.
After this short break, it's time to decide who will be our Group C champions.
I mean, I would hope that the team playing on week 3 is beating the team from week 1's times.
Hey, look, cat. Mandatory is the only team that's gone 0 deaths the entire tournament so far, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys leave RGB elements on your peripherals lit up?
No, I hate them.
No.
Hell, fuck no. I
That
also
is-
don't
that
even
is
get
absolutely insane
RGB
behavior.
peripherals.
Yeah. They just showed whoever, I think it was Tettles' keyboard, and it was like lit up.
No, that was Zyro's.
Zyro's keyboard.
Zyro is very into RGB. I
Dude,
know this. I remember
there's
having
a-
this conversation with him.
Every now and then I'm like I see a keyboard. I think it's like one of the Alienware ones at the facility that like has all the RGB
love
settings
those.
on. And if you just like they have the setting on where when you press a key, let's just say it's like T or whatever, it'll like radiate RBG
Ripple? Yeah.
out.
I
Like
hate that
ripple,
effect so
it'll
much.
ripple from it. Dude, I was doing like a photo shoot for one of those keyboards or something like that, where you basically have to just like, you know, sit at a computer and pretend you're gaming while they take pictures of you and shit. And like that thing, even in your peripheral vision, is so insanely distracting. I don't know how people play with it.
Chat saying that Shaq had that on at the race?
There's no way.
They have that on. Yeah, I think so.
He is a keyboard
I mean,
destroyer as well.
He has 8 monitors too. There's no, you can't distract him if you tried, I think. He also would have breakfast, lunch, and dinner on his desk at all times.
Shaq said it got turned on in his suitcase, so he left it on.
That is the most believable thing.
I
yeah.
love Shaq so much, man.
Yeah, I remember doing Prague at the Echo facility at like 3 a.m. And I'd be sitting in the room rating, and you know it's middle of race world first, so like nobody's watching me do shit. But invariably in the middle of the night, at some point, Shaq will be in chat, and he said, "Hey, I'm watching you while I eat."
Yep.
Yeah, I was behind him a couple of times when he said that. Me, him, and Ronnie were watching you.
All right, 1 minute. Let's fucking go. So I think if it makes it to a map 4, Liquid had the better Skyreach, right? By like a pretty good bit. So that sounds good, but
I mean,
also
depends
like
on what
what's the
classes they'll
like
have
Yeah,
available
depends on the
too.
what is the likelihood that they'll even have the same comp available? Yeah, exactly.
Because by match 4 they'll have what 9 specs banned.
Yeah, they're gonna have some weird shit by match 4.
Yeah. God, this is actually
Bro,
going to
imagine
be
like the
very
most
interesting.
cooked comp. Yeah, holy fuck.
Like
And
this.
I
Yeah.
can almost guarantee that that somebody's gonna be in a position to close out, and they're gonna play their best comp in the closeout game. And if they
Not-
don't close it out, then
they
it's gonna
guarantee
be
lose.
real weird.
Yeah, they're probably going to be pulling a dungeon that they have never pulled with that comp before. Very likely.
That's gonna be cinema.
That's what I'm thinking. Even the first dungeon, like, I think a lot of people are like, you can't ban like good specs in the first dungeon. I think that's logical, right? But then, if the other team is like, all right, they're probably gonna run like a dog shit comp, you can run something decently good, and you basically guarantee win one map. And yes, you're behind in comp, but you're behind in classes, but you only have to win 2 games out of 4, and the other team has to win 3. And like eventually the comp shit might get weird for them too, right? Like I think like undervaluing the first game just because of a potential 5-game series is potentially bad.
Versus Liquid. Tell us who takes it all. And neither of these teams are content with simply making it to the season 1 finals. They already have.
I really hope this goes well for Blizzard though, because like they did this new rule set, which basically isn't going to matter unless 2 good teams play each other, and that basically hasn't happened yet. Like this is the only weekend with 2 really, really good teams in it in general, and in the grand finals, which is the only one that will ever go to 5 games. I'm kind of hoping that this is a movie, but I also hope Liquid 3-0s and it's not a movie.
Upset that they didn't get away with any MDI victories last expansion. I think Wolf Disco in particular could have won both the first one of the War Within and the third one of the War Within. Ended up losing out on both of them, getting second place in the first.
I said this right when I turned my stream on, but them all
Dignitas.
Dranos and Zyra wearing the Alliance and Horde jackets is like for sure just screams like Blizzard was like, yo, you guys should wear these.
I think they've been wearing it every single
Yeah.
weekend. I think.
Well, Dratnos has worn it every broadcast. Zyronic has not, but of late, I think he has worn it. Like there was at least weekend 1. I remember him wearing something else. I don't remember what, but it wasn't the letter jacket. But I think the last 2 weekends he's worn it.
I mean, they're great jackets. You can get them on tl.gg/store. By the
Oh,
way,
I
if you
love
want
them.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're great jackets. It's just seems too
There's
on
just
the-
other apparel
it's-
you
it's
could buy
too-
too.
It's too on the nose. That's all.
I asked either yesterday or last weekend or something. Do you think they're wearing anything under the letter jacket?
Ooh, they're
Yes.
kind of warm. Maybe not. Dranos has that shit buttoned to the brim.
Oh, that is a good point. You can't really see
He's
anything.
buttoned all the way up. Zyro definitely has a shirt on. You can see it.
Yeah, like I can see Zyra's shirt, but Dranos is that shit's been that buttoned up every time.
Yeah.
And there's a part of me that wants to be like, bro, rip that open right now. Let me see.
Kind of looks like a general.
I'm not talking to Dranos right now.
What is this Twitch chat prediction?
Yeah, this is insanity. Like I know Liquid has a sub right now, but let's put this in perspective.
I mean, this is very close to the outcome of the first series, which was 2-1.
Yeah. Plus, Dignitas has been able to mess around for the past 2 hours with maybe some weird comps and getting some runs in of some of these dungeons. And Liquid's had to play
To be
lower
fair,
bracket.
Dignitas did win the last MDI.
True. But the last MDI was
Different
a
format.
Well,
They need
yeah.
to get something with those names because MDI is speedrun TGP's high keys, but now they're just flip flopping them back.
They're just MDI.
It was fine if they never brought the speedrun format back.
Wait, Dranos voted for Liquid. Let's go.
Yup.
Let's
Peter.
go.
Looking to Dranos again.
Let's fucking go. He's already back.
Do we have any information about where the prediction leaderboards are? Which of these 2 do I need to
Dude,
God, I
Makes
hope
is
they
a
have the
hater.
fucking
What the
spec
hell?
ban rules for globals.
How much of an advantage do you think it is to have a guy like AJ on your team that is comfortable doing add-ons
Oh, I don't care
at
about
this
that.
point.
Oh, you don't care about
Oh,
channels?
probably really
No,
important.
I don't care about
It was always important to have
Yeah.
like a weak Orga on your team, but probably
Yeah,
more
but
so
now that you actually
nowadays.
have to,
Well,
like,
the
write
thing
a
is
whole
like
fucking
anyone.
add-on.
I feel like it's more important now because like anyone could kind of make you could make some crazy weak auras, but like anyone
ask
could
Claude
make
to
a
make an
basic
add-on for
weak
you.
aura, but now you kind of can't. You need someone that's a lot smarter because they just made it harder to do that, less accessible. Which, by the way, great add-on changes. By the way, it's very good that that's the outcome. You can still do it. It's just a lot harder, and you can't do it yourself anymore. Amazing.
I mean,
Did
do
they
you guys
expect
think
us to
these
do
MDI
you got-
teams are using any like special add-ons? Like I
Yeah.
doubt it.
I'm looking at AJ's
Think so?
CDM shit. You think he's not cooking up something in there?
Oh,
I
100%.
highly doubt it.
I actually wouldn't even be surprised if that was the entire purpose of him fucking around with that in the first place. Was him being like, I need to be able to make stuff for tournaments, and then fuck it. I guess if I'm going to spend this much time on it, I'll just make an add-on and release it too.
All right. Do you guys think we see a good comp in the first game from either team? What I mean by good comp is like probably one spec away from exactly what you would want to run.
What is it? Hold on, let me see.
I can't answer. I haven't
Pit
had her
of
info.
Sauron.
I mean, I think we'll see.
They're
What's the first
playing
dungeon?
Pit of
Pit.
Sauron's. Yeah.
God, I'd really want to play Mistweaver in this dungeon.
I don't know. It's only 15.
You could play
Like, they might
Mistweaver
stack
here, not
something.
ban it, and then not play it in the next map, right? And then still be able to play it again after.
What's the next?
Next is Mysar Caverns, which is
Caverns,
probably
fuck,
Aflock plus.
You also want to play Mistweaver in there. What's the first dungeon you wouldn't want to play Mistweaver in here? Like maybe Skyreach?
Yeah, they ran Shaman
I
and
mean-
Skyreach both teams previously.
Yeah.
Put the Holy Priest and the MM Hunter on the board.
I would maybe.
Mysar
Okay,
is
so
for sure Aflock ban.
for Pit, I think maybe you go like Resto Shaman.
It's like a demo lock ban. I'm not sure what else.
Dude, a Shine on his thing here, not having a Twitch thing, is so fucking aura. It's like, I don't need to fucking stream. Fuck it.
Hearthstone
Oh,
has that
Hearthstacks.
holy-
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't have Twitter. That's actually even better.
Yeah, I mean you have to, right? Unless you think you're.
I mean, there are a lot of people who just aren't comfortable with streaming and or don't want to bother streaming. Because I hear about all the time from chatters. There's always chatters who are like, why don't you guys just stream? Like, we're just making money for free. Just play the video game.
That's not.
It's
Yeah,
not for free.
the general gaming public's entire outlook on streaming is very flawed.
It's crazy.
And then you can move on to game 3 and game 4 and play kind of as you did in the previous
If you play
series.
full meta game 1, you need to ban 3 of those back.
Well, there's a lot of different meta comps, right? There's melee comp, there's
Well, I'm
range,
glad
there's
you're
the
not
normal
making
range
the
comp.
team's plans.
Well, listen.
Oh,
Wait, holy shit. the
Liquid
Twitch
keeps
prediction has
climbing.
Wade.
Yep. Get fucking propaganda'd. Let's get those. Where can I vote? How does this work? There's not even
In
a
Twitch
poll.
chat, you gotta predict with your channel points.
There's no fucking poll.
Yeah.
Oh, is it gone now?
I mean,
Oh,
it's
it's still there.
actively
Predict in the
changing.
vote.
Bro, do I have to refresh or something?
I think so. It's there for me. I already lost all my points betting on them earlier.
Oh,
Maybe
there we
to
go.
have it banned.
Liquid.
Marks?
Oh, predict with custom amount. How much fucking points do I
Marks
have?
Is the only spec that nobody's played.
100 million. There we go.
Million.
Guys, dump all your
No,
points
no,
on
Holy
Liquid.
Priest
here.
too hasn't
and
been
Holy
played.
Priest, yeah.
Bro, they need to buff those specs. What the fuck is Blizzard
They
doing?
have been buffing Holy Priest. I think they buffed it like 3 times this season.
That's the sad part. Yeah, there are so many of these specs that have gotten buffed like 10,000 times and they're still dog shit. Blood Decay is another one. Pharaoh Druid.
And the crazy thing is everybody was
I just moved
predicting
it a
you were
whole
going to play
percent.
Holy Priest in the Race to the World first.
Dude, healers don't know anything.
It was like a big surprise
Nobody knew
to
Mistweaver
everybody.
was OP too.
Yeah.
Our healer's so clueless.
Well, Mistweaver did get buffed. Like the spinning crane kick shit did get a buff early season. It wasn't like that in beta.
What did they buff it?
They just made, I can't remember what they did. They changed like spinning crane kick to do like either more or an extra tick or something. But I remember early on in the season they buffed what spinning crane kick was contributing. Because I remember the Mistweavers were kind of being like,
Oh, ancient
bro,
teachings, whatever.
do they know what they're fucking doing right now?
Starting. Soon.
Let's fucking go, dude. Come on. What are these comps looking like?
I'm gonna
And
say
there's a
Brew.
Holy Pally.
Oh, there's a Holy Paladin. Okay.
Double warrior.
Paladin.
Double holy paladin. What the fuck?
Dude, these
Wait,
are
double
some
DH versus double warrior.
these are some fucking comps right now.
Oh, it's so
That's
good.
fucking cool. Bro, Ellesmere is pogging out about this.
Dude, we have Destro Lock for Dig. We have Demo, right? For
What is
For
Holy
Liquid?
Paladin do in this dungeon?
What's
Like,
an in-hand shaman?
is it?
Dance.
Does Paladin get some kind of undead cool shit?
dude, what is fucking happening right now?
Not really.
I
would-
remember there being a thing that Holy Paladin could do, or Paladin could do like some kind of, maybe it was Rep Paladin actually, could do some kind of like wild.
Holy Paladin's
ass
freedom
stun.
for the gargoyles.
Oh, Waking Ash.
I-
Wake of Ashes.
Okay, looking at this now, I
How do
feel
you
like
not know about Wake of Ashes?
with both of these comps being so weird, I would give Dig the like heavy advantage in this specific game because like they've just been doing this dungeon on this shitty ass comp for the last like hour or something. Because they both went shitty. No one like chose to win game one for free.
They tried to
Look at
outshit
Destro
each
Lock
other and
Yeah.
they both tied.
Holy-
Yep, they both shit.
Wait, is there a Holy Paladin build difference? Is Zevi playing Herald? Let's see.
Let's have a look here.
Yeah, so Zevi is playing Herald, which is like a healer build. And AJ is playing. Oh, they're both playing
Unfortunately, he's
Herald.
no
Never
longer in
mind.
the competition. He's playing a slightly different setup compared to what we saw
Good.
before.
I
He's
tried
playing
playing
Soul Color
Lightsmith.
Instruction Warlock, so
I do not like
heavily
that shit.
indexing on mass AoE damage, going to be slightly worse on the pure single target.
Their
Why
routes
they
are
do
really
so much
different.
damage,
As you
though?
could see, he bursted for 1.6, 1.7.
I wonder if in
million damage on
between
that
this
first
series,
pull.
if some
There's a
te-
lot
if
of
some
the
teams
reason why
win
Dignitas are
like
so much
different
further
games, like it
progressed in
goes
the dungeon
1-1
right
for
now
example,
with that
I wonder if
massive
anyone
first
pivots.
pull. I think
Like I
it's a
wonder if
really
anyone is
smart
ever up
choice,
like
and it
2-1 or
really kinda
something.
ties into
If
the
they
same spec ban
if they
idea
tech
where
in like a
Esper
better
seems like
comp
it's pretty good.
that
It's not like near the
they
top
think
of the
will be
meta
better
right
for
now.
this
It's great
specific
for the
dungeon,
AoE
but is
blast
worse
and
for
the
later
lower
ones
piece,
just
but
to try to
something
win
that's
it
really
right there,
important
for
to stand
example,
out
like
right
you were
after
saying
the
earlier. But then
Yeah, exactly.
but then if
It's,
they don't win, they're like
it's
actually
something that you
cooked.
can get rid of.
No, I
and you
think
don't mind
if
losing
you always
another
have the
map,
lead,
but it
you
certainly
definitely
works
play to,
out
like,
in a lot
maintain
of
the
these
lead
dungeons. And the
instead of
interesting thing
trying
as
to
well
risky
is,
Wait,
you know,
Liquid's going
Affliction is
this
probably the
buffer or
version that you
something.
want to play.
Yeah,
against
that's what I said.
Average,
Their
which is
routes are
coming
so
up next.
different.
And then Demonology
hell?
is also one that you'll use in maps
Maybe
like say,
CD
a Skyreach,
timings?
which I believe is towards the end of our.
I don't know what
our
everybody's
pool this
CDs are
time.
like on.
So a lot of utility or Nexus Point Zenith.
Are either of them
those
doing like a
are-
weekly no
are,
lever, or are both
great
of these
dungeons for
practiced?
Demonology Warlocks. So
They're
yeah,
practiced.
Warlock's kind of great.
These are crazy
You
pulls.
use it in a lot
I
of
mean, the
maps,
routes
and
have to
especially
be
for the spec
practiced. I
variety
don't know
rule,
if the
the best part
comps
about it is
are.
you use different specs and different
Yeah, like I
maps,
would love
and
to
you're
ask
happy
them
with multiple
afterwards
of them in
if
multiple of these
like
maps as well.
how many of the dungeons they were
think it's
doing in
also
this
in a great
series, if it
spot
goes
where it's
5
just, like,
games, did they have a
generally,
previous run
all
on
of
with
the
that
specs
comp?
are
I bet there'd be
just
multiple
I think
dungeons where
there's
the
no
answer is
way.
0.
None of them are the best in the
Yeah,
game.
there's
in
no
anything
way
in
they're
particular,
practiced
but you
this
never
many
It's
know.
practiced.
comps
I'm
in
getting
this
insider
I bet-
info.
It's very,
I
very
bet-
strong
I
defense.
bet-
It's all
Defensively,
practiced.
Healthstones are always good.
I bet
do wanna
first
point out,
map
though,
makes sense to
different strat
practice.
differential
Yeah.
from Liquid
Because like I
and
feel like that
Liquid
one you could
Crick
kind of lock
first,
in
rather than
your
the
ultra
typical
dog shit
strategy of
comp.
Heading up to Forge Master Garfrost. What do we think the plan is for them here? Why did we
It's
go
not
this way?
practiced.
Did you
It's
make that up?
interesting, yeah. I mean, much as I love the podcast,
No,
about
but we
Warlocks,
just
it is
DM'd
worth
me.
talking about the strategies on the screen from time to time as well. And I've not seen a lot of the Ick and Crick strat, but I think what we just saw is probably part of the reason why Yips there is outside of the boss
can
room
pre-plan
during this
everything, though. Why
fixation.
would you just
He
not
is
practice?
on a mission, and it looks
MDI
like he is
practice is
grabbing
hard to,
trash and bringing it into
Oh,
this
shit,
boss.
It's hard
ran out
to
So
of
that would probably be
describe
it,
if you
Zyro.
haven't
you
done
do
it,
this-
but there's like
during-
priorities
if you do this in the
basically.
other
There's
There's
certain
direction,
dungeons that
arena
matter
you have
more
to
than
spend
others.
trash probably to get here, but by doing
Purplish
it this
line,
way,
you
you get to
take
fight
And
it on
especially
the
with
boss,
like
and you get to fight it on the
this
second half of
late
the boss.
into a
Now, Zyro,
season, they
if
had
you
a
believe
sub
you
join
wanna
like a
fight on the
week
second
ago.
half
They
of the
probably
boss,
spent the last
then
week
extra
just
trash
getting him
is
up to
because you
speed
play
rather
the
than
Armor
like
Warrior.
making sure
The
they
Armor
were
Warrior
exactly
wants trash
in these
on
kind of
boss
scenarios for like a
100%
5-game
of the time.
series where you have to
So
ban a
want
bunch of
the way
specs.
to pull trash not just onto the start, but also the end of every boss fight. And I think that is the big reason behind
can't
doing
believe
this,
Enhancement
because
Shaman is back.
otherherw's it's typically
Holy-
inefficient to
Oh,
go
no,
for
this
the
is
Crick
Evie
first.
down.
Oh, that's
So
Evie.
No,
down
he's up, he's up,
to
he's
a
up.
Plague expulsion. The B-Res does land, but that is 15 seconds off of Team Liquid. good.
And maybe with that death, they feel like they have to then commit to killing off the Shades of Crick. Yes, they do. One of them is already down, heading to the second one. We don't want to have our entire team die to that Shadow Nova. That is actually very close to coming off cooldown at the end of this phase here. Head into another fixate phase very shortly in just a moment. But
The Holy
yeah,
Paladin
that
pick is
funnel
really
from the Arms
interesting.
Warrior, one of
That
the few classes
means
in the game that really actually
they're
still
trying to
has
save
meaning-
Resto
meaningful
Shaman, Resto
funnel.
Druid, and
But I think the big thing to keep an eye on here, Dratnos, is
Mistweaver?
even with this differing strategy for
it's gotta be what it means, right? I'm not sure how it works out.
Yeah, I was trying to think like
from that
what,
first pull where Dignitas were able to pull about 12% more
like a
count in the first pull, though.
5-game
But the massive pulls that you can do up to
series.
Forge
If
Master
you
Garfrost
send
just-
Holy
they're so much
Paladin
more efficient
first,
than the pulls you can do over on the
and
side
then
of
you
the
sent
Crick.
Mistweaver,
Yeah, maybe Liquid will have a way of pulling some
You
of
could
that
not
into the
ban
second half of
Mistweaver in map
Garfrost.
2 because
That
you'd
would
have two
really
other
allow
things
them
or
to
three other things you could
accelerate
still
Well,
their
ban, right?
depending-
one. Because
if
not
people
all counters
played-
created equal, right? Of
Well, it
course,
would still be
Depending on what
tied
they
at
do.
one,
tries to do its
so
best to have
they
all
could
the
do it for
enemies
sure.
be
Like they're
Yeah, yeah,
basically
yeah.
they're gonna ban
percentage
every
based on
single
their
spec in
difficulty,
these
based on
over
their
the next
health.
2 games,
But something that they
plus
can't really
one spec
capture
from
is
the
which
next
ones
map,
are
right?
easy in locations where you can pull them
That's
with
their
a
plan.
What are they
good
trying to
count.
ban here?
And so just
They're
because Liquid
they're gonna.
are
It doesn't
a
matter what they
smaller
ban
count amount
first.
than
They're going to
Dignitas
ban
doesn't mean
every
they're
single
as far
thing.
behind as it
Liquid
looks
at
from
least is
that
gonna
because
ban
they
every
should
single
still
thing
have
they
those
are
good
using
pulls ahead of them, whereas
after
Dignitas
the second
have
map
either
is played
skips
in
or
this map.
awkward
I think
pulls
they're
larger
gonna ban
than
3
the
here,
pulls
ban 2
around
the next one, and then
side
1 for the
here
next map.
to bring some of this trash straight into Ick and Crick.
They went full fucking
Yeah,
throw this
Liquid
map
need
mode.
to get
I
this
think.
trash pull done and get engaged with Garfrost
Yeah.
as soon
Wait,
as
so
possible
you're saying
here
if they
in
play
order to
this,
stay on pace
then
with
play a different
Dignitas.
comp in the
Otherwise,
next
it looks like
match,
Dignitas might
in
be
the
able
They
to
can
third
get
still
that
match,
ban.
they
serious
can still
lead.
ban from the first.
Yeah,
because
Yeah.
because everything will still be tied at one game
Correct.
played.
Closer to the end of the dungeon as well. Liquid has to backtrack and
You have to
capture
ban
even more
3
trash
of
after this
your
boss on top of
most
Forge
played
Master
specs,
Garfrost
but
or
if
Dignitas.
you
They're
play
essentially
5 new
just
specs in the
one,
next dungeon, you'll
This is
have
just one
10
pull
things
of
tied at 1,
execution
except for the
for
3 you banned from the
Dignitas
first one. So there'd be
up
7
towards
things to
the
choose from,
final
which would be
boss.
2 again
The
from
other
this map
question
and then
as
1
well,
from the
right?
next one, which means
The other
their
mover
comp should be good in the
really
next
allows you to do
map,
so
though, like
much in
bet
this
or
dungeon
better.
I don't
where
understand though why that
having that available
why
to
you play
not
Holy
only gives
Paladin.
you a reliable skip,
Yeah,
without,
'cause I
without
was-
it being that you think Holy Paladin's good,
Wall
because
here.
there should be enough
But
games that
it
you could
also
play
lets
like
you do the
Mistweaver
trash
and
into the final boss and to Scourge Lord.
Resto Shaman and Resto
Liquid
Druid
doesn't have that
and never have to
ability.
worry
They're
about
probably just
Even
using the
more
healer
trash
role
before
to
they try to
cover
come to
more
that final
bans
boss.
rather than DPS,
So they
I
have
would
a
imagine.
lot that they have to do still, whereas
Right? Does it like that? Doesn't that make sense? Like you're gonna ban.
But I mean, I
pretty much ready
but
to complete the
I feel
dungeon
like you
still
could
on
still
top
just
of
ban one of the other healers. Like I feel like I could play Resto Druid here,
exactly.
ban
There's
it, and
just
not
so
give.
little
I don't think
dungeon
you could play
ahead of
if you
Dignitas
banned
and so
anything but
much
Holy Paladin.
ahead
Let's
of
say you
Team
ban Holy
Liquid
Paladin here. I think
Forge Master Garfrost with
you
some
can
trash
probably
is good,
play
but I don't
Resto
know how
Shaman or
they'll ever
Mistweaver
get
for the
trash
rest of the
in
series.
After this, so I think the Arms Warrior
Right?
is going to really
wouldn't
decelerate
that be your
as
most
soon as
played?
all of this trash dies
Like, say you play
on
Mistweaver
that
for the
boss
next
damage
2,
metric.
that means you have to
Meanwhile,
ban Mistweaver
Dignitas
for the third,
looks like
right?
they are making the commitment
Or fourth.
to just focusing
Yeah,
down
or
Ick
or
and
again, they
Crick,
want to use more
not
DPS
worrying
specs,
as
so
much.
they are
Kira's actually running out to grab
they're
trash during
banning
this
more.
as
Like maybe
well.
they'll run
They've
another
got
like weird healer
a
and
plate
try to play
bearer, it
those
looks
2
like,
healers for the last
running
3.
on
We'd have to like
to
go
the
through this
boss
process
as well,
ourselves, I
so
think.
Dignitas a
Maybe that
little
would've
bit
been
less
fun to do.
aggressive in terms
Based
of
on the
just how
map
much
pool,
trash they're pulling onto this
I
boss,
think you
but
want to
they
play
are on the same
Mistweaver
idea,
in
if
the
on a
next
smaller
2
scale.
because it's Caverns
A little
and
bit
Nexus
inefficient,
Point.
though. We're gonna have to single
Then the
target
next one is
place
Skyreach.
where
I don't think you
down
give a shit about
after the
Mistweaver
boss
there
dies, but obviously they can't stop
necessarily.
DPS in the
So
boss. They're
I
right
could
there.
see it
They
being a
still have
thing
the
where
ship,
you
ship
just play
to
Mistweaver
themselves.
next
They
to, ban it
couldn't
in
let things
Skyreach,
explode
and then
on
in
them.
Inspire you play.
So
If you
we're
get there, you just play like
guessing a single
Resto
target
Shaman.
mob down. They needed this for count though, so they had to do it at some point. So a little bit inefficient.
I still don't know
little
why that
light
means you
on an
play
otherwise
Holy
perfect
Paladin in
dungeon
game
for
1
them.
when you could have just played
But
like
of
Resto
course,
Druid
we
here.
still have to set up the rest of the dungeon. Last
Free on the
prisoner,
gargoyles?
Not freed yet. They don't.
Yeah,
wanna free
maybe,
it too
and maybe
early
that's what it
because they
is.
want to
Just
be able
like
to
there's
get in
something very
position here
specific that
before the wall all disappears so that we can already be on the right side here before the trash.
The fact that
flushes
both
down.
teams did it makes me
Now,
think that there's a
we get
reason.
Gateway. Oh, okay. It's a rescue skip normally. I think that's the first time we've seen the gateway used at that particular point in the dungeon.
They should be DQ'd for that. They went through the floor, kind of.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
You're about to see. No.
Like
They
a
pull
mega.
mobs into the final boss, but they just walk
Gateways are
through a
very
mountain,
nice.
and
Yeah.
that's fine.
You go a little bit further,
They don't
you get to
snap.
all go through it without worrying about
It's not snapping
because
navigating
they're
around
mountain
the
goats. That's a
clear
DQ
mountain,
right
which
there.
takes some time
They
to set
are
up, and then of
mega
course
behind,
afterwards
though.
it'll take some time
I don't know if
to
it's because
set
it's a
back up
throwaway
being
comp
all
or-
individuals once more.
I mean,
But yeah,
Boomy just said
Dignitas
they've never
on this
practiced
big
this.
cave pull, while Team Liquid,
Yeah.
not
Well, I mean,
only do they
I
still
don't-
have
I
to
can't
finish
imagine
off this
Dignitas
final
really
health point
practicing
on
this much either.
Garfrost,
They've
Well, it
been
looks like they have
practicing it for the last
practiced
2
it.
hours.
If
right?
you had
Like,
the 2 hours between games, like why wouldn't
definitely
you
have
sit here and
practice.
practice this
They're
shit?
not going to have the 6% or so that you get from the Wernstone
I mean,
skip
2
down,
hours
so
of
yeah,
practice, Phil.
they
It
need
doesn't,
something
it
in the
doesn't
realm
really
of
mean
like.
much.
But I mean,
in
It
MDI settings.
it does something
Maybe
compared to a
they'll
team who's like
behind the
literally
wall
never.
as well.
the Wernstone stuff
set
they'll
foot
just
in
get
this-
now,
in this
right?
dungeon
They'll
at
get
this
it
I mean, this is what it
on the
looks
way
like.
up
It looks like a
probably, but
practice
yeah,
team
get
versus
going
non-practice team.
Correct.
on a
because the gap is just so big.
I mean, also realistically,
Oh my
like Dig
goodness,
could have
Zyro,
spent
this
a
is
good bit of this week
absolutely
practicing
novel.
for the grand
Okay, yeah,
finals.
there-
This
Because
looks
like I
cool.
There's
imagine,
some
You're
weird
getting
shit
a-
happening.
well,
right
I
now.
imagine Liquid also like look
What the
if,
fuck does happen?
if you're Liquid, oh wow, if you're Liquid
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure.
and you get a sub a week ago, I'm pretty sure you're shifting from let's win this cup to like let's qualify for global finals rather
Yeah.
than you know
That's
what I'm saying.
fair.
Like I bet they spent a lot of the last exact six days before this purely just making sure Cine is up to speed rather than like cooking comp stuff for global finals or grand finals.
Are in full swing. That
can
is
ask
an
them, though.
incredible
We're seeing
amount
Liquid's
of
losing this
movement
one.
and backtracking to add to an MDI route. It all
We've
is in
already
the
But I
sequence of
still
things that
believe,
look
bro.
Cool, but Shine
They're gonna win
charged
without
by a
practice,
gargoyle
yeah.
Again. Luckily, this time he's able to go into Ghost Wolf form, but now the Geists are leaping on him, and Shine just can't catch a break.
Oh man, that's supposed to go on your Warlock. He's the
Look at these
range
mobs, they
player,
go
but
through
they're
the
taking
mountain.
so much damage from all of these leaps. The rest
Quick,
of the
everybody
crash starting
inspect
to fall in.
Dignitas's
The
gear
bird
real
rate
quick.
finally makes its way up
Yeah,
the
let's
hill.
That was
let's get
rough,
some
though, I
necks
will
That's
here.
say.
something they have to keep an eye on as well. Those frontals going to start doing a ton of damage to the group if they don't dodge them. Yips, though, still under a ton of pressure, tanking all of this trash. You have a Cold Wraith in the back just free casting ice bolts on the group here, finally interrupted by a Shine. Oh, but they also axe toss it. It gets stunned outside of the group, so it's going to start free casting again. No, no, no. You're not supposed to ever interrupt a mob outside of the group as a Demo Warlock City. You cannot do that. They're just going to, take their losses, move on. But in the meantime, during the
this is
gather
a
of this
geeky.
circus
Oh, good.
of
This
trash,
this match doesn't matter.
Dignitas
Yep,
have
we're
gotten
getting
the
some
Wurmstone
shitty
skip
shitty
down.
classes
They
out of the
have
way.
remaining
They're
trash they need
playing
on top of the
they're
boss.
playing Devour and
Is,
Augavoker.
interesting position inside the ice blocks there,
Mistake
but
made,
looks like Dignitas are
Dignitas.
cruising to a map 1 victory here, Dratnos.
Yeah, this is looking so good for Dignitas. We spent a lot of time talking about what Liquid were up to in this map because they were on some really novel ideas. Dignitas, though, also doing some really great stuff across this run. In particular,
Have we not seen
just
either of the teams
execution
do Pit of
this
Sauron yet?
strategy with some of these off-meta specs has been flawless out of Dignitas. They won against
Think
Liquid
so.
earlier today. They won against Liquid last MDI
No,
as
I
well.
don't think so.
And this one is looking like it's going to be one
Yeah,
of
we
the
haven't.
least close wins against
Wolf
Liquid
is
that they'll
dead.
have had in a map, as Wolf Disco going down for Liquid is going to cement this for Dignitas. They are already so far ahead. Scourgler
not
Tyrannus
expecting this
just
first
getting
match.
absolutely melted
Wait,
by all
no,
of
they
their
played
damage.
Pit
I'm
game
very,
1, round
very
1.
impressed with the off-meta
Really?
picks here for Dignitas, making them look fantastic.
Oh,
they
they
are
did,
practiced
yeah.
on
You're
those
right.
off-meta picks as well. A super, super clean dungeon from them. 5% remaining on the boss. But it's a
Dude, I know
formality at
Liquid
this
is just
point.
straight up looking at
Dignitas
their chat
take
right now.
The first map of the series.
They've been looking at their chat for the last like 2
Rematch
minutes,
is
just waiting
already
for them to
moving
say
in
like you
Dignitas'
can zone to
favor
the
with
next
that
dungeon.
First point ending up on the board here, but this is a best of 5 in our grand finals, so there is plenty of time here for Liquid to still make a comeback. Now, seeing these two go head-to-head again after their earlier maps, I think has us all on the edge of our seats. They are both so competitive, and even with Dignitas on top right now, Liquid has a lot of potential in what they might be able to do. Now, you were both talking about noting the routing differences between the teams, but even though we know how the timers panned out, Dratnos, do you think the novelty for Liquid really was going to
So
pay off
looking
in
at the
efficiency?
dig comp though, like they're playing
I
it much
think
closer to
this
how
was
I
a
think
spec
you'd
for-
play it. Like Liquid seems like they're using this entire comp to ban over 2 keys. But I think Dig is exactly banning the 3 specs that they are very obviously banning from these series. So like they're gonna ban everything but Devour and Og, right? Like money back guarantee. But then that means that if they play Devour and Og in game 2, then those 2 will have to be banned for the rest of the series. So isn't it likely that Dig is just not going to play Devour and Og in this next map, like no matter
Yeah,
what,
they're like not
basically?
gonna play that.
Yeah. Unless they're going for like just try to go up 2-0 and then see what happens kind of thing, which also might not be a bad strategy, right?
Well, let's see. I'm pretty sure they had a really good Mysar's Cavern, so I think Dig wants to win this one.
Well, does their Mysara's Cavern previously include an Og and a Dev?
Yeah, that's what I'm checking right now.
Because if it does, that would be really
were-
interesting for game 3.
They were playing a Devourer and Og.
All right, so let's see if in these 2 hours they've cooked up a non-Dev or non-Devourer, non-Og comp, or if they're actually just gonna like be fine. Actually, let's look at this. Do they need or want Devourer and Og in game 3? Is the question. What
Ooh,
map?
wait. Interesting thing is MPX is the 3rd map, right? and they do play Ellie, Frost DK, Demo, which means they can just play their best comp. Wait, this is actually insane for Dignitas.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, because they're literally gonna play their best comp, and then the
Are you
dungeon
sure
after,
it's
they're
their
gonna play
best comp in
their
that other
comp.
dungeon, or was that just something they did in a series?
I mean,
where...
they were blasting that NPX.
So
like,
what
they
might be
beat
the case is they actually
Liquid's NPX
played.
by like 30 seconds.
You can look at this two different ways. They either did that just to like practice for grand finals, maybe. Like, think about it. If you're like practicing knowing your map
That is
pool,
likely, yeah.
that you could run a better comp in that dungeon, but they actually chose to just run the comp they know they're going to also play in the global finals if it gets that far. Because they know they're playing the first 3 maps in the global finals. It's
Yeah.
impossible to avoid. So like you might as well just play with that comp. Has Liquid done that map?
Done what? Which one?
The one you were just saying? Third map?
Mysaras?
No, the one
third
that's...
map, yeah.
Yeah.
It was the one that where Cindy DC'd.
Oh, beautiful. Well, okay, so Liquid has been the only team this weekend, according to the casters, to one phase the second boss.
Yeah, well, Dignitas got it to 2%, so it's basically one phase. Like they just do it a couple seconds afterwards. But I mean, I would assume that they're about equal in that dungeon, assuming they both play their best comps.
Mm-hmm.
But that means Liquid can't ban out Devour because Cindy's playing Devour.
They also, yeah, and Cine plays Devour for Skyreach too, right?
Thought it was Havoc. No, that's Windrunner. Sorry, I think he plays Devour for Skyreach. Yeah.
All right, they got to get this game. Like it seems like they knew by the fact that Boomy said they didn't practice it and they ran 5 throwaway specs, not even just 3, that they were not planning on winning map 1. But then they have to like beat them. Wasn't Dig faster in Mysara Caverns previously? Dude, that's actually, so there is one interesting thing. Like you said, Dorky, Dig is in a really good spot for going 3-0. But if they don't 3-0, they won't have Devour and Og for maps 4 and 5. Right?
4 is, for Skyreach. They haven't played a Skyreach yet, so that could be a throwaway game for Dignitas.
Yeah, but like they might not even make it to round 4. Like JB was saying, you might want to just play it. Like the best way to avoid map 4 is to just 3-0. Yeah, Dig is in a very good spot to 3-0, but I think if they don't 3-0, they're going to... We'll have to see what they actually play here. But if they do play their same comp...
Yeah. So another thing, too, is, I mean, it depends on what Liquid will have for map 4, right? Because, like, unless Liquid plans on throwaway comp for the next 2 games, which would be pretty insane. Well, I mean, I guess they will only do...
Well, they can't throw away the next 2 games. Those instantly lose.
Just throw away the next 2 games.
Fucking quick throw those, and then map 4 is going to be fucking
they want to
crazy.
throw another one, basically, if they wanted to have their best comp or...
Yeah, go for the reverse sweep.
Low key, you throw away every map.
Yeah,
for
low
globals.
key. Well, so here's the thing with Liquid that Liquid did get some gain from map 1, which is they have 5 specs that they can ban from round 1, and Dig only has
Yeah, they still have
3.
H-Pal.
Dig only has 3. So that means that, you know, throughout the series, they just simply have banned less, or they banned more bad specs than Dig has. But again, if Dig's third map doesn't involve them playing those certain specs and they 3-0, it won't matter. But if they don't 3-0, I think that would definitely favor Liquid in 4 and 5.
Okay, but what if Dignitas's main comp is actually that Warrior Hunter DK shit we saw?
Wait, what
and
do we
they
got
plan
here?
on using that to close it out.
Okay, so we were right.
Yeah,
They
Liquid's
are
got weird shit.
So Dig is definitely banning. Oh wait, no, yeah. Dig is banning Og and Devour no matter what. It is going to be 2 of their 3 bans. It's impossible for it not to be. So like they're hard going for the 3-0. And then is Liquid running weird shit, or is
Yeah,
this
they're
what-
tryharding their comp. I think Liquid's running a little
Liquid's
weird,
weird
like
shit.
Hunter and Warrior.
Yeah.
So Liquid's
That's
actually
kind of
going
like
for
little
reverse sweep.
You said a
Lock
little
that
bit
in.
weird, and you didn't mention the Vengeance DH.
Sorry, the Vengeance DH too.
Yeah, Liquid's running some fucking crazy shit right now. Okay, so that means they're so they're gonna have
Liquid's
10
doing
specs.
weekly
They're gonna
I
have
feel
10.
like Liquid is treating this like a 13-game series. They're like, let's just get all the weird shit out of the way in the first 5 games.
They're just doing weekly keys.
I think they're just I mean, yeah, they're either there's like 2 options. They're
Well,
like
yep,
you
that's
said, they're
12
planning on doing like reverse sweep and letting them ban, which is going to be true. Like if you just look at games 3 through 5, Liquid will have access to a better comp for those 3 dungeons. That is a fact. However, it obviously could just maybe not go that far. It probably won't. But yeah,
I mean, this shit is over.
This is
as
already
fuck
over.
already.
Or
Warrior
they
is so
just
bad.
like didn't. I'd be interested to hear from Boomy. Ask Boomy if they like how much time they spent on like global finals maps versus just making sure that they qualified.
He told me. I just make sure I'm gonna ask. I can share it.
Yeah.
What the hell? You can't share with your freaking raid leader?
I mean,
Like,
Well,
if
he
I'm
means- he
Liquid at
means
this
share on
point
stream.
and somebody's like, hey, were you only playing to make globals? I'm going to be like, yep.
Yep.
Boomy's not a cheeser. He'd tell you straight up. He's not the kind of person where if they like practice for all this stuff and then just got fucking gapped where he would just make some shit up. Boomy hates losing. But he's an honorable man.
Now, it would be kind of an interesting thing in my mind if Liquid, because what I was saying was like, well, Liquid doesn't really know what Dignitas is going to play, so they can't necessarily come in here and say like, well, Dignitas is going to play their good shit in the first couple games, so like let's play bad shit and then we'll have good shit at the end of it, because they don't know, maybe Dignitas is going to come in here and play some dog shit comps too, and now you haven't really gained an advantage on comp. But what Liquid probably could have safely assumed is that Dignitas has been practicing the first few games, like the first few dungeons, in their free time.
So they're going to lose
anyway. And they
anyway.
are probably just cleaner in these dungeons regardless. So they're like, all right, let's just like throw away these games that they've probably been spamming and just hope that at the end of the series, they haven't practiced these dungeons as much, and maybe
Well, it's not even about practice,
from
by the way. Like, if you look at just games 3 through 5, let's say Liquid throws all of it on a gambit on winning game 3. They have a faster Sky. They literally beat them head to head in Skyreach convincingly earlier in the day, right? And then they also they're going to have better specs for games 3, 4, and 5. So it could be just literally a full.
Okay, yeah. So doing it this way, they can play their practice-ish comps for the last 3, and like they just throw away the first 2, so they can just have all their practice stuff like full comp ready.
Yeah, and
for the last 3.
And specifically, Dig will not have access to 2 of the best DPS specs for 3 games in a row
Yeah.
at the end, where Liquid can play it in all 3 of them.
Well, but they might not need their best specs.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, we need some
this might
Dignitas
not
with
even
some
go
weird-ass
to
comp.
game 4. Right? It just seems like the teams have gone for 2 different things. It's like, although I do get JB's point though, where you're like, okay, we haven't practiced the shitty comp Pit of Sauron, and we know this team has been spending 2 hours on it. We're gonna lose this anyway. Let's just ban the
it's
worst
a
shit of all
wipe,
time.
maybe.
Oh yeah, this bean over.
Yeah.
Bean,
Yeah.
hard bean.
Reverse
hard
sweep
bean.
100% though.
Let's just move to the next
They get the
game.
comp, most of the comp they want for the last 3.
Let's not show this anymore.
Yeah, this is one of those dungeons where like the Blizzard would hate this for broadcast, but like the team that is behind can just be like, yeah, we can just go to the next one. We're good. Like we didn't know what.
This is what makes the rule
We'll see if they
horrible.
decide to do that. You could continue
rule?
the fight, but yeah, the way
The
map
spec
works
rule,
on this,
where you have
like,
to
if the
swap
boss is above
with
70%,
bans,
Well, I
like-
think it's
you know,
interesting
still
though.
got
Why is it
a third of
horrible?
its
I love watching a team look like
The
shit.
first 2 matches are over. You don't even need to watch them.
Tank is also doing a large
I mean,
amount of damage,
they should have
but
just prepped
the
better. How about
DPS
that?
player, another one going
What?
down, is going to seal this in for Liquid. They
What
are
do you mean, why?
indeed going to be.
They're
forced to
also
reset
having a
this
Dignitas
fill
play
in,
good
so
comp.
like
Yeah,
I mean, if you-
Well, yeah, I mean, okay, you're
14
saying it in like in
Luckily,
the
Trash
circumstance
did
of
reset,
Okay.
Liquid
killed most
being
of it,
in
and
how
there's
they
a
are,
few
but like
pieces alive
that has
still
nothing to do
have
with the rules.
Tiny bits of help. One headhunter here that was CC.
Like
still
it's
full
completely
HP.
on.
I mean, I think
them,
it's.
right?
I
Like,
think
it's
even if they
rules.
didn't have a sub,
And for their
I
friends to
still
respond.
think it is possible you could have 2 really good teams going into a series against another good team in a best of 5, and one team focus on later rounds and one team go for getting early wins. I think that could, if you ran a simulation a bunch of times, that would probably happen.
Dorky, why would you prep for this if it's not in the finals, like the global finals? You waste so much practice time.
This is just a textbook.
I mean, do you really think they're practicing for globals?
They are looking
Yes.
so clean in this series.
This doesn't matter as long as
I don't think it's about
they're
practicing
qualified.
for globals. I just think if you find out a week ago you're losing one of your players you spent months on practicing and someone is coming in, you are number one limiting the specs they're playing, which lowers the amount of like actual good comps you can play, just to limit the amount of things they have to learn. And then you are probably focusing on, this is the only competitive group stage too, right? The only one where it's like actually difficult for one of the top teams to, you know, there's just another good team in it. I feel like their sole focus. If you were to, I mean, we can ask Boomy. We could literally bring Boomy in here. I bet almost all their practice time was on the maps that got them into this series, so they're going to globals.
The problem is the only way to avoid this particular outcome, where like when you decide you're going to play a shitty game, you really don't care how shitty it is because it's your throwaway game. I think the only way around this is to have there be some kind of cumulative timer across all games. So it's like if you just turbo shit the bed in one of your matches.
AJ dead.
So unbelievably strong, but AJ
He has
going
on. He's
down.
chilling.
Okay, that's the piercing screech going down. That's the
You got fucking
I got
crazy hype for
excited.
that.
AJ dead.
He'd been waiting for that.
I've been waiting for it.
was in the back pocket, but that is
He's right. Like being in a bad seed is rough. Like you don't want to just intentionally lose grand finals.
This game alone,
Like yeah, you're trying to make globals, but like, you're still trying to win.
Dignitas, but still on great pace.
Yeah, this is again.
I mean, we literally have
Dignitas.
have
If
access,
there's a
right? We could
mistake
literally
in the
just have
dungeon,
Boomy tell us
there's
exactly what the
typically
situation is.
only one, and it's typically
We don't
very
have to make it
small.
up.
Even a death is a bigger mistake
But
than
it's
we've
more
had
fun to
for
make it
them
up.
in almost every other map that they have played. This team
I still
has
believe,
just
bro.
been
I
lights
believe
out
in
all
the
weekend
game
this year.
3
Now,
win
making their
into
way
having
down, Verve
comp
gonna be heading
and
backwards, though.
map advantage in game 4, and then it's just a game 5. I fucking believe,
They're
bro.
gonna be
I have not.
rejoining via the use of
I
that
think it would
word
be
zone
very
that he
hard
bestowed
to have
earlier.
a strong
Now,
mental
with that
right now
spirit,
if I'm
they'll be
Liquid.
taking that gateway
Where
and getting
Really?
I had a
to
sub
this
coming into the
boss
weekend.
as quickly as possible,
I've qualified
wasting
for
very little
BlizzCon.
time and
I'm
gathering
down
the enemies
2-0.
along the way.
I don't think
The
they
team
expected
beat
to
me
win
in
these 2
uppers.
games, though.
It's a slight
Maybe, but
clearly with their
regardless,
comp, right?
At some point, your brain is just going. It's going to go into like natural self-protection mode.
Yeah, I know what you
And
mean. Yeah,
it's going to be like,
you're chilling.
all right, look,
You're happy with the
look,
outcome.
we got globals. Like we're probably not going to win these games. Let's just go out there and have fun.
It's a tiny
And
thing, but every little
you've
second
already started,
counts.
like,
Dignitas already have the trash gathered
settling.
together on top
Yeah,
of
I know
the boss.
exactly what you
Keep an eye on
mean.
those skirmisher
I can
shields.
see that.
And
But
they
also, they're
slowly
fucking
whittle
champions,
away
bro.
personals
They
lighting
can,
up across
even
the
with
board
this
for
drought,
the
they
team.
can for sure win. Like the last 3 maps, they're gonna have a really good comp for compared to the Dignitas.
They have probably a 50%
Now, this
chance
composition
to win
lacks
game
a,
3.
uh,
But I
as-
think
like a paralysis, right? You
if
don't
they
have the
win game
handicap
3, I
among.
think
So
they
are
are
gonna have
favored
deal
to
with
win
all 4 of
the
these
series.
Phantoms every single spawn, unless they want to go out.
But you're
and do
throwing the
something
whole-
like entangling roots, which is kind of
Probably true.
awkward for your
Right?
team
I mean,
to
that's
win.
purely based on
Some kind of
I
other
haven't
effect
actually
like
seen
that, a
Liquid
landslide, maybe to hold something in place for
Liquid's
long
game
enough.
5. What is
The way
game 5?
the
What's the
Roundtable
map?
Phantoms work is if you can
Skyreach.
keep 1 CC
No, that's
before
game
you
4.
spawn, you can basically ignore it. And then the next
Yeah, we know with
wave
no
that
deaths,
spawns
Liquid is
will have
better
another one
in
right on top of it,
Skyreach.
and they'll
So
both
you would,
explode
and they're gonna have a better comp. So you just straight up assume that Liquid is favored in game 4. I just don't know about 5.
I feel like their
but-
Nexus point was way quicker too.
Wait,
Liquids.
hold on. Is that true that they're gonna have?
Those phantoms there into our first necrotic convergence.
No, never mind. Yeah,
shield
yeah, that's correct.
Should be able to quickly break this.
But if they play good comp for Nexus Point
They are
and
kind of out of damage here.
Skyreach,
Void Meta
their
not
comp
rolling
is
for
gonna be cooked
Hearthjacks,
for Windrunner.
real
Nope,
damage
they have a
coming
good
from
comp
the Yellow
for
Warlock.
Windrunner
Great
too.
shield quickly dealt with. We're out of that inhibition phase
Like,
once
Is
again.
it? Wait, what's the
No
comp
Yeah.
for
They're
Windrunner?
gonna have a good comp for that too.
I'm not gonna say the comp for Windrunner, but they should have a good comp for the last 3.
For 30 more % of the boss. Looks like that is the play. Dignitas will likely get the remainder of their trash from the bridge and dragging it on top of the boss with that second bloodlust.
Okay, hold on. So Liquid's
yeah,
gonna
this is
play.
so close to the end of the dungeon already for Dignitas. Just past the 10-minute mark, we are, and they are already nearly done.
Yeah, so Liquid's
with
gonna
the
play
second
Bear,
boss and also
Mistweaver,
the second to last boss. They will be
Ellie,
heading across that bridge and getting
Frost
in combat
DK, and
with
Devour
Roundtable
for
with
the
the
next
final
match,
boss.
right? And then
In
for
mere moments here.
Skyreach,
As Team Liquid
Skyreach,
race to
they're
try
gonna
and catch up,
play
but they are
Druid,
so far behind
Guardian
at this
Druid,
point.
Resto
Those
Shaman.
deaths on the board
Guardian, Resto
compounding
Shaman,
with the slower
Fog,
strategy that they
Devour,
use
or
really
lock
going to be a
demo.
big problem for Team Liquid.
So
They
that
need
means
a
they're
calamity, the
banning.
likes of which has not been seen.
They
in
have to
years
ban
on the
everything they've
MDI
played twice up
to
until that
befall
point, which would be
Dignitas in
what?
order to have a chance to
Yeah,
get
so
back in
that would
this
have to be
map.
Guardian, right?
But of course,
That would have to be
the
Guardian,
specifies,
and that would have to
even
be
if this map
Devourer.
is going to go in favor of Dignitas, which it overwhelmingly likely
And then is there everything
will
else
not
is
be
tied
the
at
end of the
1 at that
series.
point, so they
Dignitas,
could just
though,
ban
they
something
have to
from the
close
first
out
map
this
again.
first. They walk
Or
up the
this map,
stairs,
like
they
Survival
gateway
Hunter.
Yeah.
to the drummer, and they're
Okay, so they would
stacking up
lose
here,
2
staying
And in
things.
the
a
following,
little
they
bit,
would have to, yeah,
gathering
they would have
the
to drop
trash. Let's see when this
Guardian
Bloodlust decides to
Devourer,
get
which
used.
makes me feel not too
Probably
strong
when they get the trash
about
up to the boss, killing this drummer
their
it fulfills
Windrunner.
2 things, right? It means you have a lot more.
Well, actually, that's not
resources
true.
in the
No,
boss
their
strategy, which
Windrunner,
you
they
sometimes
played
employ, notably
Brewmaster.
mandatory, is to skip the
Yup,
drummer
yup.
entirely, head to the back
and
part
Unholy
of the
DK.
room.
Fucking
Dignitas
believe,
can
bro.
Okay, yeah, so they're
funnel
content to be
in, though,
Brewmaster
while they're
and Holy
killing the drummer,
DK.
and then they can line
Yeah,
of sight around
they're
the
fucking
corner
chilling.
with the Spirit Link dropped
They
as
just have to
well,
win game 3.
just to make sure
It
all
turns
of
out
the
losing
trash
game
gets
3 will be
close as
really bad.
possible. We still have
That's
this
not
Mound
what we want at
Defender in
all.
the back with the
Run
full
some
ability to
calculations.
win.
Losing game 3
Is not great for the
Does not
outlook
turn
there.
out well.
Or the trash will reset. So we need to make sure we have a lot of focus damage. But
So I
the
wonder
burst
what
AoE on the
Dignitas'
trash pack with
Windrunner
the
is gonna be.
cooldowns, with
They
the
haven't shown it
lust is just so good for them.
I
kind
kind of doubt Dignitas is planning on this going to 5 games.
Yips ends up
That
going
they
down
seem
to the
like
trash
this is
bowl, but I
entirely
fear they were so far
strategized around
behind
the
at this
3-0.
point that they had to go for that.
Yeah,
It
they,
just
they probably
wasn't
don't have
gonna
much
be enough for
practice
them.
in Windrunner too.
Yeah,
Is it not in their other
tragic.
I
maps?
played very
Look
well.
at Hopeful's thing.
Yeah,
Let's
they
see.
haven't played it.
As down, more players have gone for them. 8
I'm sure they
deaths
spent
on
a
the
little
board,
time
that'd
on
be
it
the craziest
today,
comeback.
probably.
of death timers
Wait,
against
this is
them.
actually-
While Dignitas only that 1 death.
Liquid's
Rock
got
Tomb already
Windrunner in their
some
first 2
50%
series?
health Before
Yep.
we even enter that intermission.
Holy fuck.
And
this
they
is
haven't
actually
played
their ace
Windrunner.
in the
I'm
hole.
telling you, bro. I'm telling you,
Here.
Liquid wins
Once they
game
get
3.
back
It's
to
GG
this
Liquid.
boss from
Yup,
that
yeah,
intermission,
exactly.
It is going to absolutely melt as well.
So
with
I don't know
the
that-
champ. There is
I don't
so
know that I would be
little that
quite
can
so
go wrong
confident
from
as
here
you are
for
that
Dignitas. It is
Skyreach
just
is a
getting
free win
over
for
the finish
Liquid.
line
They
that
won,
have to
but I
do.
wouldn't say it was
Even
convincingly.
the boss damage here.
Oh,
Well,
without
but you gotta
the
realize-
without the death, they were
35%
still
before the end of the
ahead.
phase.
But you're right.
With
It's
that
not
trash
like
on the
they
boss,
guarantee.
we're
It's not like a
looking for
GG. Like they
teams
win
get
with
the
the
boss
same
to like
comp.
45-50%. This team is
But they're
so
gonna have the
Dignitas is gonna have
momentum,
to
bro.
play
The
it pretty
momentum.
strong.
Think
this
about
has
it.
been the trend for the team that was formerly known as miscount throughout the years. Every single player is so good at extracting every last point of damage out of their characters. 150% damage buff active
Dude, this
on the players
tournament's
now.
so scripted to be
Ragdoll
hype as hell.
getting absolutely destroyed, and Dignitas have
about to
put
see the
Liquid
craziest reverse
on
sweep.
tournament point.
They have.
All right, let's fucking go. Game 3, lock in.
Side if they want to stay in the running to be our Group C champions, because Dignitas, they will not stop. They
Dude,
will
I
not
will say
give
this
up.
this
They
format
are just
is like
off to the races,
a
and
little bit
they
more
are
interesting because like if this was
better than almost anyone
and
at
maybe it
this
would
point.
play out
The
differently,
ways
but
that
like
can
if this
continue on here
is a
into the
2-0
second
in like a
half of the
regular grand finals is like
Now,
kind of
of
like it's
course, we
over
have
because
some
the next
depth
3
on
games
either
are
side.
all
We had
on
some
equal
things to
footing
work
and
on,
you're
but
already behind by
given
2
their
games. Like that's
performance
so
and
hard to
comp in this
overcome.
map, does the comeback
But like
sweep
with the
seem
whole
something
comp
Liquid
thing,
was anticipating going
you're
for, or do you
putting
think that
yourself at
Dignitas are
a
really gonna run away with
advantage
it?
in the last 3. So it's like I feel
Well,
fucking filled with fucking
That's what it
pride.
looks like right
Oh,
now,
100%.
but
The real
I'm
final starts
fucking
now.
ready.
Liquid
Yep.
has opted to play in the first 2 maps.
They're
They've
gonna
got
3-0 'em in the
everything
finals
they
here.
Yep,
ever
yep.
need
This
to
is the
make a
real
reverse
3-0.
sweep happen. The next
Yep.
map we have coming up is Nexus Point Zenith. They looked really good at
This
that
is so
earlier today.
crazy.
But Dignitas is
The
also
tournament
Like
is
I know
crazy.
I know y'all were
It
saying
looks
it.
like they're
I know y'all are saying you don't think it's gonna happen, but
Makes
did
you
you all
so
think
doubtful
when
over there. It's
when
like
we
the
went to
whole-
bed the night
"Oh, is
before we
that
killed
the
it that we were
last
gonna win?
thing you're
I
gonna
fucking sure know I
say,
didn't.
bro?"
So fucking anything can happen.
No, after looking at the numbers, I can believe it.
Prime position for it.
They've got all the specs they need. Hey,
Yeah,
They
yeah.
do.
that's
They
the
do.
game.
Yes.
It's been my
yes,
prediction from the
sure.
start. Literally
Sure.
in the upper finals, I said Dignitas 2-1, Liquid reverse sweep in the finals, and
Dude,
here we
Dradnos
are.
called it.
The
Let's fucking go.
script is going exactly according to plan.
I love it. I love it. Listen, I love it. I think you guys are on to something.
I will
I'm
say,
just not
after
seeing
having
it.
this
But
entire
let's take a look at this
speculative
dungeon
conversation about about
Dignitas and
how
Liquid
the-
here. That first pull, a
how Liquid could still
massive,
win. This will have been the most
matchmaker,
exciting
basically.
3-0
You can see
I
they're
think I've
already
ever been a
getting
part of.
basically a quarter of the count here. It's something we've seen
Yeah, 'cause
from
Liquid's
other
gonna
teams as
3-0.
well, but
Yeah.
Liquid,
Liquid,
is
right?
not going to
Liquid.
get that same count here. They are
Let's
going to be
fucking go.
doing this with like a little bit less, and then also they have this necrotic wake.
Yeah, the thing I'm worried about the most is what you were talking about, JB, that the like the mental thing that if any of them have settled into like we accomplished our goal of doing the thing and you kind of like, you know, that's the opposite of the meme where you sit up in your chair to game. It's like you kind of sit back in the chair. Even one
It'd just
person.
It'd be really hard not to at this point. Like, genuinely,
team. In the
you've
meantime,
done
Jack's
the most
moving
important
forward.
thing by
He's still kind
far,
of, like,
which is
dying
lock
in
up
the
your
background.
spot
It looks like a
to
little
globals.
lost, but I promise it's
And
behind
as I was
him.
mentioning
This
earlier,
is starting
No,
I
but seeding matters a
genuinely
lot in
don't know.
MDI.
I don't know that it
Onto
does.
Verdaza.
I don't know this seeding
Because of the
matters
Chinese
because you don't
seeds,
know
Storky.
Also
what
seeing
seed you're
some
getting right now.
minor stuff on Verdaza.
You don't
For
know who you're
example,
playing
on
based on the seed.
randoms,
It's
they
like
played
not
meaningless.
true. You kinda do.
They just played them all down. And then this
We don't.
poll,
At
No
this
one.
point,
No one has any
you-
idea where they're gonna seed the two Chinese teams, right? So it's actually
Well, but I mean,
impossible now.
yeah, but I mean, aside from the two Chinese teams,
That's what I'm saying though. Is like, what if getting second place in this tournament gets you a Chinese seed draw in the first round
Yeah.
or something?
I mean, it's
The
never been
Chinese
like that,
teams
has it?
aren't in the finals. They're only in the global
has-
finals.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Wait, this how could it only be 16?
Someone in the chat just said it.
No,
a competitor.
global finals includes Chinese, right?
Yeah, global
Yeah, the one at
finals.
BlizzCon,
Yeah.
but the
No,
finals.
no, the
that's
next
not-
one too.
No, global finals is before
Really?
BlizzCon.
Yeah.
There's global finals and then there's BlizzCon.
But global
different.
finals has Chinese teams because only 6
in
NA
more
teams
detail,
qualify for
but
it.
a
It's 6
nice
NA
point
and
is
EU.
neither of these teams are going to really want to have to contend
Come
with
on,
that
let's
Bro,
fucking go
House of Fish is
Liquid.
confidently making
They
it up.
are trying to
And
make
they've
this
given
reverse
Chinese
sweep.
teams the first
This
seed
is
in
the
previous
moment
tournaments
to
where they
do it.
brought in
They
Chinese
need to
teams
bust out
like
the
midway.
specs, they need to bust out the
Wait,
strats,
when?
and they need to be able
Back
to get
in
a
BFA.
winning map. So Dratnos,
I've
You're
got.
trolling me.
need to do to
N-
what you
If,
BFA.
got,
They need to do
if I still had
exactly what they
access
did
to
last time they were
the
in Nexus
Discord
Point
from that
Zenith,
shit, you
except
would
without
find
the
me throwing a
disconnect.
fucking fit
But
about it
there,
back then.
They were the team that was able to one-phase Coreward and Izara. Now, Dignitas have done Zenith before. They were not able to one-phase Coreward and Izara. They got it to 2%. That's pretty good. You know, we'll call that an A, maybe an A- performance. But Liquid's performance.
Yeah, if I
against
remember right, it
Coreward
was
and
that
Izara
two
an
Chinese
A+
teams got brought
their
in
lower
for
finals. So
globals,
if they
and
can do
like
that
one of the
exact same
Chinese
route, if
team,
they
like the
can do
winner
it,
of the Chinese tournament
as
was given a
up to
one
their
seed.
potential, again, without that disconnect, I
And
think
I was
that they
like-
will be favored in this map.
Nah, man.
All right. I mean, I agree with you. They had a really strong run, even
All right,
with
Gingy just
that issue.
completely
It's
trolled
still
me
so
then.
Fast. But of course, we have 6 specs that now are going to be taken
You got
out of the
fucked.
running. Looking over them, Zyro, what are we seeing available for the teams?
I mean, the big thing for Dignitas, no Log, no Devourer for the rest of the series. Those are both premium picks that you don't have available to you.
Which is almost certainly how it's going to be
Very
this
good at
tournament.
doing
Is
burst damage
everybody's going to
on the
get
Core Warden, which is like the
a-
big focal point of Nexus Point and Zenith.
or no? Hold on,
Now,
it
there
wasn't.
are
I think it
some
wasn't that
suitable options.
the Chinese team got a
So
one
Ellie
seed. It
Shamans
was
do great burst damage.
which
Frost do
one
great burst
seed
damage. They have Unholy
the Chinese
available
team
for
was
them too.
given, because I think if I remember
Maybe they
right,
could bring in a priest healer
they
if
were
want
given the
full,
equivalent of,
single
like,
target burst experience, but that kind of
the
suffers
second or
versus
third
burst
overall
and other
seed.
aspects over the course of the entire
Well,
tournament.
as long
Instead
as
of
they
being-
give them
Dignitas
one,
also in a
if
situation where
1
they
through
do
4
opt in
are
to
all
put a Guardian
given,
Druid in this dungeon
like the
for
people who
AoE
won
damage
their
plus
cups,
burst on the boss,
right,
which I think they have to if
in
they
any
wanna win the
order,
series.
then it
They'll
is
have to
actually
ban
like
that out
low
after
key
this map if
RNG
they
as
play
fuck,
it.
whether you're
So
5, 6, 7, or
I
8.
feel like Dignitas is
just
in a
in general,
position
on which
where
side of the bracket
they
you're on, right?
really need to 3-0 this series, otherwise Liquid
Well, I'm trying to
will
think
have
if they
a
do
much
the
better
if they do
spec ban
the
situation
the
moving
top
forward.
overall
But
seed.
like we were talking
So
about,
presumably
the times for
Group
both of
A
these teams
gets
are
number 1
very,
overall
very
seed.
close. I think Liquid
Now
slightly
maybe
edges
that's
them out,
not
like
true.
by
I don't
mere
know, but
seconds if they have a perfect run.
I think it would.
But it could go
that would
either
make the
way.
most
Time
sense.
trials,
Is that
maybe, is that what it is?
Some of those maps were
Which
Well,
is
I mean-
also how the
less
groups
than
were done.
5 seconds, so.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like, assuming Group A gets
Okay, no,
one
love
seed
how
and
they
maybe
kinda
it's not, but if that
challenge
is the
themselves,
case,
like,
then I
last
think
season it was
the
determined by, like, 16
one seed from
seconds,
Group
but
A
this time let's
would
just
be
go ahead
drawn
and bring it
against
down to,
the
like,
2
5.
seed
Let's see if we can
from
make it like 1. Maybe we'll see here on this map. Just get it as close as possible.
China.
And honestly, your predictions
Group C.
chat as
I
don't
well
know
were showing that
which
it is so
lowest
close between these
seed-
teams. And while Dignitas
'cause I think it would be the
definitely
lowest
seems to have
2
the
seed.
advantage right now, Liquid,
But I don't
it's
know which
very
of them is
possible that they
considered
have
the
set
lowest
this
2
up in
seed.
such a way that
And this
they're
is where it
going,
becomes
maybe
important
this wasn't
which
the
of the
optimal
seeds
way to do
China
it,
gets.
But at the same
Like,
time, we feel like we could
if
focus
they get a
this,
1
we
and a
get the
2
most
seed,
out of it, and
is
then
it
we can take this here with
the,
Nexus
like,
Point being our sort of pivot
second
point
best
for
1
both
and
of
2
the
seed, the
teams.
third best
Now,
1 and
their
2 seed, the
bans
fourth
are
best 1 and 2
in,
seed.
and the teams are almost into the dungeons, getting ready here at the starting line. This is going to be Dignitas versus Team Liquid. This is the
All right,
second map
let's
here
go.
or third map, excuse
Let's
me,
go,
here in our
Liquid.
series. The first 2 have gone to Dignitas. This one is the deciding factor for them. If they can take it, they win 3-0 and are our Group C champions. Team Liquid, though, they are out.
Dude,
for
I'm actually
revenge.
like
Last
so locked in
season,
on the
they were
mentality
robbed
thing.
by 16
Dignitas is in
seconds.
like
Earlier today, they lost by
fucking
less
tournament
than
winning
5, roughly
fucking
5.
race to world
And
first
now
mode,
here
like
they are,
so
hoping that
insanely
they
locked
can
in. We have
determine
to end
this
it
once
right
and for
here.
all.
Like
Comeback
they know
to
this is the game
you're
they
in
have to
game
win
3, Dratnos.
to end this. Like
Did
they're
you guys
not
know-
in a
Here
good
we
spot.
go, the
Yeah.
exact
Wait, what
same
about
plan
comms?
from both teams,
Yeah, same.
except for
That's
the
what we expected.
Warlock
A
versus
China
exactly
team's
what-
guaranteed at
Our
BlizzCon no matter what they
of
place in the
course,
finals.
providing access
They could be
to
7th
basically
and they're going to
everything they might
BlizzCon.
want, whereas
Yeah,
Dignitas
That's
still playing a little
crazy.
bit more into that spec variety rule,
I mean,
especially
you
as we go
know, it's kinda
later.
expected.
Had all these same conversations back in BFA.
Down the left-hand side here
Yeah.
and start a
Yeah,
big
it's not about
bloodlust
the
pull
tournament. It's more
right
about
away.
the viewership
And
and
again,
representation.
the difference class-wise here, I'd say Devourer has
Let's go,
the slight
Liquid.
edge. But we've already seen Dignitas is so good at just extracting every single
Why is
point of
Dignitas
value
setting
this
from
up so
their
much
characters that
faster?
they possibly
Is it
can. That is
the
the
Warlock
sole
difference?
the Demon Hunter
Maybe.
versus the Warlock.
Yeah, it's way
Let's
faster.
see how they shape up on this first
They
play.
popped their
They're
CDs
already
like
almost done for
4
ramp
seconds
time, but
earlier or
so does
something.
Demon Hunter, once they get in the Void Metamorphosis, they just start throwing those basketballs as quickly as they possibly can. Warlock topping the meters for Dignitas with a slightly quicker pull, but Liquid still starting to catch up. It is Dignitas in the
Slow
lead
is
at the
fast
beginning,
and fastest.
Yeah,
Smooth.
Dignitas zooming a little bit ahead.
Yeah, Dignitas'
Slow
initial
is smooth.
grouping's really
but
quick.
a lot is going to be based on how quickly they're able to get
Oh,
these
it's
gathers
slow is
going on
smooth,
the next
smooth
few
is fast.
pulls, and how
Yeah,
quickly they're
yeah.
able to start dealing damage
Okay,
to the
they're
priority
like-
targets inside each of these pulls. You can see this time around, Kira wasting
They're
no
like 5
time
seconds
to the
behind.
top of the stairs.
Something like
Slow
that.
is
Some target
slow,
markers already on
and
some
slow
of these
is slow.
enemies as well. They're going to want to focus down. And this is a theme across the entirety of Nexus Point Zenith. You want
Why
to
is Legion
focus
doing so much
down the
damage?
mobs
He's really
that
only pressing one
spawn the
button.
boss. Every single boss has specific mobs that you kill to spawn it.
You know, for
and
people who
those
don't play
ones are the
healer,
ones
they
that
probably
need to
don't
be getting
realize
your
because like
priority
it looks like it's
damage,
like oh it's so
especially
crazy. He's
valuable
probably
if
like
you have
doing crazy
players,
shit to
you know,
you.
that do
do
have
all
a
this
main
damage.
I
target
think
that
everybody
is
at this
really
point
advantage
appreciates
against
that
secondary
this
targets,
is
which
just one button
neither of
over
these
and over
compositions
again.
have a huge
No,
amount of that,
a lot of
but
people still don't
all
know
of
that,
these
you know,
specs
because
have
like
at
people are
least
just
a
like
little of
seeing
it.
HP bars.
If you're
jump around
watching
and,
his
like,
cast
see
bar,
CS happening.
spinning crane kick.
Well, yeah,
Spinning
but
crane kick.
nobody's like
Spinning
you
crane
know
kick.
really
Spinning crane kick.
has started.
understanding
The
it.
boss is active. They have already pulled the boss.
Conduit, conduit,
They
conduit,
are
conduit. Spinning
quite
crane
far
kick.
Come on,
ahead.
Liquid,
They
pull the
are
boss.
only
Boss,
just
right?
now starting the RP.
Yeah, 5 seconds.
Yeah, this is one of the ones where you just walk up and it starts spawning.
All right,
right?
let's
Or
watch
there are the
positioning to see where the
tactical
bomb
players. The
goes.
other two that have the mobs that need to die to spawn it, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, boss active for both teams. We are on the boss. Dignitas already dealt with every bit of trash with the cooldowns popped on top of the boss. Actually, it's just the Frosty K really popping cooldowns now. Hearthjax and Yarky don't have those available for another 10 seconds, but will be
All right,
popped
so here
almost
comes the
immediately
bomb.
in order to get as much boss damage as possible. Liquid's starting to catch up a little bit on the boss damage, though.
Wow, we saw an almost exact mirror happening for both teams as a Nexus Adept that was CC'd earlier off the side, ran up the stairs for both of them, and then got
See,
death
that's
gripped
not
in.
Dude, it's
between
definitely what I
anybody.
said. It's what I said.
between anybody, but that's
Yes, it has a various. It can like a very spawn
Liquid
between
pulling
everyone
ahead?
in that circle I drew.
Back and forth,
Yeah,
and you
Liquid
can see
pulling
the
ahead.
exact same
Holy.
thing happening on both sides of the screen.
But they are gonna slow
right
down
now,
after
we're in
Ascendance.
basically that position in this dungeon.
Yeah, no,
What
Dignitas
will happen
just
to
popped.
allow
Yeah, and like
either
literally
team
as
to
the
take
as the
commanding
sentence
lead,
finished,
or
they
is this
jumped
one
like
gonna
another
come
10%
down to
ahead.
5 seconds on the last
Well, it was
one?
just
Dark Needed
it's
Soft.
just Ascendance diff. How is their Ascendance timing so different at this point? Like, why did Hearthjax? They started that first pull faster, but then Hearthjax popped his Ascendance at one of the two Ascendances so far has been like
He may have
delayed.
got-
gotten like a soak or something that required him to move. during
Yeah, yeah.
Second burst window. Lightscar Flare, notably a lot shorter than that, so it's not ideal. For
What
the
extra
Warlock.
stuff is happening here? So like we're gonna have
Devour
Cine's
Demon Hunter,
CDs
though,
going into
they
the
have
end of
to
this
time it
boss
perfectly to where they can get the
versus
tail end
Yargi
of their Void
holding.
Metamorphosis inside that window. If they don't get enough souls to get that
Yeah.
third collapsing star inside the window, they lose out on a ton of
No
damage.
Yargi
They
sent.
possibly don't get that one phase. And the difference between a 5% left on
Bosses
the boss
are
versus
pretty
0%
close.
left on the
No,
boss.
Yargi sent
That's
and
over a death
Cine's
timer
is gonna
with the
wear off
differential,
before the end of the
which we've already
boss.
seen
I
when
think.
these teams are playing at
Yeah,
their
right now.
best.
Oh,
Is
Wolf
less
Take a DC
breath
right here.
though.
between them. So these guys,
Verb is
they
holding
have to be
breath,
perfect for the time
and
being.
and
Oh,
Wolf
Dignitas'
sent.
first stat boss already down. Liquid.
Did
not
AJ
far
get stunned in a
behind.
pool?
They are exactly
Yeah.
7
But it's a
seconds,
Disneyland
8
key, so he
seconds
doesn't die.
behind off the first split. This is so close, Dratnos.
Yeah, this is so
Love
incredibly
Disneyland.
close indeed.
I love
8
Disneyland.
seconds.
All right,
feels
no
like an
DC.
eternity
W.
between these two teams as Liquid finally will be teleporting as
All
well.
right, maybe a
Dignitas
Warlock pet
gonna be getting
accidentally
this
pulls
next pull
something while they
started, and
gate over?
honestly, Zyro, I think the biggest gap.
I have had
of
that
the
happen
very
in a
first pull
sale.
of the dungeon of anything that's
Yeah.
happened here when Dignitas were able to just
I'm sure
get up
they
to
were
that
aware
boss
enough.
platform much more quickly than
Well, I
Liquid.
was doing a
Liquid
pug
looked
key
like
in
they
here
were
last
kind of
night where we had a
accelerating back
Warlock,
up a
and
little
he was
bit,
like,
in boss
"Be
combat.
aware, my pets might pull
Dignitas then
something.
at
There's
the end
nothing
of
I
the
can
boss
do
fight,
about it. If
once
they pull,
again
we have to do
reopened
it."
that lead.
I mean, the big thing to look at
I
for
assume
Liquid
it's
in
like just
particular, right,
you
is how
have
they're
to
playing around the Void
do some
Metamorphosis.
shit
Are
with
they
your
getting
pets at
great
the end of the
usage
fight.
of that button? Are they chaining packs aggressively so that
Dude, we're
Cine
just
isn't
doing live
dropping out
key
of the
pulls
Void
right now.
Meta? If
What's
they're
going
able
on?
to do that, that is how they come back in this
This is
series.
the weird
Warlock
shit
has a
about
much
this
easier time
MDI.
of it, right? They just
We're
press
just
start,
watching
they start
two of
spam
the
casting
best teams in the world, and they're just doing live polls on a 17
that looks like
with
is what
20%
happened for them
avoidance.
on the very first pack of the dungeon, because Demo Warlock typically doesn't beat out other classes on mass AoE like that, especially when you're talking
Well,
about
maybe the
top
shit
meta
just
classes.
doesn't
Either way,
stack up very well.
it's still an advantage for Dignitas here.
Yeah,
Keep
all
an
the
eye on
sponges
City
are going
here.
in
It's
too. I
the
wonder if
Void
it's
meta here.
intentional.
We want to try to make sure
You know, you can actually get
on
count
Liquid's team
from
that
the
they
red
can
flails.
Yeah.
cheat this Void meta into further trash so we can
We're
get
actually
maximum value
doing
out of
some
that
Brazil
bottom.
22 farms.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
This
they
is all
lost a
about
lot of time
figuring
here, I
out
think.
how to
Maybe
get
they're
those
chaining,
collapsing
but, like-
stars onto the right targets and in the right amounts.
Did Cindy get
Little
feared?
time gains here or there based on whether you're able to do that. And if you're playing the Devourer
Easy.
against that Demonology Warlock, you're going to need them to be perfect in order to keep pace.
Yeah,
because
Cindy
the
got
Demo Warlock
feared on a Void
maybe
Ray.
a little bit less meta than the Devourer, but it is very,
You hate to see
very
that.
strong as far as specs go. And its burst against this boss should also be
Jamie,
nothing
look at
to
that clip
sneeze
for
at,
the
although, of
spawn,
course,
or the first
you
spawn.
can line up the perfect collapsing stars against the Core Warden. I think that is a big part of how Liquid were able to one phase this last time.
Oh no, Wolf
No,
Disco
Wolf!
going down to the nullify.
No.
One kick.
Death for Liquid,
One
though.
kick.
Oh, this might be
Oh,
it.
God, that usually happens to me in my
Fuck,
keys.
fuck.
Missed interrupt for Liquid.
No.
They are now even
Bro, there's
further
no way they
behind.
lost it.
Come
Already
on.
about
All right,
half
I'm
the
making a
crash
call to
behind
Yargi.
on the Core Warden spawner.
No,
Now
yeah,
15
please.
seconds of time
Need Yargi to
differential
pull
and
through here.
No safety net. Battle res gone for the next 3.5 minutes. Fortunately,
All right.
Wolf Disco had not.
The good
yet
news
gone
for
into
me
the
is if they
Red
do
Center
get
Ghost,
three,
they lose the
that
cooldowns.
I will
It could
not
have
be
been
late to my
worse.
function and someone will
It
not
could
be
have
as
been
mad
worse.
at
Holy
me.
It can
shit, he
always be
said it.
worse,
Holy
but
shit, he
hopefully
said it out loud.
Liquid will be able to
Yeah,
stop
someone will
things
not
from
be as
getting
mad at
any
me for
worse
sure.
here for them. And if they can execute this burn as well as they did the last time they were in this dungeon, that might still be enough to get them those 15 seconds back without anything going wrong for Dignitas. It
Holy
is
shit,
so
Yargi's
easy
getting
You almost
fucking
didn't
owned right now.
Yargi. Jesus Christ.
Yargi, come on.
Hey, just trying his best.
Does come
Yeah.
out, keeps him alive, puts that big absorb shield over the healing absorb from that entropic leech that was being
Please someone
channeled
die,
into
I'm
him.
praying.
Lots of little
Come on.
minions to dodge
One
as
just
well
one
here.
single death. They don't even need two.
One, just
I've
one.
never asked you for anything
In the
before in my
back,
life,
just
but
being
please
allowed
make
to
everyone
force
on
a free
Dignitas
pass
die.
the
Please.
entire time here while both
In-game,
teams
of course.
focus on the boss RP mobs.
Extra funnel. For the
This
different
dungeon has
classes
the
in group
worst
to
visual
stay in
clarity, by the
combat
way.
and
It's like
continue doing damage to
an
something
actual
while they
crime.
wait for the
This
next set
dungeon
of
is
mobs to
complete
spawn,
dog
but it's
shit.
dangerous. Like you said, every single entropic leech
I
debuff,
cannot think of a
in
dungeon
addition
that
to the
they've
AoE going out from this
designed
trash
worse
bag, every single
visually.
one could potentially kill
Froth
a
and
player.
Dorgosa.
They are sometimes using shadow melts.
Well, I
to
mean, those are
prevent the
specific bosses, but I
application
mean,
of
like,
that
just like
debuff,
this
but it's
entire
not
dungeon
happening
is just
that often for them.
fucking bad.
Dignitas now dealing with, I believe, the final pack before we spawn the boss. Liquid only just now spawning that final pack. So it is still a slight advantage for Dignitas here with the addition of that 15-second death timer. Dignitas, we keep talking, by the way, about how Liquid was able to get that one phase. Dignitas weren't that far off on their end. Like we talked about.
No, they
Warlock
were
a
not.
little-
Need, like,
a little bit
Dignitas to,
worse
like-
at the burst damage. But if
I mean, if they don't
Dignitas
have a
is
death,
able to
that's
get
probably
one
GG,
phase,
but,
they can
like,
really slam this
Or
series
or
in
like
Liquid's
somehow
favor.
turbo
That
grief
door
the
might
burn.
be shut
I don't
if
even know
they're
how
able
that's
to get the
possible,
one
but
phase off here.
They will have
Yeah,
a
we see
death.
the last
Yes,
Sentinel
yes,
go down
yes.
for Dignitas.
I'm
Here we're
willing
gonna
it.
run around and tag these 6 Hollow Soul Scroungers that like to hang out on the sides of the boss room at the back there.
I think
And then starting
maybe
to take this forward.
a position you
Let's
guys
see the
could
boss
hire for the
engaged
next
by
race to world first
Dignitas
is you
at
guys
the
could get another
8:15
analyst whose
mark.
job is just to prey
Let's
on the
see how much
downfall
damage they're going to be able to bring to bear against this.
of other teams.
Just the
Hire a
individual
witch from
one as
Etsy to
well, right
curse
before
them.
the intermission,
Just
before
to
that
sit in
burn
a room
is
and just
valuable, but it is of course way more valuable inside that burn.
Make them
That is
wipe.
the most important thing is if you
I
are
can
able
do
to get
that.
huge damage inside that light scar flare window. Liquid in combat with the boss as well, factoring in the deaths about 30 seconds behind Dignitas.
All right,
Will
here we
they
go.
be
They
able
just
to make
need
this up on the boss
the craziest
burn? The
one
first
phase,
answer is going to be
but Dignitas
coming
needs
from
to fail it.
Dignitas soon.
Yeah,
You
Dignitas
see
has to
that-
fail the
that
burn.
image up at the top there, starting its animation, leaping down, and starting that light scar flare channel.
Boom, there it is.
The entire
is
group
really
getting
smart.
ready to jump in. Here we go. Big damage for Dignitas. It's starting at 51%
Oh, that's
HP.
dead.
Let's see
I
if
have
we
bad
can get
news
this
about-
down to 0.
Yeah,
Oh my
that's
God,
dead,
this
right?
boss is
Holy
gonna be
heart
That
attack
boss, that
damage.
boss
so
is
much
getting
damage.
absolutely
This is not
smoked.
even
He is
close. This is going to be one
ascending.
phase with multiple seconds left.
Oh,
Dignitas
that's so
absolutely
sad.
Obliterated.
Wow, that's such a
Oh,
one
Nice
face.
dies
Oh,
As
God.
the light scare channel ends, Liquid on their side now have
ours
to
is dead
answer
too,
the
Liquid
but-
one phased it
one
quicker,
phase
though.
to keep themselves within
They did,
Like
but
7 seconds
distance,
quicker.
But it's
They
with
did it
5
like
seconds
They're
left
still
on
like
the
20
cast.
seconds behind.
A
No.
Shine absolutely
damage.
ascending. Look at a Shine.
No, we need a death on Dig here.
The thing is, it was more damage from Liquid,
Massive
but it
death.
was only those 5 seconds they saved because Dignitas Dignitas were also able to one phase it. If Dignitas had a little bit
They're
less
spamming
damage,
it.
right? If they
Ban
had
them.
How are they allowed to
5%
spam
less
it?
damage
Wait.
in
Liquid
that
doesn't
burn,
spam it.
that boss
Yeah,
would
what the
have taken them
fuck?
like
Is that
the
25%
difference
less
too?
damage.
Wait, yeah,
Oh,
they
no,
can't
look
spam
at
it on
it,
right
it's just
side.
hanging there.
As much burst damage
Why is
into
left
that
side allowed to
window.
spam
No
it
way.
and Liquid can't?
That is
Yeah,
why
hold on.
They don't
Dignitas
know
are
about it,
able to
that's
still
why.
be in the lead here.
They
Even
100% know
though
about
they
it.
had a little bit less damage than Liquid. Liquid were
Why did they do it
overkilling
then?
that burn window. So
drama?
Because that's their ace in the
Are
hole.
they not
to get-
allowed to?
They're gonna win the game by
for
letting
that,
Dignitas
the
get
full
banned
amount
for it.
that they needed, which Liquid absolutely were. Dignitas now charging down the ramp. Liquid also charging down the same ramp. A death on the board for them.
The
So they need to
same
not
ramp.
just catch up. They need to overtake Dignitas.
They need to do the most damage they've ever done here just to overtake Dignitas on merit. Realistically, what they need is Dignitas to give them that death back, but Dignitas is not a team known to do that. These guys have been lights out the entire tournament. The multiple lingering images, throwing out those flares, Verb dropping low, Cocoon being used by
There's
AJ.
no way
to
Holy Paladin
answer
got
that
played more
debuff.
than Resto
Verb
Druid
still
in
has
grand
the Icebound
finals.
Fortitude just in case
Come
it's
on,
needed.
Yargi.
But look at this.
One little
Breathless
death right here.
Barbarossa not even being used on this pack. They're
One little
waiting
death.
to spawn the boss. They're waiting to do maximum boss damage. They're lining up everything for a perfect Bloodlust window to burst this boss down as quickly as possible. Liquid on the other side, gearing up
Holy
to
shit,
do
Dignitas
the
for the
exact
last
same
boss.
thing.
I think there's no
but they
coming
do
back from
have
here.
the
There's
Void
like
meta already
Oh,
set
yeah.
up
that.
for Cine. Is this going
there's
to
just
line up
nothing
with the
hard
Bloodlust?
left.
Are
I
they
mean, I
gonna
guess
be
maybe if they
able to
fuck
get
up like a
maximum
kick,
use out of their
but even
cooldowns?
then,
That's
like,
There's
been a
one
problem
thing
for
hard
them
left.
lose to
in some of the
that.
dungeons in the
Come
past.
on,
That
Yargi.
Void meta has not been perfect. You look at the
Pull
city
through.
dropping out of the Void meta right as the boss
Maybe
is
Kira gets
pulled. If they
disoriented.
lost
Oh,
here,
maybe
it's not gonna be a good
maybe
lineup
a
for them.
DK pet
Yeah, we can get
fucking
back to
stuns
that Void
something
meta
on the
more
intermission
quickly
and
with
blows them
Lux.
all
So if
up.
you think about
Let's
it in
go,
those
let's
terms,
go.
Yeah, but I mean,
it
that's
is
not enough to
useful,
kill
but
him.
definitely not as
It's a
useful
fucking
as
17.
landing it inside the Void meta itself.
But it's gonna
Use
the
the
thing is
proper
Void meta is going to
terminology. It's a
start to get to its
Disneyland
best
key.
ramping point
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
when
a
they get to the
Disneyland
intermission
key.
phase, so he's going to lose out on those
What's wrong with
last couple
Disneyland?
of
Or he has to hold
really
it here.
high
No, okay,
damage
he's gonna
and
press
Nothing.
it.
That's
That
where
would
you
be
go
by,
to
like,
press
It's
it.
a
Wow,
fun
yeah.
and easy time,
Yeah.
is what
Void meta for
it
them.
means.
Dignitas
I
is
love
the best
Disneyland.
way
Pretty
with the
accurate
boss damage lead here.
description
Trash
of
already dead. We
WoW
have
being
one
Disney
final
now.
pack that we're going to be pulling
Come
in
on.
the next intermission phase. But look at this first
It's just
intermission
fun
phase.
and
Luthraxian
chill, you know?
at
Have a good time.
50% HP.
You're
heading
interrupting my
into it.
curse.
Divine Guile going out here. Can we find that image quickly?
All right,
Yeah,
here you
meanwhile,
go.
Liquid trying to get this
Boom.
boss to
Wow,
as
we got
low
it
or
instantly.
lower
What the
before
fuck?
that same Divine
No, there's
Guile
something
attack.
fishy.
All right,
something
here's where we
fishy
need
there.
Dignitas to
Overtaking
fuck up.
the
Wow,
second
holy
phase.
shit, they
It
did that
looks
so
like their damage
fast.
is going to be roughly
Wow, that was
equal
clean.
to
That was fishy.
Dignitas,
That's too
which
fast.
is not what they need. They need more damage, not the same here. It's going to be basically the exact
It's
same
over.
phase there from Team Liquid.
Oh, it's
They get
ogre.
back into the
Damn,
Luthraxian
that's a
burn
3-0.
window now. Needing to
Nah,
move
they're just
over,
prepping for
just like
globals, it's
Dignitas did,
fine.
though,
Yep.
tag
Oh,
the
yeah.
remaining
Yep,
count
yep.
here.
Practice with
And
globals.
Dignitas 37% and dropping.
fine.
on
They-
the
Look,
board.
I
told you
Cocoon
they would
comes
ju- they would
out
just
on
throw the
Verb
3
to keep him
games
alive there
for-
from AJ. AJ also using that
Why
forward
is
route on
why is
himself. The
Dignitas's
last
like
big
count
damage intake of
thing
the fight
like
will be
yellow?
while these mobs
Is that
are
just
all
because
alive,
they're?
and it looks like it's not going to be for much longer for Dignitas.
You know what I'm talking about?
I think it
Color.
goes off the
Debuffs
color. Like
on the
yeah.
players.
right side is
They
black,
don't
that's
care.
yellow.
Verb's in the AMS.
Come on,
Bear is
just a
bear. He's not gonna
quick
die to
little
that
death right
random
now.
boss damage. They've got Lothraxian
Just full
down
white,
below
who
20%
cares? Full
HP.
5 NDC.
Final light rot is down. We're not going to be beating
Take out
second
all of
Divine
you.
Guile, but Dignitas literally one intermission phase away from sending Liquid home to the 3-0. Can we find the final fractured
Ooh,
image?
taking a
It's taking
while.
a little bit of time.
Wait.
We haven't
Oh,
found it yet.
damn it.
Find the Lothraxian. They've got him. The interrupt is out. Liquid now going into Divine
Nah.
Guile phase of their own,
Fuck.
but Dignitas, they have the
Skyreach
ascendant
getting
That's
back.
way
right.
too
Still
happy
my
for my
goats. Still my
liking.
This
goats.
boss home. Dignitas look like they're going to be taking the series, Dratnos.
Indeed, they do.
Someone check their necks.
Yeah, let's check some necks. I think the clicking on the thing was a little sketchy.
Clicking on the thing.
That
Yep.
clicking on the thing was super sketchy.
Probably was a pot that was banned.
Dude, I lost so many channel points, bro. I
lost all of
I
mine.
dumped it all, bro. No.
Dude, global finals is gonna go crazy.
All
Actually,
good.
every match in global finals is gonna go hard.
Global final emphasis. Also, W Cine
Global
for
finals in
stepping
2
in.
weeks.
W Cine for stepping in.
Yep. W Cine.
Dude, is Demo Lock OP? What the hell? Why doesn't anyone play Demo Lock?
What do
Hopefully might be
Warlocks
time.
play on live?
I don't know.
Hopefully might
I
have to
feel like I
stop
see
this too.
Warlocks and Keys on live.
We do, but I mean, they're not as common.
I mean, they're like the 4th best DPS spec, which means they're never played because they're not meta.
All right, boys. I gotta scoot to the function, or else I'm gonna be in trouble.
GG's.
Yep. All right.
All right,
So
GG's.
good watch. Good watch. Dude, my dogs are getting hyped. All right. See you later, chat. Good series. Still love Liquid. They're amazing. They're my goats.